this hole in the ground. The most exciting show on earth. They're happening. We knuckle bump, we high five, we give each other hugs, we glare upon one another and say, next year, motherfucker, you're mine. And you know what's awesome about this event? You know what's awesome about that pool? You will see some of the best skateboarding you've ever seen in your lifetime right outside that door in that hole out there.
Welcome to the biggest bowl contest of the year. The gladiators have entered the building and we're about to blow off the roof here at the Vans Skatepark in Orange, California. My name's Neil Hendricks. I'm here with Chris Naracco on the bowl and my buddy Scott Taylor's up here with me in the booth.
That's right, we couldn't be more happy to be here today. 12th annual Vans Pool Party here at the Block in Orange, California. We've got the home of the world famous Combi Bowl right behind us, Neil.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about today's schedule because we have 126 grand we're about to give away. You see those people up in the stands. This is probably the toughest ticket in skateboarding. First up is gonna be the Masters Final. We had a prelim round a couple days ago, then straight into the pros. We're gonna have 3 semifinal heats. On to the Legends semifinals. We got a little halftime demo with some female pros that are gonna do a quick demo. Legends final and pro final, and then 8 o'clock awards. We're gonna throw it down to the deck of the bowl with Chris Naracco right now.
Thanks a lot, guys. You know the old saying, opinions are like buttholes. I'm gonna be sitting down here getting some opinions from some bros sitting on the sidelines, getting their take on things. See what happens, see what they gotta say, see what their take is. Maybe they'll put a little hex on some dudes or something. All right, back up to these guys.
Yeah, Naracco has the best seat in the house. You hear the background getting ready to heat up. That is our live announcer, Dave Duncan. We're getting ready to get started with Masters Finals. Check out that guy, Andy McDonald, first Masters contest ever.
That's right, and it looks like we got Jed Fuller about ready to drop in for his first run, but before Jed drops in, let's take a few minutes and talk about the bowl that they're gonna be competing in today. It's a Combi Bowl, which means it's made up of multiple bowls, and the first one we're gonna talk about is the Square Bowl. It's got big flat walls. Look for big tricks in the Square Bowl, and remember, one of the coolest things about this bowl is the square corners, Neil.
Yeah, next up is the Round Bowl. One of the coolest lines is the transfers in and out over the hip. You'll see also in the middle of the Round Bowl, big boosting sections. Even in the Masters division, Lincoln Ueda is gonna be going 8 or 9 feet out of the Round Bowl.
That's right, and that brings us to probably the 2 most difficult parts of the bowl to skate. The first one being the peninsula, and that's that little spot that jets out right there. As you see, there's really no flat area on the front of that wall, which makes everything a little more challenging, not to mention it's only about 8 foot tall with maybe 1.5 feet of vert. So look for guys like Dalton Dern and some of the Oregon riders to really take advantage of that thing.
Yeah, then we got the shallow end, the smallest feature here in the Combi pool. It used to be just the area just to transfer between the square and the round, or just kind of a pump bowl just to get your speed, but you'll see guys doing tricks. Tristan Rennie's winning qualifying run, he did a front blunt to Smith stall in the shallow end.
That's right, that's right. Amazing stuff in that shallow, and so the format today is gonna be, first up, Masters Final. Top 7 skaters from the qualifier come in here to meet Lance Mountain, the 2016 champ.
Darren Navarrete was Masters
Thank you
champ.
very much. No, I'm kidding. I'm getting the legends going here. And they'll have 3 runs each, and of course the best run will count.
On to the judging criteria. We have 5 judges up here from World Cup Skateboarding. It's gonna be 0 to 100 scale. And we're waiting on the graphic to come up for judges. Panel of 5 judges. The highest and lowest scores are dropped. 3 remaining scores are averaged. Your best run counts. Worth noting that the tiebreaker is if the score is tied, the highest and lowest scores are added back in. So all 5 judges will count in the if the tie happens.
That's right, and we're just seconds away from getting started here, folks. We've got about 30 seconds before Jed Fuller gets in there to take his first run of the day. So let's take a quick look at who's going to be in the Masters final today. They held qualifiers all week, and we ended up with Jed Fuller, Brian Patch, Mitch Mendez, followed by Steve Revord, Lincoln Ueda, Chad Shetler, Andy McDonald, and last year's champion, Darren Navarrete. And that is in reverse order from how they qualified, meaning that Andy Mack was our first place qualifier just a couple days ago at the Masters qualifier.
Yeah, this is Andy's first Masters event ever, competed on the Pro Tour for a million years, and if, you know, just from watching qualifying and practice the last few days, I think this is going to be an Andy Mack benefit show.
You know, Andy's always been able to dominate this bowl, so we'll see how he fares in the Masters category. This guy right here coming from Colorado, look, he's got some fans in the crowd. He's known to hype him up. His name's Jed Fuller. He's made the finals for Masters, I think, the last 2 or 3 years in a row, so it's good to see him back.
He is skateboarding's hype man. Jed is so fun to skate with. If you're trying to trick or you're trying to make your contest run, you want dudes like that in your session.
Yeah, I could see it right there. And coming from Colorado, it's that kind of scene out there. Jed with a lip-side Smith in the shallow.
Man.
Oh, Utah.
Utah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I skate with Jed sometimes when I go out to Salt Lake and Park City.
Nice. Jed making good use of the bowl right now with the frontside air over the peninsula. Having a super solid first run.
Madonna in the round pool.
Yep. There's the stale fish and a frontside. And there's Jed hanging on the entire time.
Wow, hurricane to fakie at time. For Jed Fuller.
Good. All right, so we're getting ready for our next rider, and this guy used to be known as the landlord out here at the Combi Bowl way before the Vans pool party ever was even a thought in someone's mind. Brian Patch, local Orange County rider. Again, you used to come out here and see him and Omar, basically.
Yeah, when Patch moved to California from the Midwest, this guy was skating concrete out here before, you know, before there was all the concrete parks and before there were the skate park pools. He moved to California because he wanted to skate pools and concrete.
It's true, and a lot of those guys just weren't willing to step up to the Combi, but Patch and Omar, like I said, were two of the guys you could always count on seeing. So here we have Brian Patch. If you were lucky enough to catch any of the prelims on VSPN, you might have seen Brian Patch doing the same job we're doing right here on Facebook. And there's Brian. Oh,
looked like the tuck knee invert got away from him. He's got 2 more runs.
If he puts it together, he could give Andy Mack a run for his money. Brian's got some powerful lines in this bowl. All right, so Brian looking like he's going to take the last few seconds of his run here. Next up, we're going to see Mitch Mendez. All right, Brian smithing his way out of the round bowl. Oh, look at that frontside 5-0.
That is such a tricky spot to do a front 5-0 on the tip of the peninsula.
If you've never had the pleasure of making your way to the block in Orange County, you have no idea how sketchy that peninsula can be. It's waxed up, it's new coping, so it's not super sticky. So anything you do, you got to go at it lightly. All right, Brian Patch getting a nice little redemption on the second half of that run there.
Looking at scores on our screen, Jed Fuller had an 80.33 and Patch had a 75.67. I love that we have the ISX instant scoring system.
That's right, so our next rider coming from San Jose, California, Mitch Mendez, riding for Circle A and Meeksterbrow. That sounds like a NorCal rider to me. And see if Bob Schmelker made his way down here to support his rider. There's Mitch Mendez in there, 46 years old.
I know Mitch spends a bunch of time at the Lake Cunningham skate park up in San Jose.
Yeah, looking super solid, 46 years old, nice body jar right there. Look at that Andrecht.
Oh, he looks so over the deck on that Andrecht and eggplant.
Mitch doing a little half-pipe run right there. Again, if you don't get to skate this bowl a lot, finding the lines and figuring out how to pace yourself is a struggle.
That's absolutely one thing about the Combi pool. You cannot just show up and skate this thing for a couple hours and figure the lines out. This thing takes weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months. And you see some of the best pool riders in the world that struggle figuring this thing out.
It's so true. All right, our next rider, Steve Revord, 44 years old, coming out of San Diego. Now, it's worth mentioning that a couple years ago, I think Steve got second in here, and he was rocking his Metallica gear, and the next day he got contacted by their manager, and they sent him a box of stuff along with a thank you and a phone call, I think. So there's a good chance we'll see Steve rocking his Metallica shirts for the rest of the time we see him at the Combi.
So rad. I never knew that story.
Yeah, that was a great one from, I believe, 2 years ago. But Steve Revord is also a super powerful rider, coming from San Diego. He's got the 540.
Love that hurricane to fakie in the round pool.
A couple years ago, they did a costume party out at Bucky's Bowl, and Steve showed up dressed like Dee Snider and threw a 5 in the deep end in full Twisted Sister regalia. So, as you can tell, I'm always stoked when Steve shows up.
That is 40 seconds right there. Once again, runs are 40 seconds long.
Neil, tell the folks, how good does it feel to make your first run?
Yeah, and I couldn't really tell you because it didn't happen a lot for me. It usually took a couple runs for me to get the butterflies out, and then I would maybe make one. But yeah, if you make that first run, then you just have the weight of the world lifted off your shoulders.
So this next rider just had his 43rd birthday yesterday, and probably one of the few guys that might be able to unseat Andy McDonald, but we'll find out. Lincoln Ueda, one of my all-time favorite skateboarders right here.
Lincoln's probably going to do higher airs in that round bowl than anyone in the Masters contest, maybe more than anyone in the pro division.
It's possible, man. Lincoln's got to weigh that urge to go higher than anybody with the knowledge that he's got to stay on.
Yeah, he has just pistons for legs, man. Ever since the first time I skated with him when he was a little kid, Lincoln has just been able to boost.
Lincoln is definitely thinking, stay on, make a run, and then show him what your 10-foot airs look like. Again, I could be wrong. He's setting up. Nope.
That is going to be time for Lincoln Ueda.
Nice.
Amazing first run. Following up a little bit on the score, Steve Revord bumped into the lead with an 84.00, but now bumped out by Lincoln Ueda, 85.33. We've got a new leader.
The judges are loving what Lincoln's dealing, and so our next rider up is Chad Shetler, just barely 40 years old, just made his way into the Masters division here, and again, great pro vert rider in his day.
We got a Masters division rookie, which means he's been skating for like 30 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And so Chad Shetler, a local San Clemente guy, hanging out with the Lost Crew for many years, and man,
Chad's got an advantage because he skates with Josh Borden all the time.
That's right.
Josh Borden has this place dialed. So I saw Josh Borden giving Chad Shetler a few tips the last few weeks in the lead up to the Combi Bowl.
Yeah, no doubt. And Chad is really an all-terrain vehicle. I remember skating street contests with him back in the early 90s, and he was one of the best guys on the street course. So now we're seeing him at 40 years old.
Yeah, not just all-terrain skateboarder. He's a super good surfer.
Oh, that's right.
Super good snowboarder. He's just an all-terrain.
The product of Southern California, basically.
Wow.
And look at that run right there, Chad Shetler.
Masters division is just dropping hammers and making all their runs.
Yeah, so we'll see what the judges think of Chad Shetler. It looks like he just bumped Lincoln Ueda out of first place with an 85.67, where Lincoln had an 85.33. So looks like they appreciated some of those technical moves from Chad right there.
Yeah, the last three skaters have bumped into the lead. And I expect that trend could continue with our first place qualifier.
All right, next up, Andy McDonald, 43 years old, coming out of Encinitas, California. And what can we say about Andy McDonald? I mean, if you don't know, Andy's been skating pools all his life. Great shots at the nude bowl way back in the early 90s. And Andy can pretty much do whatever he wants on a skateboard.
He's 43, he's the same age as Lincoln, but he skated the pro division the last couple of years, so this is his first Masters division contest ever.
And it's safe to say that on a good day, Andy could probably still make the finals of the pro division. But man, we got so many young kids this year.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the level of Tom Shar and Trey Wood and Tristan Rennie and all those guys. It's amazing that Andy Mack has been able to stay at a pro level as long as he has.
Yep.
And I think we're going to have another new leader after that.
I think so.
run.
You saw that layback grind. Andy Mack's got one of the best layback Smith grinds out there. He just does. And we'll see what the judges think of that run. I mean, he knows how to cram in the tricks.
I'm saying high 80s. I think that's going to be a couple points ahead of Shetler and Lincoln and those guys.
We'll find out here in just a second. It's definitely not going to be an easy year for Darren Navarrete defending that title. You also notice that we're not seeing Bruno Passos, a past winner of the, or at least a past top finalist.
Yeah, Bruno did
win. In the Masters. So we're waiting on Andy, but we got Darren Navarrete in there right now. And I gotta love watching Navarrete skate. He's got his own style, doesn't look like anybody else on a skateboard. Throwing maximum style into those backside airs, making his way around the square corner.
Navarrete has always done such a good job of just building the vert and pool skating scene. Just with what he's done with the Rumble and Ramona, and always taking the Creature crew just to all the backyard vert jams and the video. Those guys just premiered a new video last week for Creature.
Yeah, I talked to Nav a few years ago, and he said, I was just trying to avoid getting a signature bar stool. And so Nav been going hard with Creature and all the other stuff he does in skateboarding. Looking forward to seeing that new Creature video. And Nav's with a full pull on his first run.
I haven't seen someone fall off their skateboard in like 10 minutes. These guys are just making all their runs. Amazing skating.
And we're still waiting on that score from Andy Mack, so we'll see where we're at here with Andy and Darren Navarrete in a second. But we're about to head back to the top of the order with Jed Fuller. All right.
It looks like maybe just a little scoring hold up, so we're gonna hold the guys just for a second.
That's right, a little bit of suspense to find out what's going on. But again, Jed Fuller rocking the embassy logo. And let's see here, getting ready to go. Pointed his third eye, or is that a AAA helmet? So Jed had a super solid first run, and I pretty much feel like we saw a lot of what Jed had to offer in that run. So it'd be really interesting to see how he kind of raises the level on his next run.
I haven't seen that beer belt.
No, that was the first. That's like a trademark Grosso move right there.
Minus the tattoos. Look at that lineup in the background. Corey Janot, Tom Shar.
Sebastian Jensen back there. I see Leo Ruiz. Whole host of up-and-coming vert guys.
Yeah, Willie Lara.
Bull riders, whatever you want to call
them.
Cool to
see support from the crew. The Masters division.
That's right, did Willie make the finals? Willie Lara was skating darn good.
Super fabulous. Can't remember if he advanced. Yeah, he did. He's in E3 of the pros.
All right, so it looks like Andy Mack's sneaking a little warm-up while we hold up here as we get our scores. Okay, there's our scores.
Andy Mack in the lead with an 87, and Darren Navarrete into 5th place with an 84. So right now, top 3 is Andy McDonald, Chad Shetler, and Lincoln Ueda.
Right, and a tie for 4th and 5th, actually, with Darren Navarrete and Steve Revord. And unfortunately, Brian Patch down in 7th place with a 75. But again, a full pull from Brian Patch could easily put him in the top 3. So we'll see how he ends up there. There's Jed trying to stave off the the icing that happens when you stand there waiting to skate.
Yeah, it's really hard because you have like the contest adrenaline going, and then when you have to wait and you have like the post-adrenaline letdown.
Yeah, those butterflies start to dissipate, and all of a sudden all the spring is gone out of your legs.
All right, Jed Fuller, run number 2.
All right, Jed making his way in, backside 50 into the round. That's backside 5-0. Again, the question is, how's he going to up the level? It's a back Smith right there.
Oh, I've seen that lip slide Smith grind in the shallow end a couple times in practice and qualifying. Hopefully we'll see Jed pull that out next run.
That's right, and so you know their first run is an introductory run with a time limit. All the existing runs after that are going to be jam format. So you see they skate till they fall, and here comes the one and only Brian Patch. Again, if he stays on, you're gonna see some big stuff from Brian because he can skate this pole. He's been riding it regularly for 20 years now.
He's one of the only guys I've seen do grinds through 2 square corners.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. All right, Brian Patch, local. Saw his brother Jeff Patch standing on the deck right behind him.
Yeah, Patch is originally from Indiana.
That's right, Midwestern crew. Another one of those guys, just like Shetler, that could skate everything, but you know they were kind of vert guys at heart. There's Patch with a 5-0 square, setting up for something good here.
Nice use of the corners.
Oh, frontside nose grind after that
Back
ollie.
foot getting a little sketchy.
Yeah, Patch is still got that old style frontside nose grind. Smith.
The new kids are popping in and off their
That's right.
nose.
That's right. I don't think
Yeah.
nobody was nollying off the coping in '98.
Us 90s guys cannot do that.
All right, so Patch definitely going to improve upon his run on this one. And it looks like that bumped him up to an 81.67, which means our next rider, we're going to go back to Mitch Mendez, who I got to say, Neil, doesn't skate like my expectation of a 46-year-old.
Yeah, Mitch is such a ripper.
Yeah, pretty lean, pretty fast, light on his feet.
Currently down in 8th place. Mitch needs a good one right now.
Yeah, that's right. He wasn't able to have a full pull in that first run. Besides, he did get a couple good tricks in there, but he's going to have to stay on for the full 45 seconds.
Big clean tail in the square, straight into a frontside invert.
There you go. Zag.
Whoa, tricky line. Didn't have the angle to go over the hip into the round bowl.
We've probably done it a dozen times at San Jose Park, but man, it just ain't the same.
Yeah, it is so different. You see the tape lines going up that hip. We always joke with that. Steve Alba always puts the tape line just so you got a visual aid of where to hit that hip. Because a couple inches either way, and it is not going to work.
Your whole line is done. All right, so there's Steve Revord saying, "Come on, Metallica, give me like a jacket or something cool." Again, Steve Revord. Got the music going, coming all the way from San Diego. And again, he gets a good amount of practice up here.
Did you say all the way from San Diego?
We're talking at least like, today it took about an hour and 15 minutes. But that means he's been making that trek regularly probably for the last month and a half now.
Yeah, the sessions have been heated up here the last few weeks.
Nice
Smith grind in the round.
Yeah, backside tail slide for a 44-year-old.
I love how he just whips into that back tail. There's no scoop. He just like powers it around.
He's going right into that hurricane to fakie. That's like he's taking a trick right out of Nav's trick book. Look at that, late grab
Gonna be time, 40 seconds right there.
Revord looking good. I guarantee you he's gonna be looking for that 540 in his next run. But let's see if that what that does to help his score. And it looks like he is not going to advance with that third run right there.
Yeah, his first run was an 84.00, second run 83.00.
All right, next up, Lincoln Ueda, coming from San Marcos, California, riding for Green Issue Skateboards. And I believe he is one of the men behind the scenes.
Look at this.
At Alta Wheels. And
that is the highest air you will see in the Masters division for sure.
The feet stomping on the bleachers when he did that air made it feel like you were listening to a drum solo.
Look at that, that's a head-high body jump.
Oh my gosh.
540.
Yeah.
Hey, if Lincoln makes that massive 540, he might have something for Andy Mack.
He's definitely going to put the screws to Andy McDonald. And Andy can rise to the occasion, but I think Andy was kind of expecting a little easier ride out here today. But we'll find out. Man, that backside.
I skate with Lincoln all the time. Lincoln has not done a 5 in this bowl in a really long time.
I haven't even seen him do a 5 on a vert ramp. I mean, I think that trick's kind of just not a regular
that one
daily occurrence anymore.
It looked good, though. It looked like he had it under him.
Absolutely. All right, Chad Shetler back in here for his second run.
Currently second place, just a little bit under a point and a half behind Andy Mack, so Shetler is in the running.
Keep a close eye on Chad. Look at how good his pump is. Look at how he doesn't sketch at the landings. He pumps into everything with speed. He doesn't overamp, and because of that, I think he's just more comfortable, get more done.
Tail grab nose bump over the hip. Looked like he had just a little bit too much speed.
Yeah. But other than that, solid second run, with the exception of coming off the board just a little bit early. But if you look back to see Lincoln Ueda talking to Chris Hosoi, and I know that Hosoi played a big part in Lincoln's inspiration, but right now, Andy McDonald, again, it's kind of like the pressure's really all on Andy, because he's got the 5s, he's got the tricks. Let's see what he's got in run number 2.
Well, right now, he's got the lead, so he's got a little bit of freedom to try a little bit more difficult tricks. Body varial 5 into body varial to back flip.
alley-oop frontside air. Andy's got some great lines within that little peninsula area right there.
That line is such precision. You talked about over the hip earlier where just a couple inches one way or another just makes a difference. You have to be so precise with that invert on the peninsula and then a back rail over the hip.
Yeah, doing that little triangle through those two shallow corners and that peninsula. I mean, you're dipping into double waterfalls. It is sketchy. Andy making it look super easy.
Wow, front blunt to Smith. This would make the final in the pro division for sure.
Yeah, ice plant disaster. Never seen that one in my life.
Hey, there's that. This is just an Andy Mack benefit.
Yeah,
man.
it really
no one
is.
over 40 can even come close to that run.
Yeah, I kind
Unless
of.
you're Bucky Lasek and he's in the pro division.
That's right. That's right. We'll talk about that a little later. But you know, will Bucky ever step out of the pro into the Masters? We'll have to find out next year. Darren Navarrete saying, "All right, winning this might be a little tougher, a little tougher than I'd hoped." But again, Darren's got it too. The pieces come together. You never know. Let's see what Darren's got.
Hey, that's what all the Masters said when Darren turned 40.
That's right.
You know, that's what skateboarding does.
Yep.
It progresses, and there's new guys coming in the scene and in the Masters division every year.
Yeah, so Darren knows there's no reason to hold back. He wants to get at least somewhere in the top 3. And you can see he's going a little faster and a little higher, and it makes it a lot more enjoyable to watch.
Can't wait to see the new Preacher videos that those guys just put out.
Yep. Heard things about Jimmy Wilkins. And look at that.
Back trail reaver in the round.
Darren's definitely got some big guns he can pull out when needed.
Yes.
See if he goes and digs out the 540 nose pick
Yeah,
that we've seen him do before.
Nose pick reaver. I saw him try a couple early. Look for like he was going for the frontside tail tap, grab and lean.
All right, so that's going to be back to the top of the order for the last run for each one of these riders here in the Master Final. This has definitely been a great final so far. 8 riders, all of them exciting to watch. So we're back to the top of the order with Jed Fuller.
Shout out to Embassy Skateboards from Texas for helping Jed get
That's right.
to all these events.
Did I see Todd Prince in the mix a couple days ago?
I saw Leo out here from Embassy. I haven't seen Todd.
Yeah, those guys do a lot to support skating in Texas. We're stoked to see it. All right, Jed's in there. And again, Jed's another one of those guys. It's like, what do you got? We saw a lot in that first run. Let's see what we see in run number 3 here.
And Jed's kind of similar to how a lot of these Masters divisions guys are. Works a 9-to-5 job, skates every day, goes on skate trips every weekend.
Yeah.
He was never a top pro skater like Andy Mack or Lincoln Ueda or any of those guys. He's like a blue-collar, working-class, ripping skater.
Yeah, it's a good point. This Masters division does sort of open the door to a lot of guys that never had a pro skate career to come out here and compete. And hey, if they make the qualifier, more the better. Jed Fuller having a good time. And now Brian Patch says, come on, man. 20 years I've been skating this bowl. All I want is a full pull. And hopefully he gets one.
See the top 5 currently in the bottom right: Andy Mack, Chad Shetler, Lincoln Ueda, Steve Revord, and Darren Navarrete, current top 5.
That's right, and there was talk of Omar Hassan skating in the Masters this year, but unfortunately, it sounds like he's out on with an injury, so Patch is left to compete by himself.
Yeah, I think Omar was going back and forth the last couple weeks on whether he was going to skate the pro division or the Masters division. Omar actually won the pool party the very first year, I believe, 2006.
All right, Patch having a pretty good run so far. He's hanging on. Looks like he's trying to get his speed, get some momentum, do something big. You know, Patch has got a mean backside 360. Whoa!
Yeah, this bowl is so tricky. Once you come off your line or lose your rhythm, it's so hard to get it back.
The reset button is hard to find in this bowl. There you go. People are stoked. There's Bucky Lasek giving him a high five right there. Look at that. Patch says, all right, I'll take a second. Shake Bucky's hand.
Patch with an 83 on his last run, bumps it up to 6th place.
That's right.
Patch's best score of the day.
So a quick look at the leaderboard. We got Andy MacDonald in first place with an 88.67. followed by Chad Shetler, followed by Lincoln Ueda, Steve Revord, and now dropping in from San Jose, Mitch Mendez.
Last chance for the NorCal Ripper.
That's right, another guy hoping to have a full pull on this run. We'll see if he gets it. Nice backside air. There's the body jar. All right, Mitch. Again, Mitch looks real comfortable in the half-pipe section.
Yeah, I love that Andrecht to eggplant line.
Yeah, it's an easy way to kind of knock off a couple tricks and then kind of go back into exploring the curves and lines of the bowl, which you can see for Mitch, looks like it might be a little bit of a weak point. Yeah, almost had it there.
Yeah, Mitch is definitely, you know, being from Northern California, he hasn't spent as much time in this bowl as, you know, a Patch or Navarrete.
And even Patch with 20 years still has a tough time. I mean, everybody's got a tough time sticking to their line.
This thing is a beast.
It is not easy, of course. But Mitch skated really good. Stoked to see him out here this year. And there is Steve Revord once again saying, check out, I got my Metallica shirt on. I'm representing. And now Steve's going to try something in this run. I just know it. He had a solid first run, so that means the door is wide open to try to do something big. And I think we might see a 5 attempt. We'll find out.
Solid eggplant down the square.
Yeah, Steve's got good style. And there's that twist.
Oh, how'd you know?
I know he's got it. He just doesn't throw it down that often. I mean, Steve Revord's a 44-year-old guy, works the 9-to-5 job, so landing 540s is probably pretty low on his list of priorities in life right now, but hey, when you got an audience and you're in the Combi Bowl, what better time to try? Okay, next up, Lincoln Ueda. And again, if Lincoln Ueda can get a full pull, he might be able to knock Andy Mack off that top seat. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to that giant 540. We've seen him make this big method air.
Look at that.
That is like an 8.5-foot air.
The amount of power he packs into those airs.
That is almost 3 meters for those of you watching us from out of the United States.
Those of you on the metric system. All right, and there's the 5. Come on, Lincoln.
It looked like he just rotated a little too slow.
He knew when he was looking up at the ceiling. He said, I don't got the spin to get it back around. But you know what? I was talking to Lincoln before this, and just getting him out here and seeing him competing is a victory in itself. Lincoln puts on a demo every time he steps on his skateboard, whether he wants to or not.
We've got 3 more skaters in the Masters final.
That's right. Currently sitting in second place, Chad Shetler. So the question is, can Chad Shetler get 3 more points out of this run to give Andy Mack a run for his money? And I don't know. What do you think, Lincoln? I mean, what do you think, Neil?
I think it's going to be hard. Chad Shetler is such a ripper, but I mean, those runs that Andy Mack put down are going to be hard to beat in this division.
Yeah, Andy is a Superman on the skateboard, but Chad with a heel flip Indy.
He's stepping it up.
Oh, he definitely has a couple tricks to improve that run. You know, I skated Tampa Am with Chad in 2000, so kind of gives you an idea of where he was then and where he is now. And he's a 9-to-5.
Tail grab nose grind that he fell on last run. Oh, that was with only 4 seconds to go. He made the heel flip Indy. Yeah. He made all the super hard tricks and fell on the frontside grind in the round.
Isn't that the way it goes?
That is like Murphy's Law.
But again, in reality, had he made the frontside grind, would it have been enough to eclipse Andy's 88?
Hey, he was giving him a run.
Ooh, I don't know if a heel flip's going to do it. But again, I was just super stoked to see Chad Shetler out here in the top 3 where he belongs. And so, some serious ripping in this Masters division right now. And Andy Mack, basically, I hate calling it a victory run, but
we still got Navarrete after this.
That's right. Oh, my bad. Yeah, absolutely. First place qualifiers. We're coming up right after this. And look at that. That alley. It's almost like an alley frontside grinder, but it's alley lip slide, body burial, and
wow.
Andy's
kickflip Indy, barely getting around.
Yeah, that right there. That's a transition in this bowl nobody else ever rides. The peninsula straight to the hip.
That is such, like, you have to be in exactly the right spot, set up exactly right,
or you slip off.
You gotta just think really, really quick, just for bams, like you said, from the peninsula to the hip.
So Andy with a lip slide Smith into a lean disaster, front blunt to Smith. Ice plant disaster. I No.
Andy didn't even think about falling this whole contest.
Yeah, look at Andy right there. And if you're not familiar, Andy kind of championed a new sport in skateboarding this year, skater cross, which is a lot of fun if you're into the motocross stuff. Andy built a obstacle course, kind of like a moto track, and a lot of the young kids have really taken to it. But right now we've got our winner from last year, champion, Darren Navarrete, currently sitting on an 84. Darren's saying, man.
I dig the helmet, man. The helmet looks like the helmets we ran in the 80s.
That's right. Darren is definitely in the Rector elbow pads, a throwback for sure.
Navarrete rolls, man.
Yeah.
We call him the vertical vampire.
Yep.
He kept the dream alive through all the dead years in the early 90s.
That's right. And there it is.
Wow, cab, nose grind, revert.
Just back foot, just got a little slipped off on that one. But again, Darren always had a unique bag of tricks, and it's one of the things that made him so much fun to watch.
You know what Darren was joking about earlier today? He got his name on the banner for winning this event last year, and they spelled his name wrong. He's like, you know, we've always joked with Navarrete, he was like the perennial underdog.
Yep.
He finally wins the big contest, and they spelled his name wrong.
Well, unfortunately, they're probably not going to get a chance to spell it right this year. But again, just awesome seeing Navs in there. Always stoked to see him out representing. He's a fun guy to watch, fun guy to hang out with. And that is going to do it right there for the Masters final. So we'll hang tight. We'll announce the final scores a little later. But looks like Andy Mack ended up with a 90.33 after his third run. So Neil.
Yeah, we're going to take it to commercial. We're going to be back with the first heat of pro semifinals.
That's right, so stick around.
Welcome back to season 8 of The Letters, the Mobius Circle.
You've made a whole life out of that minute?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Welcome back to the Combi Bowl. We just wrapped up Masters Final. We have Heat 1 of Pro Semifinals warming up right now. Scott, what did you think about the Masters Final?
I thought that was an awesome final. It was like 8 skaters. It was tight. Everybody was skating good. The fact that just about everybody made their first run is really cool, because basically what that means is that everybody's free to really open it up and try some stuff. So right now we're taking a look at warm up for the Pro Heat 1. This is going to be a semi-qualifier. And there we are, back in the booth. Myself and Mr. Neil Hendricks here, having a great time.
All right, we're going to toss it down to Narotko on the deck of the bowl.
All right, Chris Narotko.
Hell yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Andy McDonald. Andy, you are next to Winner's Circle. How does it feel to win Masters today?
Super psyched. It was a whole bunch of fun because for once I was standing on the deck and I was looking around me and I was like one of the younger guys in my division rather than last time I made the finals in the pro division. The next oldest guy was 25 years younger than me, so glad to be acting my age.
How important was it for you to beat a total jock like Darren Navarrete and stop him from repeating?
You know, it was cool skating with Navarrete, skating with Brian Patch. Those guys, back in 1988, we started together in the NSA. Don and Danielle Bostic skating. We were all in the same district, so we're skating the district regionals and nationals all back. You know, it's come full circle 20, 25 years, so it's awesome skating with those guys and having a good time at Combi.
There's a lot of young guys in the pro contest today. Who you like and who do you think is going to take this thing?
Oh, man, there's so many young guns, the guys that you've never even heard of. But I'm excited to see Clay because he's got a transfer that not a lot of people have seen. It's never been done, and hopefully he'll throw that one out there. But you know what? It's definitely time to mention Christy Van Doren is battling cancer. Grind for Life's been helping people out with cancer all the time. You'll be seeing people wearing these stickers right here. So I'm dedicating this win today to Christy Van Der, and thanks for putting on this awesome contest every year, year after year. Battle cancer, be strong, we love you.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Andy. Back to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations, Andy. Thanks, Narako. Now we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the Masters final that just wrapped up while we give the pros a couple more minutes to warm up. Before we go into their semifinal, here's a recap of the hype man, frontside Jed.
So the question I want to know about this recap, Neil, is did Andy even have to break the sweat on that? I mean,
that was like sheer domination.
Of course he did. I'm joking, but the point is, I mean, when you've seen Andy, what you used to see him have to do just to hang in the pro contest, versus what he had to do to win the Masters.
Yeah, it sounded like we had a little technical problem with the replay right there. Taking a look at the crowd. Scott, how many people ask you for free tickets to this event? Because I know that I literally had to turn my phone off the last couple days.
You know what the funny thing
like
was?
The hardest ticket in skateboarding.
Both the guys I had agreed to give my tickets to both flaked out on me this morning and are watching this at home right now on the webcast. So, all right, we got a couple little shots in there.
I can tell like how big a skate contest is by like how many people hit me up for tickets.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's X Games or Do Tour or like whatever it is, that week I always get the text, and like pool party is just like off the charts because it's so hard to get a ticket here.
There is no doubt that the pool party is the golden ticket. It's the toughest ticket to get. It's the most sought after, and yeah, they're hard to come by. So, you know, talking back about what we saw in the Masters division, again, Chad Shetler coming out of nowhere to take second place. But again, I think the highlight for me just had to be seeing Lincoln Uwe to get back in there and practice. Now, you and Lincoln both rode for the same company, probably turned pro around the same year.
Yeah, Lincoln and I skated together for a super long time. Yeah. You know, we both lived here in this area in Orange County for a long time. Lincoln ended up moving down south to be, now he's got a young son, Rafa, who's skating with us all the time. Yep. So cool to see Lincoln end up in the top 3 in the Masters.
And speaking of Brazilians, Sandro Diaz, we saw him in qualifier.
Yeah, Sandro is old enough to skate in the Masters, but he's still skating in the pro division. Unfortunately, didn't qualify to make it to today.
Well, hopefully we'll see Sandro in the Masters next year, because it's just going to get better and better. I mean, we're going to see all of our sort of 90s and early 2000 pros making their way into Masters, and they need to, because there is a whole new crop of young guys out there ready to take their place. And so if anybody out there ever thought Vert was dead, it's about as dead as, well, you'll see what's going to happen when we get to the pro division.
Asher Bradshaw warming up in the bowl right now.
We're looking forward to seeing some highlights from that Masters, but if not, we'll get right into the pro semis here. And again, we're running a semi-qualifier for the pros. So there was actually a quarter qualifier to get into the semis today. So a lot of cool stuff. All right, so right now you got Alex Sorgente warming it up. All right, so Sorgente. So Alex has got some new tricks this year. He's always one you got to watch out for. All right, and so if you look in there right now, you see Dalton Dern. He was the one guy we saw trying 540s on the peninsula, so we'll see if Dalton is able to pull that off in his run.
All right, we're going to take a break and go to commercial. Be back in just a couple minutes. Masters Finals results. Andy McDonald took the win.
That's right. So we got Andy Mack in first place with a 90.33, followed by Chad Shetler in second. Lincoln Ueda just a third of a point behind Shetler in third place. Steve Revord coming in fourth. Darren Navarrete and Steve tied for fourth and fifth. But as we know, it does go back to your second run. And so Steve looks like he had more solid runs. Brian Patch in sixth place. Jed Fuller in seventh. And Mitch Mendez rounding it out in eighth. But it's worth mentioning, Neil, there was actually 20 riders, and if you go on Vans' website, you can check out who the other 12 riders were in the Masters division. But
yeah, we had Masters qualifying on Thursday. A couple other guys like Bennett Harada, Chris Reeves, Darren Jenkins, Garrett Naka not able to make the finals for the big show here on Saturday. In the background, you see, looks like Dalton Dern from Florida warming up near collision with Colin Graham. That is the tricky thing about the Combi Bowl. There is so many blind corners.
Yeah, so we'll have our Masters graphic up here in just a second. But again, that was kind of a unique early 40s heat right there, because everybody was kind of between 40 and 45 or so. It's like, how often are you going to see that contest go down? It looks like 46 was the oldest, 40 years old was the youngest, so sort of a unique division. And of course, when we get to legends a little later, that's even more unique, but we'll get to see some of our favorites like Steve Cabb and Mike McGill, who was just inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. About time.
All right, we're going to toss it back down to Naratko. He's got the vertical vampire, Darren Navarrete.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Darren Navarrete.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm all right, yeah.
You just got smoked. What happened?
No, I just won that contest.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I interviewed Andy Mack.
Well, yeah, but he was competing against everybody. I was just competing with myself. So.
Oh, and you won?
Yeah.
I figured you'd lose that one, too.
Maybe second. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, dead last.
I didn't mean to call you jock in the interview. Yes, I did.
No, I'm not a jock because everything I do is filled with emotion. So I think a jock is more non-emotional. So yeah.
But I see those videos of you on Instagram working out, lifting weights.
I thought those were erased.
No.
Okay,
no,
good.
No.
Yeah, I lift weights, and
The
I also
internet doesn't forget.
I also have what's that called? Those protein shakes that give me a lot of zits and stuff. But I like them because it gives me body mass.
Yeah, you look jail yard. You're
absolutely.
big.
Yeah.
You're roped.
Yeah, Nike skateboarding. Yeah, we don't even care about Nike skateboarding, but that's just because, never mind, we'll talk about that anyways. That's a whole nother documentary.
Yeah.
So
you got to feel good. I mean, if you're going to get beat by anybody, it's great to be beat by Andy Mack.
I got beat by myself. No one beat me. I beat myself, and that's actually a true story a lot of times.
I bet you beat yourself a lot.
Well, hey, man, what you going to do? I mean,
I'm so lonely.
I know myself
I've been
well.
on the road for 2 weeks.
Well, you're going to have to beat yourself.
I miss my wife so much.
Right, well.
Well, how about skateboarding? Who do you like in this thing here?
In skateboarding, I like everybody, and I also don't like anybody.
That's not true. Yeah,
well,
there you go.
I mean, I like everybody because I think there's room for everybody, but a lot of times I don't want to skate with them because there's no room in my session.
So are you solo Mish kind of guy?
No, we got a huge crew.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Who's the crew?
We got an army, 400, 500 people, troops, I don't know.
All in one car?
This guy's skating right now, he's one of them. Yeah, everybody, all in one car.
Who's out there right now?
That's Colin Graham.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't know who this guy is.
That's Dalton.
Oh, that's Dalton. We're done?
I guess they're done. I was digging that, man.
Derek?
That was like the best interview I've seen all day.
Yeah, how quickly that got
Navarrete, come and join us in the booth. We need more of that.
Seriously, well, wash your hands first. Seriously.
Yeah. I want to do the upside down headphones.
Yeah, he
kind of
looked like a World War II field audio guy doing transmissions.
I like it. He
said
he's got 400 or 500 troops in his car.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, Navarrete has got such a rad crew that he skates with all the time.
I think half of Sweden with the skeleton key shirts.
Yeah, pro semifinals, heat number 1. We got little man Asher Bradshaw from Los Angeles, California, 13 years old. Dalton Dern from Orlando, doing it with no pads. Max Jensen, originally from New Hampshire, now living down in San Diego. Colin Graham. Clay Kreiner, originally from South Carolina, now living out here. Clay Kreiner is going to blow some minds today. Kiko Francisco, this guy has spent more time in the Combi Bowl the last couple years than anyone. Trey Wood, 16 years old from Arizona, and Alex Sorgente from Southern Florida. What a gnarly first heat.
Yeah, earlier when I was mentioning that thing about changing of the guards, that's exactly what I was referring to. If you looked at the ages on there, I mean, just a couple years ago, we saw this bizarre mix of 14-year-olds and 42-year-olds.
Yeah.
And now it seems like it's kind of worked itself out a little bit. There's been some rearranging and some, now we've got Bucky Lassick being the oldest guy in the whole heat, but besides him, there's nobody that's made it out of their 20s.
The new guys are just too dang good.
That's right. That's right. So Asher Bradshaw in right now, youngest rider in the entire pro semis, 13 years old, and the kid knows how to spin to win. There's no doubt about it. He is well trained on his vert lines, and he's got the 5s and the 7s on demand.
Yeah.
Look at that setup right there.
Asher just actually barely made the cut into the semifinals.
Yeah.
You can tell when he's about to spin just from the arm bar setup.
Well, when you only weigh 75 pounds, getting that board around is tough, and Asher's still a small kid. But again, couple years,
Hey, that's not spinning. He just did a back tail through the corner. That's a legit
look
super
at that.
hard lip trick. Nose grind, lip slide through the corner. I've never even seen Asher do that one.
It's a dismount he's got to work on.
Yeah.
No, by no means did I mean that he's only able to spin. Asher definitely is just as well versed as every other kid out here in riding the Combi, but you can almost expect to see a 5 and maybe a 7 in most of his runs.
87.67. Judges are definitely rewarding Asher Bradshaw's first run.
It is tough when you have that kind of run for your very first run of the heat. The judges got to make sure they leave some room and don't overscore him, but at the same time don't underscore him. So 87 and 2/3 is where he's at. Now this kid right here, skating padless, Dalton Dern from Orlando, Florida, and might actually have a 5 on the peninsula. We'll see.
You were talking about when we were talking about the different parts of this bowl, and you were talking about the peninsula. This is the guy that we were talking about. He is so good at skating really tricky, tight transitions.
A few years ago, a frontside blunt on the peninsula was a super hard trick. Now it's like a rock and roll. So you got to up the ante, and Dalton Dern's probably the guy to do it because he can do a 540 in the shallow end of a pool. So hopefully,
I saw him do a 540 on a Jersey barrier.
Yeah, I saw that
this
too.
Dude is so gnarly. Stand up nose grind, fully on top. Just a couple seconds left.
A little backside 540
into the corner. Little mini ramp. Tweaked out melon to fakie, and that is time for Dalton Dern.
Super technical, super good run right there. Again, we're not going to see the height out of Dalton we see out of guys like anybody wearing pads, basically. It just seems like the padless stunts the height, unless we're talking about Clay Kreiner. But right now we got Max Jensen up next, riding for Virtual Skateboards. Max was killing it in the qualifiers, and we'll see what he's got in his first run here. 19 years old.
84.33 for Dalton Dern. So a couple really good scores to start off pro semifinal heat number 1.
Yeah, so keep an eye on Max Jensen. He's got a good mix of lip tricks and airs. He's got some really advanced lip tricks, so we'll see if
I haven't seen Max fall on that frontside air over the hip all week. A little bit of contest nerves. Seems like every time I see Max skate the Combi, he's getting better and better. Saw him doing front blunt slides in the round, super long feeble grind right there. Wow, backside blunt slide to back lip.
Yeah, the blunt slide combos. This is the year of the blunt slide combos.
It is.
I honestly thought it was going to be the year of the good buddy because I swear I see every kid out there trying to learn that trick, but I'd much rather it be the year of the blunt slide combos because I think 1983 was the year of the good buddy. But we'll see. We've been seeing some nose grind, Smith grinds. And look, it looks like we got Colin Graham coming out of Virginia Beach, keeping the pitchfork alive. 20 years old, just a power skater. Colin's one of the funnest guys to watch. He's got great style. And rocking the Embassy logo. Let's see what Colin's got in his first run here today.
Colin's been doing a lot of the Vans Park Series stops the last couple years, showing that he's able to do it in the deep bowl here as well.
Yeah, Colin's one of those kids that doesn't have the luxury of living in Southern California, so he's got to get out here a couple weeks early, get in some good practice, and it looks like he's done just that, because he's looking super solid right now.
Yeah, that means he's bundling up and skating in the East Coast cold during the winter months.
Yeah, and I wonder if
they
they
go
have,
on some trips.
I wonder if they have anything that even compares to this.
Yeah, they've got some good concrete up in
Good.
the Virginia Beach area now. I
Right.
always see the clips of Henry Gutierrez and the
Yeah.
Fort crew always ripping that stuff.
Colin looking like he's just putting it together right now. Looks super comfortable with that Smith, or Stalefish to Smith.
Wow, Mute slapping the rock to
Oh.
fakie, carving El Gario onto the peninsula.
Over a hip. Yeah, that was a great run from Colin. And again, just getting that first run out of the way with a full pull just opens up the doors to really, you know, step up the difficulty.
86.67, so exactly 1 point behind Asher Bradshaw.
That's right. And it looks like Max Jensen ended up with a 67.67, so he'll want to come back and improve on that in his second run. But here is the man of the hour, Clay Kreiner.
Yeah, this dude had the full page spread in Thrasher last month, doing the gap over the mouth of the round bowl that no one else had even looked at before.
That's right. Reimagining what's possible in this bowl.
Yeah, so that's what's cool about this bowl being here for so long, that there's still new guys doing new tricks and new transfers.
Yeah, Clay's one of those vert guys whose style adapts perfectly to bowls. He's got no problem doing airs in the corners, and he just looks super solid doing
Look
it.
at that, boneless around the corner, full speed attack, eggplant, Indy to fakie right at time. Wow, fakie 5-0 right as the buzzer was going off.
And that was a perfect example of being 2 inches too close to the hip as that happened, or else he would have landed that perfect, but he
I'm
just
really curious to
got
see
bucked.
if and when Clay goes for that transfer, if he's going to need it, you know, in the semifinals just to get in the top 10, or if he's going to kind of keep it in his pocket to try and pull out for the finals. He's done it 3 times now. He actually did it in practice a couple days ago, so he's kind of, I don't want to say he's got it wired, but he knows that he can do it.
But we've seen it recently, and we're pretty sure it's going to go down. This is Kiko Francisco right here, and Kiko's gone through a little style change in the last couple of years after rocking that flyaway helmet and looking like the next coming of Christian Asoy.
But this kid is here all the time. Just lives up in the LA area, just comes here, you know, young kid comes down after school every day. He's literally spent more time in here than anyone in the last couple years.
And he has got a killer alley-oop backside ollie. It's one of the coolest things when he just gets about 5 feet out. And again, local. You know, last time I saw Kiko, he looked like he was 12. Now he looks like he's starting to turn into a man. And so he's going to be going faster, going higher, and evidently choosing a new style of helmet as he was a flyaway kid.
Yeah, he just has all the lines
Full
in this
pull.
bowl so dialed, man.
I think he's taking a couple pages out of Trey Wood's book there. I see the gold necklace, which feels like Trey's trademark.
Catching up on the scores, Clay Kreiner went to the top with an 88.67. So right now it's Clay Kreiner, Asher Bradshaw, and now Kiko sliding into third. These scores are already really high and really close.
Yeah, there's just, again, so much talent out here. The judge's job is going to be hard to keep these guys spaced out. But right now, Trey Wood, this kid is a beast in this bowl.
Wow, almost blowing out on that air over the hip. Almost had too much speed. Clay had double casts on his wrist just a couple weeks ago. Had a broken thumb and a sprained wrist from the Vans Park series in Australia.
Clay or Trey?
Trey, sorry about
no
that.
worries. Yeah, but he looks like he's not holding him back at all right now. Look at that. I saw him trying that in practice. I wasn't sure what it was, but a blindside Indy to fakie into the corner. Super sketch and not easy. And Trey, going for a Smith, ending up in a lip.
Yeah, it looked like he maybe was trying to.
That whole run was just a little bit wonky for Trey. I mean, again, when he hits it perfect.
You know what it was? It was that first big frontside air over the hip. He kind of squatted out and landed low, and once he lost that rhythm, it was really hard just to get it back. So that's a 78.67 for Trey. Gonna look for some improvement run 2 and 3.
All right, and this next kid, if you don't know who he is yet, I mean, Alex Sorgente has been on a tear for about 4 years now. Placed in top 5 in just about every event he enters. He is one of the most powerful guys out there, coming out of Lake Worth, Florida. Let's check out Alex Sorgente right here. And again, always potential first place winner right here.
Love that nose grind Smith.
Yep.
getting away from him first run. But Alex is a guy who, like you said, he's from Florida, but he's been spending more time in Southern California. He got a place down in San Diego the last few months. So this year he spent a little bit more time in the Combi pool than he has in previous years. So Alex has always done really good at the Park Series contests, but he really hasn't spent enough time in the Combi Bowl before to really get it as dialed as some of the other young pro rippers.
Yeah.
Until this year, I think Alex is going to be able to put it together this year.
Well, that blunt slide over the hip alone, I mean, there's such little room for error jumping over that hip. And look at that caballerial over the hip.
Wow, just under-rotated.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. But again, good run for Alex Sargente. I'm sure he'll come back in his second run and improve on that score.
Just that first heat shows how gnarly the pro division is.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at these scores in heat number 1. So it looks like Clay Kreiner was able to push his way up to the top with an 88.67, followed by Asher Bradshaw, who's dropping in right now for his second run, who's sitting in second place with an 87.67. There's 0.3 of a point separating him from Kiko. There's 1/3 of a point separating him from Colin Graham. So it is tight right now.
So for the pro division, we're taking top 10 to the finals. Top 10 we're going to see skate again later today. Hopefully Asher can work on that little dismount at the end of his run, because that first run was pretty perfect. Stalefish 540, just coming up a little bit short.
Yeah, you don't see Asher stepping off too many 540s. That he must have just hit his line a little weird coming off that waterfall. So Asher's going to hope to improve on that in his third run. But now we got Dalton Dern coming all the way from
Florida.
It says Oceanside, California right here.
He's from
But
Florida.
he's from Florida. We know it. And again, he is the small tranny master. I mean, this guy can do.
Yeah, he comes from such a ripping skate family.
Yeah.
Love the nose grind, grabbing frontside in.
Yep.
His brother is jumping down like 20 stair handrails. They got a cool little compound at their house in Florida.
Nice.
Look at that. McTwist on the peninsula.
Look at that.
Straight into the square. Are you kidding me?
Now, I don't know if the peninsula saved him right there by the fact that it let him kind of roll out 90 degrees to the side, but who cares? That was amazing. Pretty sure nobody's ever, besides him maybe, pulled a 5 on that peninsula.
That is so gnarly. That thing is like such weird transitions, just going down the waterfall, and like, does it even go to vert really?
The peninsula does, but it's the fact that it's all round and there's no flat spots. So you can always get spit off your board even if you land perfect. And so that was amazing right there from Dalton, giving the fans what they wanted to see. And now we've got coming in next, Max Jensen. Now, like I said, you may not know who Max is, but if Max can make his run, you'll definitely remember this kid. Starting it off with a huge back Smith around the corner. 10 years ago, that in itself would have been a major
Looks like Max has a little bit of contest nerves, because I saw him practice. He was putting down like solid minute-long runs.
Yeah.
And he's got a couple of early falls in his heat.
And even in the qualifiers, the qualifying runs that Max did to get into this event were amazing. Frontside blunt slides, half cab blunt slides, ton of good airs. And so next in we got Colin Graham, 20 years old, and like Neil said, this guy's been riding the Park Series, he's been riding the Bowl Series, pretty much anything Colin can do. He comes up, shows up at Rumble at Ramona, anything he can do to get out there, he's been doing.
Yeah, currently in 4th place. After seeing his first run, I thought he might even be higher than that, but then Clay and Kiko and those guys put down some super gnarly runs. Looked like the back tail did not lock in for Colin Graham. But you look at the leaderboard, and from like 1st to 4th place is really, really tight. Just a couple of points right there, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how how Dalton Dern's second run scores here. There looks like we're just still waiting for that to come out here.
Yeah, Dalton got a 79.67 on his second run, so that fall.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he did fall, but
All right, so here's the guy, Clay Kreiner. The only guy really that's done a successful transition from the peninsula back into the round bowl. Again, he's probably going to try to save it for finals.
Hey, got to get to the finals first.
That is a legitimate point, so we'll see. I feel like he's got enough to get there without it, but
look at
again,
that.
There's no guarantee.
That's about a 9-foot frontside air in the round.
Yeah, Clay right into a huge McTwist. He's been skating the B-team ramp over there in Vista, California, so he's got a place he can skate all the time. And that makes it easy to get up here. And look at the body varial, kickflip,
body varial, 540.
One of Clay's trademark tricks, and something we've seen him do padless a few times. But again, getting it, hitting it with the right line and the right pump is not easy in this bowl.
Yeah, Clay burst onto the pro skateboarding scene when he won Vert Attack in Malmo last year, padless.
It made everybody bite their fingernails off.
He's had a little knee injury since then. He hurt his knee at the Rumble at Ramona a few months ago, so he's been running knee pads a little bit more this year than he was a year ago.
All right, so Clay Kreiner looking like 81 for that second run. So we got Kiko Francisco in here right now. Check him out. Look at that lip slide. Taking it about 20 feet around that corner over the hip. And look at, there's that backside ollie I was talking about, Kiko. Looking like he's taking a page out of Sergi or Lincoln's book right there with the one-footed mute.
Yeah, he just flows from corner to corner. He has so many lines and so many tricks.
Yeah.
Frontside air disaster in the square corner.
Coming out of a front feeble around the other corner. That is a sick line right there.
Another frontside air disaster. Might want to mix those tricks up next run. With the pro division being so tight, all these guys, you do not want to repeat tricks.
And Kiko can go big, so I think we'll see probably a little more height out of him. But
that
again,
run was amazing. Only 14 years old.
Incredible skateboarding from Kiko Francisco.
Like you said,
right
he's so much more powerful than he even was a year ago.
Yeah, it looks like,
new leader.
89. Wow, bumping out Clay and Asher with that run right there.
Wow.
Amazing. Well, the judges saw something in there they liked.
You see Clay in the background. Clay was stoked for Kiko.
Yeah.
But it puts the pressure on. We want to see Clay in the finals, so we see that transfer.
Yeah, with this many heats, right now we got Trey Wood in there, but with this many heats, sitting anywhere below second place is not a comfortable place to be.
Trey's looking a little smoother this run.
Yeah.
Landed the frontside air over the hip perfect this time.
Yep.
Oh,
no!
The back tail again.
Almost looked like he was going to lay it out and kind of get in there, but
seen a couple guys do that, just trying to lock into that back tail through the corner. And if it just doesn't lock into perfectly, you just blow out.
He slipped right into that back lip, and there's just no way to come back from that. So next up, looking like he's riding for Red Bull Oakley, movietickets.com, GoPro, Pocket Pistols, and Grind for Life. We're seeing none other than all-terrain beast Alex Sorgente. Let's see if he can make that nose grind, Smith grind in this run, or maybe he'll just ditch it.
Yeah, I think he decided to ditch it, maybe switch the lineup a little bit. Just did a lip slide instead.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to play it smart.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa, ejecting straight to the bottom.
He really pulled out way too hard on that 540.
That hurt my feet just looking at it.
And Alex is one of the guys that sometimes he keeps his big tricks like that, doesn't really spin them a lot in practice and just, but looks like maybe that's one that he should have tried a little bit more just to get that takeoff dialed.
Yeah.
Clay Kreiner checking on his buddy. Looks like he's all good.
You got to figure he's 6 feet out. He's upside down. He's kicked his board away, and now he's got to flip over and make it 17 feet straight to the bottom. There was not 1 ounce of transition. But right now, Asher Bradshaw in for run number 3 here. And let's see if Asher can get that first place spot back after Kiko took it away from him.
Yeah, so once again, we're taking the top 10 to the finals. So it's going to be, you look at Asher right now in 3rd place just from this heat. That's pretty borderline, even with a big score like an 87.
Yep, and here's the 7. He knows he has to do it, and the judges hopefully will reward him for it. You know, Asher, just in case you're not familiar, Asher's been one of those sort of savant kids for the last couple years now. I mean, one of those kids that was spinning 540s at 10 years old regularly. So it was just a matter of time for him to put on some weight and be able to pump around the ball. But look at that, Neil.
Wow, blunt slide through the corner.
Did he just flip off the crowd?
Throwing middle fingers at age 13, showing them who's boss, little Asher Bradshaw. You shouldn't be able to throw middle fingers until your braces come off,
I think so, yeah. Definitely not a move I would have expected.
We're going to toss it down to the deck with Chris.
All right, I guess we're back.
Oh,
4.
I can't hear. Okay, yeah, we're there.
I thought they blew it. I thought we blew it before.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Here we go on that subject again.
I think what happened was
All right, so once again, we saw Dalton trying to do that 540 on the peninsula. Wasn't able to make the quick escape this time. But I'll tell you right now, Max Jensen. Yeah, Neil?
Yeah, you could see from that angle how hard it is to land on just that super round hip. Like you mentioned before, there's just no flat wall to land whatsoever.
And he landed almost the same as the one he made. He was just standing up a little bit more and able to make that escape off to the side. But right now we got Max Jensen, and I'll tell you, Max wants nothing more than to stay on.
I want Max to stay on, man. This guy has been putting his time in the Combi Bowl and not able to make it happen. The nose grind over the hip.
Two of the hardest.
I'm so bummed, man. This guy's been ripping so hard the last few months. Wasn't able to make his runs in the semifinals, unfortunately.
He's got the talent.
He's only 19 years old, man.
Exactly.
Max will be back next year for sure.
And again, you think sort of strategy would tell you, hey, if it didn't work out, maybe dial it back a little bit. But
you know what's funny? All of his buddies on the deck were just yelling him to rebate.
Yeah.
He wasn't supposed to drop in again, and all of his buddies were yelling rebate. So Max got like the bro rebate, which is that's kind of the camaraderie among these guys.
You know, I'll tell you, the bro rebate might have been something they invented during the semis, because looking at those semi heats, they were giving rebates to just about everybody for just about any reason. So it was pretty cool to just sort of see the rules and the dogma of skate contests just sort of slip away and turn into a session. But right now we got Colin Graham, again, 20 years old, nothing but power out of Colin, and definitely one of the guys that could work his way into first place if he stays on and makes his run.
Yeah, Colin's currently still in 4th place. There's the nose grind that he fell on last run. Getting some speed with the grind in the shallow end. Back tail in the round. Big tweaked indie air.
Throwing the saran wrap. And so Colin's got sitting on an 86.7, needs an 89.1 to take first place.
Such a tricky fakey Smith over the hip and got hung up on the alley-oop front 50. Looks like the kingpin just dug into that pool coping.
Stood up on it a little too much. And next in is going to be Clay Kreiner. Again, Clay Kreiner going, what happened, man? I was sitting on first place.
Yeah, and currently 2nd place with an 88.67.
Yep.
Kiko's just about 0.4 of a point up on him. Does Clay pull out the transfer now, or does he feel pretty confident on
I think he's thinking that kickflip body varial 5 will get him where he wants to be.
Yeah, good point. I forgot that he's got multiple big tricks.
Look at that right there. Oh, the last thing I'd ever want to land a frontside air on is that peninsula. Oh, he's getting some speed.
Yeah, that is such a massive stalefish. Are you kidding me?
Dude, when you watch Clay do his stalefishes, he holds them out there about 2 seconds longer than it feels like he should.
And the gnarly thing about doing airs that high in the round is just, look at that, kickflip body varial 5, he made it.
If that doesn't do it, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I think Clay Kreiner's going to be in the finals. He's got a couple seconds to go.
Does have to stay on. Take it easy, Clay.
Wow, back tail, and that is going to be Clay Kreiner in the finals.
Oh, the crowd's erupting.
We got a little bit better chance of seeing the Grand Canyon transfer.
That's right. That's absolutely right, and you should have heard the crowd inside here going
92.67.
Oh, in the qualifier. What is that? How much room does that leave for the finals?
Wow, what a moment. That is a way to end the semifinal heat for Clay Kreiner, for sure.
Yeah, that was outstanding and amazing. So we got a couple more guys here. Looks like Kiko Francisco now. The pressure's on him. Again, 2nd place is a good place to be, but you got to remember who else is coming down the line after these guys.
Yeah, when you look at even just that next heat with Bucky and Tom Shar, Alex Perelson, all those guys.
Oh!
Look at that biggest backside ollie we have seen all day.
Yeah, Kiko, probably 8 feet, maybe higher on that backside ollie, just glued to his feet.
Decking out the front rock on the peninsula.
Yep.
Long board slide through the square corner.
Nice frontside air disaster there. Back Smith into the corner. It's so funny how some of these tricks would have brought the house down 10 years ago, and now they're just standard
Yeah.
moves.
They're just stock setup tricks, and these guys
Yep.
run like that. Just a cab feeble grind through the square corner, back lip through the square corner.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? Those two tricks are so hard in this pool.
Blunt slide into the deep, right into a back Smith. It's like there's never a need to recover.
Look at that run.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Is Kiko going to be in the 90s now also? He had an 89 before.
Exactly. How much room does that leave between him and Clay, or does he surpass Clay? We'll find out. But next in, another guy who could easily surpass both these riders if it works out.
89.33, so 0.33 of a point. Kiko did improve his score, but did not improve his position. But Trey Wood needs a run. This is someone that everyone has been talking about was a threat to win.
That's
Definitely a threat for the podium.
That's right. He's 16 years old now. Should have the nerves under control. And we saw from that first frontside area, looks like he's got his pump. Looks like everything's falling into place. So let's see what Trey's got in order to hopefully at least get him into third.
There's the back tail that got away from him last
the
run.
attack on that back tail was gnarly.
Backside 5 in the round.
Trey putting it together, getting what he wants, and this is so gnarly.
Yeah, blind side, Indy to fakie through the corner.
All right, let's get some speed going back for that hip. What's he got? Frontside tail slide.
Couple seconds to go. Oh, the front 50, that fall at time is going to be crucial. He is so bummed.
That might have been a fatal frontside 50-50.
I mean,
right
that was
there.
literally as the clock was hitting 40 seconds for the end of his run. But when you see these guys that are so close in like the 86, 87, 88 range, that could be the difference between making the finals and not making it. 86.33 for Trey Wood, 5th place. I don't think he's going to be in the finals.
It's going to be tough. So now we've got Alex Sorgente in here. Let's see what Alec can put on the scoreboard here to hopefully ensure him a spot in the finals.
Yeah, Alex needs, he's another guy that everyone already had penciled in as a guaranteed top 5.
Yeah,
he's in 7th just through heat number 1.
Yeah, hasn't made a run yet, and so unfortunately, Alex has got his work cut out for him in this final run here.
It's funny, you think about these young guys that we see ripping in these contests all over the world. You think about, we know they have nerves of steel, but this stuff is hard, man.
Oh, it's so
hard. It doesn't
hard.
get any easier.
And the other thing is there's a lot of guys that live in Southern California that don't have a travel budget like Alex, so you don't see them as much. They just pop up once in a while at these events.
That was a solid run.
Yeah, it was.
Really curious to see where the judges put that one. You see Alex with a little smile. So he was currently sitting in 7th. That's going to bump him way up.
I'm thinking 4th place at best on that one. I don't think he's going to push past Asher.
Yeah, only bumps up to
6th.
6th. So 85.33.
Crazy to think a 13-year-old kid just managed to basically outskate 5 or 6 guys.
I mean, we've seen Alex Sorgente in practice with the nose grind popping to Smith, and Alex didn't do a lot of his big tricks in that run. So normally a run like that would get Alex in the finals, but Trey Wood and Alex Sorgente in 5th and 6th after that heat. That's the huge surprise so far.
Yeah, those first 2 runs just forced him to have to stay on. And so, looking at our finals here, we've got Clay Kreiner sitting in 1st place, Kiko Francisco in 2nd, followed by Asher Bradshaw, Colin Graham, and Trey Wood in 5th. And so, Neil, how many of those guys do you think are going to end up in the finals?
Yeah, I think 2 or 3, looking at how gnarly the next couple heats are. We're going to take a break, come back for heat number 2. Welcome back. We're midway through the pro semifinal. We got Heat 2 warming up in the bowl right now. Gonna take a look at some replays from Heat number 1. That was pretty stacked. We had 7 of the 8 skaters way up into the 80s. Clay Kreiner currently in first, Kiko Francisco in second, Asher Bradshaw in third, Colin Graham in fourth. I think those are the 4 guys that are gonna be battling to hold on to the top 10 advancing positions. But just from seeing the taste of how that first heat was, we're in for a good day of skateboarding.
Yeah, that was a stacked heat, and I feel like we got to see a little bit of everybody there. I feel like Max Jensen, unfortunately, didn't get to show off what he had, but Asher Bradshaw sure did. And again, that 540 from Dalton was sick, but that one on the peninsula really was the one that blew me away. And look at that right there. I've never seen anybody do that in the square corner. And so there's Dalton Dern taking a little street up on that.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's so sick. And again, he probably didn't spin it all the way around, and luckily he was able to sneak out sideways on that. And there's Kiko going big, feeling good after landing in first place, only to get unseated. Oh, look at that one right there. By this kid right here. Look at that stale fish. All right, so Clay Kreiner. Okay, so right now, we got Beaver Fleming in there getting some warm up for heat number 2. Neil, you want to take a second and tell the crowd who's going to be in heat number 2 for the pro finals? Semis, excuse me.
We're going to throw it down right now to Chris Naratko on the deck of the ball. Take it away, Chris.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Clay Kreiner. You own this place this year, huh?
Man, just working on it. Been trying to skate it as much as I can. Been super busy these past few months, and stoked to get down here as much as I can, and stoked to skate this for the first time.
Well, you won your heat. How's that feel?
I'm stoked, man. I'm just stoked to make it to Saturday. That was kind of my goal. Like I said, first year, and beyond stoked to put something down, and hopefully I can move on.
You broke the internet not too long ago, clearing that chasm. How long did that take you?
Man, a good while. I put in a good bit of work for it. It was kind of a random day. It just came down, and homies kind of hyped me up to do it. Started trying a few, and couldn't stop once I got close enough, and ended up making it that day, so stoked.
But now you're doing it left and right. How many times a day do you do that?
I've only done it like 3 times now, working on it. It's not something that like I have on lock by no means.
I saw footage from the other day, and I saw you were doing it earlier today.
I haven't actually done any today at all. Did some on Thursday night, I believe, after the qualifying. Skated a bit with the boys and hucked a few that night. Was stoked.
And supposedly you got something else up your sleeve for that thing?
We'll see. We'll see.
No claiming?
No claims.
All right. Well, best of luck to you today. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I think what Chris was trying to get out of him is Clay was actually trying heel flip frontside air over that gap. If you saw the new Thrasher magazine, Clay did the whole gap over the mouth of the round ball.
Seems like a natural progression.
92.67 for Clay Kreiner, looking pretty good to advance for the top 10. Kiko Francisco, 89.33. Once again, we have 2 more heats with guys like Corey Juneau, Chris Russell, Bucky Lassick, Tom Shar. So I think anyone from 5th on down is going to be hitting the showers. Unfortunate for Trey Wood and Alex Sorgente. We expected those guys to be contending for the win for sure. Trey's had a rough run the last few weeks with a couple injuries. Broke his wrist really bad at Vans Park Series in Australia. And Alex Sorgente, unfortunately, wasn't able to put together the best run we've seen today. So going to be, some of those guys are going to be on the hot seat, sweating it out for a couple more heats.
Yeah, that 87.67, I'm thinking is going to be the cutoff. Colin Graham had some great runs, so we'll see. But again, we got a lot of good stuff to come, like heat number 2. So to give you a quick rundown of who's going to be in that, we're going to see Josh Stafford from Vista, California. Josh is just a super creative, super rad guy to skate with. Everybody seems to like Josh. We got Iago Magales. Thank you. Work on my Brazilian or my Portuguese a little bit there. And then following him up, one of the probably most consistent and best guys in this bowl, Josh Rodriguez, coming from Saratoga, California. He's got some tricks on that peninsula that nobody else is doing, at least not since it was the original Combi back at Upland. And following him up is going to be Beaver Fleming. This will be his first year making it in the finals out here, or into the semis. Followed up by Alex Perelson, got to be one of the crowd favorites. Everybody's always rooting for Alex. He's kind of hit or miss. He's kind of boom or bust. But when he is on, it is so fun to watch. We got Tom Scharr, 16 years old. Man, Tom's been on a tear. Tom's got his name on one of these banners behind us here.
Yeah, previous winner a couple years ago, but it's worth mentioning it was a different format when Tom won. It was best 2 runs. So Tom has really improved in this bowl a lot the last couple years, but it's a different format. We also got Heymana Reynolds and Bucky Lassick in heat number 2. So any predictions from this heat?
Oh, I think I've learned enough after 12 years of this not to predict anything. Here we go, Tom and Alex.
You skate with Bucky Lassick a ton at home. How's Bucky's head this year coming ready for the pool party?
I mean, to make that statement, I have no idea. But I have no idea where Bucky's head is. I mean, he's a professional car racer. He put out
he does this for fun.
Yeah, he put out his first skate park in 10 years this year.
And it was insane.
And it blew everybody's mind. So that's got to give him some confidence. But we didn't really see him putting it together at Bondi this year, which is almost always kind of like if he gets Bondi, then he comes here ready to win.
Yep. I love that Bucky is still it's unbelievable how driven he still is.
Oh, yeah.
That he will just drive up here, sit in traffic for a couple hours, couple times a week, and he really puts the time in.
The perk is he's got guys up here that he works on his car with.
Yeah.
So he's doing double duty when he does that. But it's worth mentioning that the oldest rider is going to be Bucky Lassick. The second oldest rider is 28-year-old Josh Borden. So there's got to be at least 16 years there between. And the funny thing is that Josh was one of the youngest riders, to first start riding this contest 10 years ago. So now for him to be the oldest guy besides Bucky is just interesting. And there is Josh Stafford getting a little high five from his buddy Clay Kreiner saying, Josh, show him what you got out there.
Those guys are roomies right now at Alex Perelson's house.
Okay, it makes sense. Wow, right into a flip trick.
Heel flip Indy, first wall. Josh Stafford has his own little brand, Pickpocket Manufacturing. Check it out.
Yeah, Josh making some custom T-shirts out there, but also just looking super solid right now.
Yeah, he is so good on any transitions. Vert ramps, mini ramps, parks, pools, pipes.
And you saw him kind of struggling to get that 5 around. As soon as he flipped it, you were like, oh, I hope he's got it, and didn't quite have enough. But he's going to go for a little shove-it board slide right here.
Wow.
You can tell Josh has got some shove-it lip tricks.
You can tell that you've seen him skate a bit.
Puts his foot right on the front of the nose when he's going up for it. So,
yeah, this dude coming in next, Iago. It's funny. We're missing some of the Brazilians this year. Unfortunately, Pedro Barros couldn't make it, and we don't have Murillo and some of those guys.
Or any of those dudes.
Iago is clearing the deck because he's got a roll-in trick that I saw in qualifying a couple days ago. That is pretty full on. Wait till you see this.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of this in qualifier.
Yeah, I saw him take some slams on this one too.
This was one of those just keep doing it till you make it tricks.
Full speed, Iago, back tail to start it.
Oh, man, I can hit my head on that so many different ways, I can't even tell you.
I mean, that is fully committed to start a run, man.
Iago, look at that tail grab, too, boning it out, throwing the extra style, that long front feeble around the corner.
Maybe Iago, that one's for Omar, since Omar always starts his run with some roll-in tail slide. I always see Omar do that front side. I've never seen him do it backside. So maybe since Omar was hurt this year and couldn't skate the contest, young ripper from Brazil is keeping the spirit alive. But yeah, shout out to everyone watching in Brazil. We wish Pedro and Murillo and Foguinho and V and all the boys could have been up here this year, but hopefully we'll see you guys on the Vans Park Series in a few days in Malmo, Sweden. Solid first run for Iago.
Yeah, super solid first run, and there's Mancha giving him a high five, and Leo Ruiz, so some of the Brazilian guys that skate that.
Hey, that's Bob Burnquist. I've heard of him.
That ramp. Where's Bob? Oh, there's Bob. I see him, yeah. I wonder where Idolo Penarubia is. Seems like he would have some tricks in this bowl, but hopefully we'll see him next year. But right now we got Josh Rodriguez coming in from Northern California, 25 years old.
First wall bail. Are you kidding me? This dude has been on the podium here in the pool party.
Josh is like nimble and can pull out of anything, and he's got a super deep bag of tricks. Doesn't go super big, but again, he can pick apart this bowl in so many different ways with so many super hard lines.
Man, I just
like that right there.
Think about this guy. I've seen him in this contest take so many gnarly slams and just get up and keep cranking.
Look at that frontside blunt
slide in such a tricky spot. I mean, in this pool, they're all tricky spots.
Yeah, exactly. But again, a couple years ago, a frontside blunt slide would have guaranteed you a podium spot.
Yeah.
Now it's just another lip trick.
Just another really hard lip tricks. Everyone's got them.
And there's Josh going lip slide revert, just setting up for a backwards attack, fakie ollie.
So we've seen what Josh Rodriguez is capable of. Little middle finger to the big bonking coping that knocked him off on that first wall.
Okay, so Josh Rodriguez just took his run, and let's take a look at the scores real quick here. So Iago's currently sitting in first place with an 87.00, followed by Josh Rodriguez with an 82.0, and Josh Stafford with a 66.33. And that brings in this guy, he's fresh off the Nitro Circus, Beaver Fleming. He is a stunt man riding a skateboard. Check out some of Beaver's trademark moves like that one right there.
Got some motocross action in the Combi Bowl.
Some Troy Chasen throwback right there. Beaver is a man on a skateboard, dude. He will not come off.
Oh my gosh,
how did he stay off that board, and he will land whatever he tries.
That was insane. He jumped off the cliff in the shallow end and somehow held on.
When did you first see Beaver pop his head out at Woodward out there, Neil?
I saw Beaver a few years ago, back when Vans did a Bucky Lassick learn how to skate vert camp at the Vans Skatepark in Orlando.
Look at that.
And we met Beaver and Clay Kreiner the same day, and they were both like 12 or 13 years old.
Yeah, Beaver take a point to do a quick Tebow there on the flat bottom, and Beaver's got to be stoked, man. Kickflip to fakie. He did I got to remember some of the names of his tricks. Axe murderer to fakie.
Did a Christ Air sack tap thing to fakie.
Yep. All super difficult moves, and he stayed on even with that super sketch over the peninsula.
81.67 is going to slide him into 10th place overall. Iago, who's currently leading this heat, has slotted into 4th place overall, bumping Colin Graham down to 5th. So Josh Rodriguez, who had that early fall with an 82, is in 9th place overall. That's second in this heat.
Yeah, so we got Alex Perelson in here right now, and with Alex, it's not a matter of whether he's got the tricks. It's just a matter of whether he's going to stay on.
Alex
Look at that kick
so
lean.
good in this
so
thing.
Good.
When he puts it together, it is like magic, man.
His line last year was awesome. Check this out. Oh,
the air to fakie.
Yeah, he's got big one-footed ollies. He's got cab disaster reverts. He's got the kickflip lean. He's got whatever pretty much he puts his mind to.
I've seen him do ollie blunt, kickflip fakie in the square before. I've seen him do cab disaster revert. Alex has so many hard tricks here in the Combi Bowl.
And it's just, I think even without trying, he's just one of the funniest people you could ever talk to. All right, this guy right here, Tom Shar, like I said, he's got his name on a banner. He knows what it feels like to take gold here at the Combi, when he was like 15 or something.
Yeah.
Now he's 17. He's got a few more tricks, and he's got some new lines here, some new adaptations we haven't seen before. So we'll see if he brings them out in his line, but keep an eye on Tom Shar.
Look at that.
Oh,
huge
massive.
540. It's funny to think both Tom and Tristan Rennie have already won this contest, and they've got so much better just since the year that they won.
It's a great point.
But all these guys have got so much better, so it's still, he grabbed the board on that kickflip Indy way up on the nose.
It got so far away from him. It was the only part he could reach.
Checking his board out he's like, what happened? Flips perfect every time. Can't tell if he's got a skateboard issue going right there.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Again, for Tom Shar to bail kickflip Indy is unusual.
Yeah,
but so this next rider,
way up on the nose like a kickflip crail.
This next rider managed to get through the entire last year without knocking himself out, and so that's a victory in itself. Let's see if he can repeat that this year.
Heymana has given us heart attacks a couple times.
He's so much fun to watch. He's got so much power. I don't know what to say about Heymana. He's just He goes 100 miles an hour. He goes huge. He's a super nice guy. And he rocks a Hawaiian shirt, so, you know.
Hey, when you're from Hawaii, you can rock a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
Steve Van Doren's the only person that can get away with doing that that's not from Hawaii.
Yeah, Haimana came out to Bucky's one day, and it's funny, that Bucky's Bowl tends to sit people down for a little bit, and Haimana seemed like he was more at home there than he is in this bowl.
Yeah, I've seen this guy show up to new parks and pools and just crush it straight out of the car.
Yeah, so Haimana having a good run right now. Look at that 1 foot. We call it a frigid in the States. Kickflip Indy making it. Oh, what happened
again,
there?
2 runs in a row. Tom Shar and Haimana Reynolds.
Didn't look like he was going to hang up. He just late eject, I guess. And that put him in a pretty dangerous spot. But
83.00, going to be in 9th place overall. So still Iago from Brazil with the highest score currently from heat number 2.
So unlike our last heat, these guys are having a little more trouble getting that first run out of the way. But this guy right here, I don't know how many times his name's on the banner.
Yeah, I'm looking over our shoulder right now. I see 1, 2, 3. He's got 3
Bucky
Combi Bowl
Lassick.
titles.
If anybody can just show up and do it, it's Bucky. I don't know if it's in his DNA or if it's just embedded in his muscle memory, but when he starts going backwards, weird things happen. When he starts going around the corners, it gets crazy.
He turns 45 later this year.
That's right.
So think about that. Think about this guy could be in the Masters division with Jed Fuller and Patch and those guys. But he's battling with the teenagers who are the best in the world.
Let's talk about incentive, Neil. I believe the first place for Masters is $4,000. I believe the first place for this one is $28,000.
Oh, that makes sense.
So
wow, switch front feeble, gate twist over the hip.
Again, he can put it together. He can put together lines that nobody else could even imagine.
I mean, switch front feeble through the round is, I mean, even the teenagers aren't doing that.
Yep. He might be able to do it, but coming out of it with control enough to do another trick afterwards.
87.67,
All
third
right.
place overall, top score from this heat.
So just like we said, that 87 was really looking like it was going to be the cutoff. Bucky now sitting above Asher Bradshaw, or excuse me, he's tied with Asher Bradshaw.
Right now, he's looks like he's winning the tiebreaker with Asher.
Which I'm not sure how he could do that because he's only taken 1 run.
Yeah, well, the tiebreaker is you add the high and low back in.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so Josh Stafford in here for his 2nd run. Nailing that heel flip Indy. That's
ballsy.
That's rolling the dice, man, to drop into a flip trick.
That's big cojones to drop into a heel flip Indy first of all.
All right, but Josh looking solid. Again, I don't remember what he fell on in his first run. I don't think it was anything major.
Fell on that 540.
Oh, that's right.
There.
There he goes.
Yes, that was perfect. Little
bit
wobble
faster.
out of it.
And going for the straight slider fakie around the corner. And there's the fakie frontside grinds.
10 seconds to go for Stafford.
Nice frontside boneless. We haven't seen too many of those.
Wow, frontside grind fakie in the shallow.
Yeah, Josh just kind of trying to stay on right now. I think he knows he had a good run, and he wants to post that score up.
Oh my gosh, there's the, looks like the shove to.
He was going shove it board side, but kind of ended up in a reverse wheelie grind. Or a switch Smith, or whatever you want to call it. But Josh Stafford definitely feeling better than he did on that first run, but you know he still wants a full pull.
Yeah, 82.67.
Yeah.
But
even though he
slot him into 11th place, so just outside the finals bubble right now. Haimana Reynolds, who had an 83, is currently bubble boy in 10th spot.
Yep, but he's got 2 more runs to go, so Haimana's in a good spot. Looks like Iago wants to get back in here and start off with that rolling back tail.
I love this trick, man. This is such a committed way to start a run.
Oh, wait, he's going backwards. Half cab board side fakie. Oh, that was cool.
And then
never seen that one before.
Fast 180 across the flat bottom.
Yeah, and look at the 1-footed tail grab. Yeah, Iago just feeling good right now, feeling comfortable, and that front feeble just so laid in. Put pieces, frontside 540.
Oh my gosh, he landed completely on the downside of the waterfall.
Did anybody tell him that you need to land that on the transition for it to work?
I mean, you don't really have to.
Yeah, I suppose.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He literally
Front
just he launch ramped off the hip. That was so sick. Hopefully we see Iago land the yanker.
I think we saw Danny Way do that in a pool a couple years ago, so maybe it was a throwback. And look at that, Josh Rodriguez coming in here for his second run, starting off with a nose pick in right to a front feeble.
Looking pretty casual, man.
Yeah, and you can see these guys are trying to do tricks over the waterfall now.
Oh, gosh.
Josh manualed it.
2 early falls in a row. Josh Rodriguez actually grew up in this area, kind of Inland Empire
That's right.
area, and then moved up to Northern California, so he hasn't been spending as much time in the Combi as he was a few years ago.
Well, this guy's on a perpetual high right here, Beaver Fleming. I don't think I've ever seen him not hyped about something.
So happy, man. so rad to watch.
And he's got his colors on today, the light blue black color combo, and let's see what Beaver's got.
Loves life, man.
He does. All right, so there's the axe murderer.
We need the motocross announcer.
I know,
in the booth,
exactly.
Please,
Is that
commentate Beaver's run.
Yeah, maybe that was a Superman.
Superman seat grab.
I saw Beaver doing some tricks in qualifier that I hadn't seen before.
Wow, invert over the hip into the shallow.
Yeah, some tricks over those hips that I wouldn't even consider seeing most
good,
guys try.
He does some crazy circus tricks, but he does some really hard normal tricks
that
too.
kickflip to fakie is as hard as they come.
No grab.
Yep. And of course, you know, there's the crazy.
We call it the Beaver twist.
The Beaver
it's
twist.
Like a 5-4, like a 360 backside air, putting your hand down, almost like an Andrecht revert.
Nice. Well, if you can't tell, Beaver is psyched right now. He's letting everyone know. Be careful with that high five. He might break your hand.
Seriously, he might just.
No, I mean,
smash
again,
someone.
To show up your first year, making the qualifiers and feeling good, making all your runs, I can't imagine how good that feels.
83.00, still in 10th place, so he improved his score a little bit.
All right, this guy right here, Alex Perelson, definitely needs to improve his score. Currently sitting on a 68.33. Let's see what Alex can hang on to this time. There's that kickflip lean.
Just got away from him. He made the kickflip lean his first run.
Wow.
Wasn't able to put it under his feet second run.
When 6 weeks of your life, maybe even longer, 2 months of hard work and training boils down to just about 2 minutes of full time. I mean, it's a lot of pressure.
You see the level. You have to try really hard runs to make the finals.
Yep. Yeah, Alex knows he's got to be up there in the 87, 88 area to even make the finals. And so Perelson sitting on a 68 and a 64. But this guy, Tom Schaar, currently 74. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah,
so
currently 14th place. Guy that we expected to be close to the top. Wow. Falling on the shallow end frontside grind. We've seen some of the favorites have, you know, uncharacteristic falls.
Yeah, well, you know, he kind of looks like he's getting used to his new body. I feel like Tom Schaar's always been about 5 feet tall, and he's become a man now, and he's got all this extra strength, and sometimes it's hard not to overamp a little bit. But
getting a pep talk from Chris Russell always helps.
That's right. But again, he drops into the huge 540, stomps it every time, and then gets taken out. And what's probably the hardest place to ride, which is the shallow. But right now, Haimana Reynolds getting hyped as well. Look at that Smith
Love
grind.
that stylish tail grab on the Smith grind.
When you got that much time, you might as well.
I mean, that's a 20 block Smith grind.
Easily. Look at that frontside invert.
That is a proper frontside invert.
Little nose grab backside disaster. Again, why would you even risk an ollie to Smith in the shallow? I don't know, but
just because you're good and confident.
a kid. Yep.
He doesn't know any better.
And look at that, one-footed backside air. Taking it right into a grind revert around the corner. There's that good buddy.
Love how he's able to keep his speed, going revert through the corner. Almost looked like a board breaker right there.
Yeah, he got on top of that one. Look at that, Madonna.
Wow, that run was way better for Haimana. Had an 83 his first run. I think that's going to bump him into the top 10.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling good right there. Keep an eye on the scoreboard here and see what they reward Haimana with for that run.
Yeah, I could see that going up into the high 80s. 86.67. It's so close with those guys right in the 86, 87 range. You know, Bucky's in third with an 87.67. Haimana's just a point behind, but in 7th.
That's right, and Haimana knows, you know, he's still going to have to step that run up a little more. So Bucky Lassick dropping in right here and goes right for a heel flip frontside air.
Yeah, Bucky's able to take some risks now, looking pretty good with that run that he made.
And to be honest with Bucky, that's not really rolling the dice. He's got that trick so dialed. But I love that method air into a switch backside air. Don't see a lot of guys doing switch airs.
That is so all these guys, you think about the young guys pushing the progression. Bucky still has a few tricks that those kids can't even step to.
It seems like he always will. And again, unfortunately, wasn't able to put it together on that run, but Bucky is the king of putting it together at the last minute.
So right now, the guys that are on the outside looking in are Josh Stafford, Beaver Fleming, Josh Rodriguez, Tom Shar, and Alex Perelson all need to make a run to make it through to the finals.
That's right. So we see these guys, that first run seemed like everybody was on their way to making it, and now these guys are unseating a lot of them. And you can tell Josh Stafford, heel flip Indy, starting it off.
Oh,
and
no,
look at once
another
again,
shallow end victim.
Shallow end took him out.
You're just kind of staring at it because he probably did that 100 times. Listen to the bro rebate. You hear everyone. Rebate. You know what it is? It's like you said, these guys spend so much time the last few weeks in here that, the judges have already put their scores in. This isn't going to count for his scores.
Right. Josh is just going to show him, hey, if I could have made my run, it would have looked something like this. And notice once the pressure's off, they open it up, start making everything.
Wow, shove, board slide
He's the only one.
fakie through the corner.
Yeah, you're not going to see anybody else doing that trick.
But yeah, you put so much practice time in, you just want to make your run just for yourself.
Absolutely. Just like Darren said, sounded like he was joking, but in the end of the day, you can't compete with other skateboarders. You just can't. It's not physically possible. You can only do what you can do. And if you make all your tricks, you can't go home feeling bad whether you win or lose because you gave it everything you had and you made everything you had. So I think that mentality is pretty much what pushes a lot of these guys, is just really to do what they know they're capable of. However it shakes out with the judges, they have no control over that.
We'll see if Iago's got a crazy roll-in entry like the last couple runs. Wow.
Now see, the downside of that is
you're done.
You're done. Yeah, go have a seat, hit the showers.
Didn't even get a trick in and you're done.
Yep. If you wanted to know what a zero looked like, it looked like that. And of course, we want to see him make it, so he'll do it again. But just like Josh, he'll probably make a full pull after this. Now in qualifier, he'd made this every time in practice and pretty much did the same thing, where he just slipped off about 3 times in a row.
We've seen a lot of middle fingers today.
Yeah.
There's some angry youth.
Yeah, is it that skeleton key influence or what?
I like it.
I like it too.
Josh Rodriguez, another guy that's been on the pool party podium before, had a second place finish here not too long ago.
Yes.
Currently in 13th place.
So Josh Rodriguez dropping in right now, again, coming from Northern California, riding for Creature, Skeleton Key, Ace Trucks, 187. And there he goes, manualing across.
He has such a big bag of tricks, especially in these square pool corners.
He does. He can pick this thing apart, and he's got a bunch of good bangers. He's got the fives, he's got the flips, he's got good inverts. He can go fast.
This is the best run we've seen Josh put together yet.
Absolutely.
Speedy back lip through the round.
Oh, look at that right there. It's so gnarly.
I cannot tell you how impossible that is. Front board slide through the shallow corner. That is so hard.
Just getting into it is, and look at that, almost over reverting.
Crucial. That was 2 seconds to go and 2 more middle fingers. We should have a little middle finger counter on the screen that just shows how many.
A couple years ago, Vans made the horns orange foamy hands. This year, I think they could have gone with that direction. But Josh, not too stoked on pulling all those sick tricks and then not being able to stay on his his
11th place right now with Josh. That was his best score with an 83, but he is not going to be joining us in the finals. Hit the showers, Josh Rodriguez. Right now, also, Beaver Fleming has been bumped out, also had an 83. Josh was ahead on the tiebreaker.
And Beaver's back in there. He's got his blue trunks on. He's ready to go. And
ready to go where? Surfing?
Right, started off with the back Smith. Hell, Beaver might go surf after this contest.
We call that one the Samba flip. It's
Yep.
the kick flip Indy and then a hand flip afterwards.
Beaver can land on his board 3/4 of the way down the wall and still make
He
it.
basically, if the board is in any vicinity of his body,
He will
he
grab
can
it.
make it.
And look at that right there, backside 360 into the shallow. That is such an unfriendly place to land your board.
That was an unfriendly way to go over the hip front side.
Over the deck. And there's Beaver showing you that he can spin a 5. You know, I think Beaver might even have the 7. We might not see it in this bowl, but we'll probably see some more.
The kickflip to fake, he got away from him.
Look
but
at that.
he is stoked.
All right, give it up for Beaver Fleming. And next in.
I love that, man.
Yeah,
he's probably having more fun than any of us.
The personalities in skateboarding
There
are what makes skateboarding
no middle
so cool.
fingers from Beaver.
Yeah, exactly.
Beaver cancels out all those middle fingers that we saw earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Asher, Josh Rodriguez, Josh Stafford, all their middle fingers just got canceled out
wiped
by
clean
Beaver.
by Beaver. All right, so Chris Russell's saying, Alex, come on, dude. Hang on. Do it for us. We want to see it. There's Willie Lara and Chris Russell. I don't know what they're talking about.
I wish we had a microphone
I know, me
on
too.
Alex Perelson right now so we could hear
We
what
just
those
keep it
guys
on him
were
all
saying.
day. Keep a little wireless
Chris
lab on
Russell
him.
is laughing, so you know it was good.
Yeah. We probably gave Alex some serious advice, and Alex went, huh? What? Oh,
Yeah.
what? And so there's the kickflip lean.
Oh
in a
my
different
gosh,
spot.
he made it. His back foot was completely in the wrong spot. Stay on, Alex.
And look at this right here. There's the air to fakie once
gosh,
again.
Same thing as his
Man,
first run.
I want him to make it just to see where he's going with it. What is he doing to air to fakie that high in the round for? It's going to send you backwards into the shallow, either a gate twist over the hip maybe, or maybe a switch carve back into the round.
Hit the showers. Alex Perelson, 74.67, 14th place, will not advance.
All right, and there's Tom Scharr, and sitting just behind him, another happy guy.
Hey,
Chris Miller.
this is crucial. 15th place right now.
Yeah, he needs an 87 or better. And even then, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, I feel like Tom Scharr could make it through in the top 10 without his best run.
What was he doing right there? It looked like he was signaling the filmer to
I think he was
back
telling
up.
the cameraman to back up.
Wow, as if focusing on your skateboard isn't enough.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you can see Tom just skates like a man now.
Wow, there's
he's
the
got
kickflip
speed.
Indy.
He gets good pumps. He lands everything good. Never struggles to get enough speed, and he goes big. And look at that right there. That might be the hardest trick in that whole line. Oh,
Back tail,
front
his feet. Front foot was sliding off completely in the wrong spot. Front feeble with a couple seconds to go.
Back tail, one more trick, and I think he's going to be a shoe-in.
That is clutch right there.
Tom Scharr feeling good right now.
Man, I was sweating for him.
I was too.
Just watching practice the last few days, this is a guy that could contend for the win.
Exactly.
And he was in 15th spot. Now he's in 3rd. Bumps Bucky Lassick down to 4th. He's got an 89.33. That's going to be good enough for the finals.
Yeah, I got to say, so far, I'm pretty much on board with all the judging. It's great to see what these guys got. Haimana Reynolds coming back in here for his 3rd and final run. Again, Haimana coming from Honolulu, Hawaii. And there's Brian Patch cheering him on. Like I said, if you ever get a chance to skate with Haimana, he's a super fun guy to ride with. And just power and adrenaline. And let's see what he's got right here.
Dude, I love how hard he pumps through that corner.
Boom.
Massive frontside air. Yeah, Haimana.
Yeah, when they spend an entire lap around a bowl just to get speed, it definitely lets you know that things are getting good. And look at that frontside air right there. Huge Madonna. The one thing I love about this generation is they seem to know the value of a 7-foot Madonna. And oh
man.
Oh, he wants to kick it. He wants to punt it into the crowd right now. Get this helmet off
Are we
my
going to see
head.
a middle finger? Are we going to see a middle finger from Haimana?
Come on, Haimana. You stayed conscious the whole event, man. That's a win in itself.
Hey, are you saying that he's not going to make the final?
No, I'm not saying nothing. Haimana's currently sitting in
8th place.
8th place. I'm sorry, Neil. I am saying sadly.
Yeah,
Very
because next
sadly.
heat we got Corey Juneau,
Haimana's
Chris
not
Russell,
gonna make the
Tristan
finals.
Rennie.
Zach Miller, Willie Lara. I mean, well, there's always next year. That's the beauty of being a kid.
And being 17 years
He's looking
old.
at Bucky Lassick and saying, man, I'm going to have like 25 more chances at this. Bucky, dealing with some glaucoma there. All right, Bucky, heel flip frontside air,
Gosh.
and just not even phased. The hard stuff for Bucky is the corners and the switch. Everything else, walk in the park.
Here's the switch backside air.
Yep.
Oh, the front
everything.
foot was all kinds of wild.
Yeah, everything just went wrong there, sadly.
Bucky's still looking pretty good in 4th place with an 87.67.
He did just good enough to sweat. Just good enough to sweat the next heat because 4th place ain't a shoo-in, especially with Chris Russell, Zach Miller,
Yeah, we got a really stacked
Jeremy
heat.
Green.
All
Jeremy
right.
Green.
While these guys get a quick warm-up, we are going to go to commercial. Be back with heat number 3.
Break the 70s and know that you got to come back and basically place the top of your heat is a lot of pressure.
We've got one kid in this heat that we haven't talked about at all. This kid, Jed McKenzie from Australia, is ripping. He's only 15 years old. He's come over here a couple times to skate in the AM contest, I believe. His first year skating with the pros. Jed could be a threat for the finals, man.
Really? Jed was, I caught his runs in qualifier, and yeah, I've skated with Jed a few times up here, and he's a quiet kid, kind of unassuming.
Yeah,
and then he drops in and just
lives
skates
in
like a man.
Newcastle, Australia, skates the Bar Beach Bowl right there on the beach in central coast of Australia.
Yeah, you notice we definitely don't have the international field that we feel like we had.
We're just missing Brazil, man.
Yeah.
Brazil, where you at? We miss you guys. All right, we're going to toss it down. They got the technical issues sorted out. Take it away, Narako.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Tom Shar. You're killing it out there. How do you feel?
I was pretty nervous. Came down to the last round on that one, and I don't know, it was kind of scary.
What are you nervous about?
I don't know. I just wanted to make it to finals and everything, and I didn't make the first two, so I don't know.
I got to ask you, you look like a totally different kid than the kid that won it in 2015. What's your program?
I don't know. I don't eat very healthy, so I don't really know.
That's the secret to getting good, not eating healthy?
Yeah, I don't eat healthy.
What's the diet consist of?
I don't know.
Nothing, just nothing.
I don't eat.
You're heading out to Sweden after this. You looking forward to Vans Park Series next week?
Yeah, I love this contest, and Sweden's really fun also. Everyone's going to be out there, so it'll always be fun.
There's one person absent today, so it's anybody's game. Who do you think's going to win this thing?
Probably Corey. Probably Corey for sure.
Why is that?
Because I don't know, he's just the best. Knows one side, frontside flips. Oh, yeah, easy. He got it.
Right on. Well, back up to you guys.
I think that might have been a subtle way to put some pressure on Corey. He's just like, yeah, he's got it easy.
Yeah, he better make those two tricks.
Nose blunt slide, frontside flip, no problem. He's got it.
Yeah, we've seen him making those, but I've also seen him not making those. So, you know, but the fact is 2 tricks alone is not enough to win a contest. And luckily, Corey Janot is just an all-around powerhouse anyways.
I just know that at the Vans Park Series in Serra Negra, Brazil a couple weeks ago, all week I was like, Corey Janot has this, Corey Janot has this. And it looked like Corey was going to win, and Pedro just came out and smoked him.
All right, so we see Beaver Fleming in there. And look at just barely hanging on there as he wobbles over the peninsula. And there's one of Tom Shar's many 540s, but they didn't all end up well. And Josh Stafford with the 5, and look at that. Iago, look at the transition he was aiming for. It's about a 2-foot dip at the shallow end. And here we go, Josh Stafford with a shove it, board slide fakie around the square. There's Rodriguez with his version of a 5. And there's Beaver with the Samba flip. Excitement, very exciting stuff out here. So right now we're looking at warm up for the 3rd heat of the semis. We've got a stacked house in this one. Again, I mean, this is arguably the heaviest stacked, although you could really make that argument for any one of them. But we've got Corey Janot, we've got Chris Russell, we've got Josh Borden, who, like I said, at 28 is our oldest competitor. But let's take a look at the current standings. Neil?
Yeah, Clay Kreiner still in the lead. This is heat 1 and 2 combined. Kiko Francisco, Tom Shar, Bucky Lassick, Asher Bradshaw, Iago. We got a Brazilian in the top 6. Colin Graham in 7th. Heymana in 8th. Trey Wood and Alex Sorgente. So once again, we have about 8 skaters left to go. So the guys, you know, probably, like we've been saying the whole time, from Colin Graham on down, are going to have to sweat out one more heat.
Now, Neil, I got a question. Because it kind of seems to be the dividing line between Colin Graham and everybody that's above him, and that is, of course, the 540. How important do you think it is to making the finals?
You know, it's important, but when you look at guys like Chris Russell has almost won this thing. You know, he's got so many gnarly tricks that no one else does. He's not going to do a 5. We know he can be a threat. Tristan Rennie, who qualified first a couple days ago, did do a 5 in his run. I think he still probably would have qualified first even without that 5. So it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. Did Bucky spin a 5 in his? Did he give him a twist in his? He didn't. He didn't. So that's 4th place right there. So that's just something that I'm always interested in, trying always to figure out what the judges are thinking. I think in Tristan Rennie's run, where he basically just skated it like a mini ramp and just destroyed the lip, and then you add in the fact that he threw a 5 on with that, kind of satisfies the aerial requirements, if there even are any, if that exists. But it's just hard to deny somebody when they've killed the lip and done some of the hardest aerial tricks. So it'll be interesting to see who ends up in the finals.
Tristan did a
Sands
stand-up front nose grind through the square corner.
I saw
also
it.
did a front blunt slide through that same corner, along with the front blunt to Smith smash in the shallow end.
And personally, I think that nose grab 540 that he does is one of the most stylish looking one there is.
Yeah, it really is.
Press
It
their back leg up
kind of fits his style. He's really light-footed, really loose.
Yeah.
And it's just looks like he just grabs with his fingertips.
So we just saw the banner with Tom Shar's name on it from 2015, and like Naratko said, he was 15 years old, so he's changed a lot in the last 2 years. He's grown at least a foot, and man, he just looks like a teenager now. And in the next couple years, I mean, expect him to take his position amongst the best skateboarders in the world. And so you see Jeremy Green over there. He's a local San Diego guy. We see Jed McKenzie right next to him. And again, he was the Australian guy that Neil was talking about just a second ago. And he's going to be our first rider in heat number 3, Jed McKenzie.
He's like a little baby.
I know.
And he's going to blast a 9-foot frontside air in a second.
Get ready, 15 years old, coming from Bar Beach, Australia. Jed McKenzie again. When they spend a whole line just getting speed. Oh, he got on top of that one.
A little overamp in his first pool party.
Hey, at 15 years old, I can excuse it. Look at that. Sort of a tail rail grab. Nose grind.
Oh, just under-rotated the back tail slide.
All right, Jed McKenzie going to get up there and probably skate a little bit more in this run here. One of Jed's sponsors is actually a surfboard company. Maybe that's a surf shop. Oh, scary.
That is a scary slam. Doing a lean to tail, but
Yeah.
right on the round coping, so it slid on him.
For a kid like him, that's a textbook trick, but he just picked up a hipper because he did it in the Combi.
Yeah,
And it's
he
different in the
picked
Combi.
the hardest spot in the Combi
Yeah.
to do it lean to tail.
Yep. Again, there's no flat space on that wall, so you can always get spit off your board no matter how in balance you are. So next in is going to be Willie Lara from Moore Park, California. And if you're not familiar with Willie Lara, he is awesome. I've watched Willie in a couple contests lately, and he's definitely a padless park guy, but he's a full legit street skater. And to see him in the Combi Bowl is just awesome.
Yeah, put together a really gnarly video part for the In Transition series a few months ago. Ended up winning that contest.
Yeah, I saw Willie, it's funny, he put together a couple good runs in qualifier, and then he would just, throw out a nose blunt or something super difficult, and that was enough to get him in, and there it is right there.
There it is, on command. Who doesn't front nose blunt in the square pool with no pads? That is so gnarly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the one thing you got to remember. He's so smooth and doesn't seem to be sort of holding back that you forget that he's riding completely padless.
Popping in and out of that nose grind.
Look at that Saran wrap.
Gosh.
Got the second nose grind we've seen. And he's coming in backwards to the round, little fakey ollie.
Love that, almost shifty style.
Totally redirecting it. Looking good. Look at Pat Noho right there. Stoked on the man.
Pat Noho coming up in the Legends contest
and
in a little while.
Speaking of the fruit of legends, Zach Miller.
Man, how about Zach really put together a qualifying run a couple days ago to advance to the semifinals today.
Zach skated strong, powerfully, increased difficulty with each run. Zach's been kind of MIA lately. He's been out on the road traveling, filming, skating, and you can just tell he's been on his board every day.
Yeah, Zach's been doing a lot with Quicksilver recently. Good to see Quick's got a skate program up and going again. Look at that frontside air over the hip. That is remnants of the pops for sure.
There was a time when I wasn't sure if pro skating was Zach's future or if he even cared, if he didn't have other things he wanted to do. But this definitely puts that wonder to rest, because if he stays on this run, you'll see what we were talking about.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for the kickflip mute right there. Oh, and he got checked into the shallow end, and there's another middle finger. The angry youth are out in force today. Even the nice guys like Zach Miller got a middle finger for the Combi Bowl.
Nicest guy in the world, but he definitely had some thoughts for that little 2-foot transition that separates the peninsula from the shallow end. And look at Johnny Layton over there. I haven't seen that face in a while. Good to see one of the best street skaters out here supporting the bowl riders. And this is Jeremy Green. And if you don't know who Jeremy Green is, you're in for a treat, because there's really nobody else that I've seen that skates like Jeremy Green.
Yeah, he's got rubber bones.
He does.
Like
his joints are made of silly putty.
He has no joints, man. This guy, like, his body physics don't make sense.
Or he just is a little bit more concerned about styling out his tricks, because he pushes his style to the max on most of his tricks, and it looks, whether it's a 540 or just a backside air, and it looks pretty cool. So Jeremy, and he's also, look at that, method air. No use of thumb whatsoever, just a palm in the middle of the board. Frontside lip slide. Ooh, almost going for a revert, changing his mind.
Yeah, looked like he was going to revert. 3 frontside grinds.
What are you doing, Jeremy?
I think ending a run with 4 frontside grinds is not going to help his score.
And the answer is he's just trying to recover. A bad landing can take 4 or 5 walls just to get back up to the top.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little lost there at the end. 83.00 going to slot into 15th place. Quick follow-up with Willie Lara's score was at 86.3, currently in 10th. It knocked Sorgente out of the finals.
And you can see we just had the pro semifinal leaderboard, which has Clay Kreiner in first, Kiko, Tom, Bucky, and Asher, and right here, Tristan Rennie. So again, if he can just kind of relax and skate the way he skated in qualifier, top 3 might not be too much of a challenge.
Whoa, look how loose those trucks are, completely wobbling out of the Madonna disaster. We mentioned it earlier, Tristan won the pool party in 2014. That was a weird year. I don't want to say he fluked into it, but he fluked into it. Yeah, it was a best 2 runs count. Everyone kind of blew it. Tristan had the run of his life. It was his first pool party. He actually won this thing in 2014.
I remember him, he introduced a few tricks around those square corners that we hadn't seen before, but I know what you're saying. And so right now he's feeling good as he ends it with an alley-oop frontside grind.
Yeah, he really was able to get his speed back really good after sketching out on that Madonna disaster.
Yeah, and he's got the perfect combo of tech lip tricks, and everything he does in the air is good size. He takes some gnarly tricks to disaster, and I think the judges just kind of take note of all of that.
84.67, so that was not good enough to make it to the finals. Tristan is in 12th place.
Yeah, he's going to need to break out all those lip tricks. But this kid right here, like I said, besides Bucky, this is the oldest competitor in the pro division, which again
it's unbelievable.
Blows my mind.
He was the kid that grew up here for so many years. He's the hometown hero from right down the street here in Orange, California.
The kid who at 16 years old kickflipped into the round bowl with full pads on.
Yeah, it's been cool to see that Josh is now pro for Santa Cruz. So he was the neighborhood kid that's now taken around the world. He's traveling a ton with Vans in Santa Cruz and all his sponsors. So Josh is kind of, the Combi pool helped get Josh Borden on the map, but he's done a lot outside of the Combi pool.
And we saw right there, he went for that same kickflip he did 10 years ago that got him into the finals. And so Josh not being able to put it together, we'll hopefully see him back here in his second run with a better result.
Heard the crowd. The crowd loves this guy. He always turns it up at pool party.
Yeah, Chris Russell coming in from Hermosa Beach, 20 years old. Oh my God.
Full blowout first wall.
Just looked like he was gonna hang, and then he was just standing up too straight on his board and it zinged right out from under him.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit on the Park Series broadcast, but Chris Russell had a bad ankle injury into last year, so he took a few months off. So I've been talking to him about it a little bit. When he the first Vans Park Series stopped down in Australia in February, he was still trying to get his groove back, but he's been skating really good the last few weeks, so I think he's close to 100% now.
Kind of the polar opposite of like a Tristan Rennie, who's just smooth and controlled, whereas Chris Russell is just intense.
There's no finesse and precision in his game.
Chris Russell is a sledgehammer.
That's exactly.
And Tristan Rennie is a Dremel tool.
Yeah.
More precision. But Chris, again, not stoked on run number 1, not stoked on wall number 1. So this kid right here, thinking maybe the gold necklace is what it's going to take. We got Corny Janot coming from National City. This guy's a local at the Claremont Skatepark down in San Diego. And more than one people I've talked to said this is the kid they're hoping to win. And look at that right there, a backside 5. Just about the last thing I'd expect to see Corey go down on.
Yeah, Corey has a second, a third, and a fourth in the last 3 years here. So there's really only one spot left to go.
Exactly.
Look at that, huge frontside flip.
And I feel like it's always just been a matter of time with Corey. I mean, he's so good, especially at those Vertitech contests. I mean, his bag of tricks is super deep. He's super consistent. He goes really high. So he's
won Bondi this year.
That's right.
Won Bolorama for the first time ever. That was his first big pro win.
That's right. And so, it could have just come down to Corey saying, what am I missing? We got Judd McKenzie in here right now. And look there's that big frontside air. Whoa.
Wow.
Had to bend his elbow to fit the board under him.
Jed currently in 22nd place. So
he's got his work cut out for him.
Needs the run of his life right now to be in the conversation.
Look at this.
Is he going to fake here? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Saw that one in qualifier and my jaw dropped.
Fully stood up on the front 50-50 to fakie straight into the stalefish gate twist and the back tail again. Different spot in the round bowl, but second run in a row, the back tail has taken him out.
That was so cool to see that frontside 50-50 to fakie.
Yeah, put the front 50-50 to fakie in the heat highlights for sure.
Yep. Last guy I saw do that was Charlie Blair a few years ago, so it's awesome to
remember
see that.
Bob Burnquist doing it through the corner last year that Bob skated the pool party.
That's right. And so following Jed McKenzie is going to be Willie Lara, 19 years old, coming out of Moore Park, California, riding for Vans.
Hey, right now, Willie Lara has the best score in this heat. He's the only guy that is in the finals. He's in 10th place with an 86.33.
That's right.
Looks like this run's going to be a throwaway with that first run bail, but
nice
little stale fish for the cameras.
Stale fish. Yeah, so again, the pressure's off. This is a little demo run for the fans at home and for the people sitting in the bleachers. But again, we were, it just shows you how things go. We were certain that at least 3 or 4 of these guys would find their way into the finals from this heat. And so far, the only one that's in is the padless kid. And so we'll see.
He's hanging by a thread, though, in 10th place.
Yeah.
But look at that big Madonna.
And
Willie could still bump it up just a little bit. Big pogo to fakie.
And what that means is that Zach Miller, Tristan Rennie, Josh Borden, Chris Russell, Corey Janot, and Jed McKenzie all need to step it up and make their second runs. And then we'll see how things are really standing. But if they wait till their 3rd run to stay on for 45, it's going to keep the suspense going. So Zach Miller right now standing on the peninsula, kind of looking like his dad right there, isn't he? You always see his dad standing right there going, God, do I have to do this again? Zach just saying, look, just let me make my run. Don't make me, bail on the waterfall like I did last time. And look at Zach as he heads for the hip.
Oh, he's been making that every time.
Wow, Zach Miller.
Like the nerves are getting to Zach after he made a couple of killer runs in the Thursday qualifier to make it to today.
Neil, give the people at home. Okay, so as a current, former professional skateboarder, when your feet are all that matters, and the nerves are in full effect,
here's
what does it feel like?
You practice here with a couple of your buddies, and once there's grandstands and lights and TV and pressure, your body feels totally different. Your legs feel like jelly. And so it's just a matter of figuring out how to deal with those nerves and adrenaline.
Yeah, and fight through it. Right now, this kid's got jelly in his knees full time, Jeremy Green, and there's a back lip right there. Again, Jeremy's I'm always stoked to see him skate because he's got a different style and a different approach. And his backside 540s are awesome. He does this crazy sort of Japan-style backside 5. But right now, looking like he's got some really good lines in the Combi. And look at that right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Totally flipped upside down.
Yep.
Backside 5.
Kind of a crooked cop.
Wow, backsmith over the hip. Didn't quite lock in.
Yeah, this is a good transitional run. This will get him from that first run, hopefully, to his 3rd run, which is going to be the one that gets him in the finals. I don't know if he had enough right there. Maybe he did. There's definitely some good tricks in that.
Had an 83.00, bumps it up to an 86, but still not good enough for the top 10. That's going to be 11th place right now. Willie Lara still holding on to 10th.
Yeah, so Jeremy Green just 1/3 of a point shy of making it into the finals. Now, see here, we've got Tristan Rennie in here, and here he goes. Look at that late grab into here.
Tristan make his first run, but he sketched out a couple times, so we know that Tristan can really clean it up. This is the line that he did in qualifying that gave him first place. Different run than he tried last time.
Yeah,
look at this combo.
This place erupted after his run in qualifier, and looks like we might be set to do the same thing again right here. Again, when he gets comfortable, he just looks. It looks like he's riding something a lot smaller than this.
Look at that, alley-oop front 50.
Yep.
He's got about 5 seconds to go, couple more tricks.
Looking to hang on. He'll probably throw in one more good one for us here as he gets some speed and heads over to the hip. Oh, looking a little sketchy, but.
Wow, alley-oop backside air. That still wasn't the run that Tristan Rennie wanted. I saw him do that line earlier with the stand-up nose grind through the corner. He did a front 5-0 through the corner instead.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what the judges think.
7th place, 86.67.
Got to be stoked on that. Oh, coming up next is going to be Chris Russell, who right now, I don't know where he's sitting. He's got to be somewhere down near the bottom. And
Josh Borden.
Excuse me, Josh Borden in right now. Chris Russell's up next right now. So again, Orange County local.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's still on.
Still on.
Yeah, Josh Borden saying, hey.
We need a replay of that
feet
one. That
stayed
was awesome.
on.
That's a contest make if there ever was one.
Yeah, the layback side lip slide.
There it is.
Oh, again. Actually, it was a backsmith that slipped into a lip slide. And Josh just, you want to go out there. You have to attack it. You can't leave anything sort of undone. But at the same time, you can't overamp to the point where you slip out of your grinds and end up in lip slides. It's a tough deal. And look at Josh casually rolling into a 540. maybe a little too casual. So coming up next is going to be Corey Janot. Let's take a quick look at scores, and we see that. Let's take a look here. Tristan Rennie sitting in the top of this qualifier, but he's the only one currently in the finals. And, Willie Lara getting bumped out by Tristan. And there's Chris Russell.
Oh, another early fall.
And
Looked
that
like
was a
he was
weird
going
one.
for a Madonna disaster. Couldn't tell if he was trying to slap the tail or go to disaster.
Yeah, his tail looked like it was right over the coping.
Uncharacteristic
Kicked it away.
early fall. Once again, kind of, Chris has not been able to spend as much time as usual in the combi, just getting over this ankle injury a few months ago.
And so if you couldn't hear at home, they were screaming rebate, and Chris is going to give them what they wanted.
Yeah, the score is already in. The judges have already put the score in.
Whoa, look at that.
So this one was just for the crowd and the bros.
Yeah, he was going for a world record feeble grind right there, but again, slipped into a board slide. So that's going to do it for Chris Russell. And next in, again, this kid was the sort of the crowd favorite. He was Tom Schar's favorite, so that means something. None other than Corey Janot, 17 years old.
Yeah, you're right. All week, all month, everyone has been talking about Corey Janot.
Well, again, nobody else is doing frontside flips. Nobody else is doing nose blunt slides. And those are two super heavy tricks. And look at that. Alley-oop frontside air over the hip. And there's the backside air, backside 5. So we'll see how deep into the bag Corey decides to dig on this run. I guarantee you he wants a full pull, but at the same time, full pull ain't worth much if it doesn't get you in the finals.
Yeah, proper frontside invert, but lost a little bit of his speed. Front rock slide through the square corner.
So gnarly.
Trying to keep his speed to get back into the round for some of those lip tricks you were talking about. There's the nose grind. Does he go for the frontside flip?
He
goes for the nose blunt slide and comes off with 5 seconds to go. He's going to have the pressure on for that last run. He did a lot of tricks, but I think falling with 5 seconds to go, he's got an 83 in 15th place.
Yeah, full pull is going to be essential. You just can't, even 5 seconds. Judges aren't going to let you in the finals without staying on your entire line. And so we got Clay Kreiner in first, Kiko in second, Tom Schar in third, Bucky in fourth, and in fifth place was Asher Bradshaw. And now we got Jed McKenzie in here for his third and final run. Look at that frontside air.
Cool to see that Australia's represented. There's a lot of young bull rippers down in Australia. Look at that. That's I was just talking about Bob Burnquist doing that a few years ago. Unfortunately, Jed wasn't able to put it together today, but stoked to see that Australia is represented here at the pool party.
Yeah, 15 years old, going big, stealing Bob's tricks. That's a good sign for the future.
Think about that, man. He pumps, through the whole square and blasts an 8-foot frontside air in your face. He's 15 years old. Jed McKenzie's going to be back for sure.
Yeah. All right, Willie Lara in here for his final run. And look, he's going to start off with that big stale fish. And once again,
hit the showers. Willie Lara currently in 11th place, so just outside of the bubble. Willie Lara, unfortunately, will not be making it to the finals.
Going for a rebate, and there it is.
Got the photo.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty nice stale fish. Cool watching Willie skate. Looks like he puts his front foot back a little further around those corners.
He's,
it looks
I love that
so
stance.
interesting.
I can't even ride my skateboard in a pool with my feet like that. It's just
you want to have the widest stance possible for the most stability.
Going as fast as you go in a deep bowl like this. It seems so hard just with that narrow, snappy stance, but it looks so cool.
And so there's the Madonna disaster, letting go so early. Not sure exactly what happened. I think his weight just got thrown over the board.
No middle fingers? He's smiling,
I think he was stoked. He got back there and did some tricks. And so Willie Lara, again, done for the day. But Zach Miller, and unless, he's done for the day because he bailed his first trick. So Zach Miller putting the pressure on himself here. We know that Zach has what it takes to make the finals.
He put together some serious runs a couple days ago in the quarterfinals round just to make it to Saturday.
Yeah, he was skating super solid, had a good bag of tricks. Now he's looking good.
Oh, he missed the tail slide right there, coming a little bit off his line.
Yeah, so Zach maybe in, there's the back tail. And that's
man.
It right
We've
there.
Seen so many guys fall on back tails today, it seems like.
It's just so much work to make the semis, and to see it all slip away from 3 runs without one full pull has got to just It's got a sting.
Yeah, Zach currently in 20th place, but I know he was stoked just to make it to today.
Yeah.
I can tell you about his run he did a couple days ago. Did that line. He did a kickflip mute.
Yep.
Did a couple of lip tricks through the corner.
Good backside nose grind on the face wall. But right now we got Jeremy Green, who currently needs basically about a half a point to make it into the finals.
How close is that, man?
Yeah, quite honestly, I think he needs about 2 points to put himself in a good spot.
We got a whole pile of guys that are 87, 86, 85.
Look at that 540. And, you know, along with that, Jeremy's about the nicest kid you'll ever meet. And there's a varial gate twist, varial backside boneless.
Jeremy made the finals at Vert Attack a couple weeks ago in Malmo in the pro division.
Yep, and so Jeremy's going a little varial backside air and varial finger flip, maybe not.
5 seconds to go.
Gonna do it right
fall.
there. It's too bad. You wonder where that run would have put him had he been able to stay on for just a few more seconds. And as you said, Neil, you saw him make all those tricks in Malmo just a couple.
Yeah,
couple weeks ago.
82.00 for that run. So his second run is still going to be the best with an 86. Currently in 12th. Hit the showers, Jeremy Green.
That's right, and that's going to take us down to Jeremy Green. Next rider in is going to be Tristan Rennie. And like we said, this guy's got his name up on the banner, meaning that he won one of the finals. And there's starting off with the alley-oop. He knows what he's got to do. And so he goes with the alley-oop backside air, front feeble, front boneless. He just looks a little more lit up on this run.
Yeah, Tristan's pretty safe in 7th place right now. There's 3 more skaters to go after him that could bump him out, but that would just bump him to 10th. So Tristan will be in the finals later today, but he's going to want to put a good run down. Just helps your confidence, man.
Absolutely.
He had a couple falls earlier, so you want to be on your game going into the finals.
That little frontside grind transfer from the peninsula to the square bowl is just so risky for the amount of points you're going to get for that trick.
I trip out on Tristan's trucks, man. He's just able to do some lines and turn around this thing that it just doesn't work on my skateboard.
Yeah, Tristan putting together a good run there, quite possibly improving on his score.
Or maybe it's me. I could try riding his skateboard.
Maybe
I'm pretty sure I still couldn't do that line.
25 years off and give you a complete mental reworking. We could see what happens.
Rewire the brain.
Exactly.
4th place, Tristan Rennie, 87.67.
Wow, bumping Bucky, and now we got Josh Borden. Again, Josh definitely wanting to make his way into the finals, and he's sitting way outside right now. There's that back Smith.
Oh, that was one of the best corner tricks we've seen.
Yeah.
Back-to-back, super solid combo. Make it, Josh. Perfect McTwist, and he washed out. Those 3 tricks back-to-back. The back Smith through the corner, nose grind over the hip. Josh was on his way to making the finals right there.
I got to agree, man, because he's got a couple tricks in the square bowl that get the crowd going crazy. He does a nose slide around the corner. He's got some other stuff, and such a shame to see him go down on the waterfall. But Chris Russell, another guy who's got all the pressure on this run right here.
Pressure is on. We've seen this guy almost win this contest before. He's not even close to being in the finals right now.
Nope.
This is pressure. Chris Russell is in 22nd place right now. He needs an amazing run, no falls, gnarly tricks like that. Can he stay on for 40 seconds?
Oh, traveling that alley-oop eggplant. Let's see what he's got here. There's a frontside air over the corner of the peninsula, making his way up to another 5-0. I'm not seeing. Oh, there's the bonus reverb.
Yeah, that's what we needed to see.
Yep, I think he needs one more big banger to really
still
cement
got
it.
10 seconds to go. It's still going to be gnarly to break into the top 10.
There we go,
Slob
Texas
plant disaster.
Yep, you're right, slob plant. One-footed eggplant.
Wow, is that going to be enough?
Oh,
Bob Bergquist thinks so.
I think the judges do
right
too.
Now, Trey Wood is on the bubble with an 86.33. Is it going to be Trey Wood? Nope, it's Chris Russell, 89. Hit the showers, Trey Wood.
Man, that is, and Hymana Reynolds making it in 10th place. That's awesome.
Yeah, but
we still got Corey Janot.
Yeah, we
One
still
last.
got one guy. Corey Janot is in 16th place.
All right.
Don't celebrate for Hymana yet.
Hey, I'm going to celebrate for Colin Graham. How about that? He's got to be stoked. And Iago. So, Corey Janot in the bowl right now. Again, Corey, you don't have to win the contest. Just make the finals.
Oh, we want to see Corey in the finals. I feel bad because I want to see Heymana in the finals too.
Yeah.
But Corey has been someone that he has just been dominating these practice sessions the last few days.
I got to agree that Corey's just got a deeper bag. Again, Heymana is amazing. So we'll see if Corey can do it. He's staying on so far. Oh, looking good.
Man, he looked hangy on that.
That angle
Is he going to do the front side flip? No, front feeble.
I think he's going to hold back, but we'll see.
Hey, that is really smart contest skating right there. Corey Gino didn't do the nose blunt slide, didn't do the front side flip. Is it going to be enough? Hopefully we see that stuff in the finals, but he had to go a little bit safe just to make it in.
I'm not a judge, but in my book, that earned him a spot.
Yeah,
right there.
you compare that. Yep,
Yeah.
fifth place, 88.67.
Wow.
Hit the showers, Heymana.
Yep. Sorry to say it, Heymana, but the good news is you're conscious. You get to watch the rest of the contest. And so, Neil,
yeah,
we got our
is going to be a
finals.
good final. Clay Kreiner ended up staying on top. Kiko Francisco and Tom Shar. We're going to take it to commercial.
All right, welcome back to the Vans pool party. I'm going to send it down to Chris Narotko right now. He's down on the sidelines. How you doing down there, Chris?
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Chris Russell. You put it together in that last run. What was the difference maker?
Dude, I think just like all the pressure and that last little bit, I'm like, I just needed to like tone it down maybe like two levels and then kind of just brought it back, luckily. I was like holding on for dear life a little bit, but I definitely wanted to, you know, soak out my family since they're here and soak out all the homies and don't blow it completely, so I'm stoked I did that.
Well, a couple of years ago, you broke your board in the finals. Is that in your head? Don't break your board.
It's always there, man. I know it's like this one's like gotten a little bit of a beating this week too, so it might break. You never know. Hopefully I can just like keep it together for right now.
Your Vans teammate, Pedro Barros, couldn't make it out. Is that a relief or a bummer?
I'm super bummed like that he couldn't make it out, dude. Like I love watching him skate. I think he brings like such a good vibe to the whole thing. And like, I don't know, I feel like he brings like, makes us push each other. So like, I'm pretty bummed he couldn't make it out, you know? It sucks, but yeah, hopefully we're gonna see him out in Sweden, so I'm stoked about that.
There's a lot of young kids killing it. Who you liking out there?
Kiko's always super gnarly. He's, dude, been charging the last few years. Like, watching him progress from like, I remember skating with him in like Santa Monica years ago. He's just a full powerhouse now, and he's fucking, how old is he now? I forgot. He's young though, but he skates like a full man. And then Asher's ripping, Tom's ripping. I mean, the level here is insane.
You just dropped an insane creature part on YouTube, on iTunes. What can you tell us about that video?
Yeah, we're working on that video for a few years now, and yeah, I'm pretty hyped on how it turned out. All the boys put together like a real rad showcase of what Creature's all about, and yeah, I don't know, it kind of brought me back to the days of like Born Dead and black metal. It's like what I grew up on. That was like the whole vibe of it was just like true core skating, like what Creature kind of represents. So.
Right on. Well, thanks a lot, Chris. Best of luck to you today. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, boys. Congratulations, Chris Russell. We are stoked. We're going to see him in the pro final.
For sure.
We're going to take a look at a little recap. We got the legends warming up. We got a couple heats of legends getting ready to go down. Here's the recap from the last heat of pros. Zach Miller first in the big frontside air.
Jeremy with that palmed out method air. You see Tristan throwing a 5. And look at that right there. Oh! That was a big frontside air, and he just bottomed out. Or the round wall kind of bit him, I guess. But Jeremy Green, look at that backside 5. Doesn't even use his thumbs. Palms it like a snowboard air. And Tristan Rennie feeling good. Corey Junot putting the screws on himself to make it in his last run, and he did. Managed to even knock Bucky down a spot. There's that boneless disaster around the corner, and the boneless revert, which is just a sketchy trick to do.
I was sweating for both Corey Juneau and Chris Russell, but they were able to put it together. These are the 10 skaters we're going to see in the finals. First place, Clay Kreiner, his first Vans pool party. Kiko Francisco, Tom Shar, Chris Russell, Corey Juneau, Tristan Rennie, Bucky Lassick, Asher Bradshaw, Iago Magalhaes, and Colin Graham.
Yeah, so you notice Clay's got a pretty nice lead there. And then you see Haimana, Trey, Willie, Jeremy. None of these guys were able to quite make finals, but they all did great. And you see Alex Sorgente down there in 15th, Dalton Dern. But we're going to cut it down to 10 for the finals. And right now we got the Masters in there practicing. We saw Chris Miller standing on the peninsula.
This is the time when Grosso would come and join us.
I know,
Grosso joined us for the Legends semifinals, and he's in the freaking contest.
Yep.
And I love it when Grosso's up here.
You think we could get Jim Gray to come sit with us?
Yeah. But I think all of us would rather watch Grosso skate, man. He's had a hurt back for a couple years, so we're stoked Grosso is back in the Legends contest. I know the last year that he skated, like 3 years ago, I think he got second. I remember him just skating amazing.
It's worth it just to see that board slide around the round wall.
So, if you want to listen to Grosso's voice, go tune into Love Letters and watch that.
That's right. Season 7, I believe, just aired. So if you're a Cardiel fan, and who isn't, go watch the first episode in the All Hail Cardiel version of Love Letters.
Want to throw a quick shout out to everyone that's tuned in, watching us on the Vans YouTube page. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in via YouTube. We're going to take a look at the first heat of the Legends qualifying. We just got a couple of Legends. We're going to take the top 7 to join Lance Mountain, last year's winner, Ben Schroeder from Monrovia, age 48. Chris Miller, the most winningest legend here at the Vans Pool Party. Krishna Soy, Eddie Elguera, Eddie Radigi, Grosso, Lester Kasai. Congratulations on the brand new baby, Lester, and Lonnie Hiramoto. These are some of the guys that we had posters of on our wall when we were kids. So this is always a fun one to watch. But a couple stories from this is see if Miller can make it another win, and just stoked that Grosso's back after 2 years out with a gnarly back surgery.
That's right. So it's great to see Grosso back in there. And just to give you an idea of who's coming up in heat number 2, it's going to be Mike McGill, Nicky Guerrero, Pat Noho, Steve Alba, Steve Caballero, Steve Stedham, and Tony Magnuson. And as I'm looking at the format here, we got 6 skaters divided into 2 heats of 8. They're going to take 3 runs each, and the best run will count. And the top 7 will advance to the finals to meet
Lance
the pre-qualified legend from last year, which just happens to be the one and only
Lance Mountain. It was such an amazing performance last year by Lance.
Yeah.
I mean, it was such a rad story. Lance was also coming back from injury, so just that Lance was able to put it together last year was such a special moment.
Yeah, and you see we got Tony Mag in there. There's Christian Asoy. And again, this is first heat is going to be stacked. We even got Eddie Redigi out there, which is awesome. I think last year Eddie tried to skate with a broken shoulder, and he had a sling, and it just wasn't working.
He's a dagger, man.
Yeah.
Daggers can't be stopped.
Yep, and so there he is right now getting a little practice. I think that's Eddie.
Yeah, so how stoked is Lance right now that he doesn't even have to go through this round? I mean, when you win the Vans Pool Party, the check is nice, the glory is nice, but the best thing about it, you don't have to go through any of the qualifying rounds the next year. Straight free pass to the finals.
And just to kind of give you a little insight into that, it looks like our youngest rider in the Legends division is actually Ben Schroeder at 48 years old. Now, in all intents and purposes, Ben's probably got the most beat up body of any of those guys, but he does technically end up being the youngest. Now the oldest is going to be a tie between Stedham, Magnuson, Alba, all at 50, and Eddie Elguera, all at 54 years old.
That is so amazing.
And there's $15,000 to first place, along with $9,000 to second, $5,500 to third, and $4,000 to fourth, and it pays all the way to 16th.
My favorite thing is the stories from these guys of Salba and Noho and Stedham and all these guys that skated together as amateurs. They were 14-year-old amateurs and came up through all the, legendary contest series back in the day. They all turned pro around the same time and skated the Hester series and the stuff that we learned about in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame that had an induction ceremony last night. And, I grew up looking at that stuff in all the old magazines. It was before there was even skate videos,
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was thinking is that those guys were in the first decade of actual bowl pool skating. I mean, it didn't exist prior to them. So we just got some sad news that Ben Schroeder is going to be a scratch.
Yeah, I guess Schroeder must have slammed earlier in practice. We saw him skating a ton this morning, but we're hearing Schroeder is injured and is going to be a scratch. So we're down one man for the first heat in Legends qualifying. But like I was saying, that's my favorite thing about these guys is they've been skating together, some of them for 40 years.
Absolutely.
That is so rad.
Yeah, so now the age gap is from 49 to 54. What if you could have told me as a kid that I'd be watching guys skating and being excited to watch guys skate, ranging from 49 to 54, I would have been thoroughly confused. But Chris Miller, hands down, one of my all-time favorites, is going to be our first rider in. So last year didn't work out for Chris the way he'd hoped, but we're glad to see him back. And here he goes here in his first run of the day. And Chris can be like Zach sometimes, where it might take him one or two runs to really kind of shake off the butterflies. If Chris didn't feel like he could put on a show, he wouldn't be here. So we know that Chris has been putting in his hours practicing. And look at deep breath. Here we go again. Says, how many times has my name been called at a professional skate contest over my career? Woo. All right, there's Miller. He's ready.
Miller is that. You mentioned it during Zach's run. That's always been his spot.
Yeah.
In this version of the Combi Bowl, that's always been his spot. He's always had different runs, different tricks, different variations of stuff, but he would always start right there on the hip.
And watch his line. His first trick is one of the hardest things, where he'll hit the square corner and then go flying off the side of the peninsula. And you could say that Miller was one of the first guys to really start doing that line. But looks like this time he's going to probably head into the square. We'll see. Yep, so there we go. Chris Miller's in there right now. Frontside air into the square corner.
That is such a rad frontside air. We've just seen the best pros in the world, and that frontside air into the square is just special and probably the most stylish you will see all day.
The coolest thing to me was watching some old original Upland videos and seeing him doing kind of some of the same tricks and the same lines. Like that Indy air comes straight from his lines back at the original Upland pipeline, and there's a frontside air out of the peninsula. Again, just a tight, weird hip. The frontside ollie to pivot, one of his trademarks, and Miller just says, you know what, that's good for first run.
Yeah, popped out a couple seconds early.
Yep. But he stayed on.
Getting congratulations from Mike Rogers, Andy McDonald's, and the bros.
Now there was a time, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, where Miller was really adamant about kind of bringing a new trick to the contest each year. I think at this point, he's going to be happy to make any of those new tricks he brought back. But next in, we've got Christian Asoy, 49 years old, and just one of the best skaters to ever grace
our live announcer just introduced Christian Asoy, which means he'll drop in about 5 minutes.
He's got his pink flamingos. He's got an unworn T-shirt hanging out of the back of his pants.
It's the same Christian we learned to love in the 80s, man. He is something special.
His throwback full face helmet or full ear helmet, whatever they call it. He's got the money bumps on the board. Christian is a man who's having fun skateboarding. It looks like he's picked up a lot of new tattoos over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he is. I see a new one every week. Love that inverted hand plant. Oh man, heavy slam.
Whoa.
Really glad that Christian had that helmet on.
Yeah.
Luckily, he's able to. It's funny because, just skating with Christian, you don't see Christian slam very often.
No.
He's a guy that, when in doubt, he will always bail out. When you're in a contest, you just skate different. You try and make everything.
Yeah.
So it's.
And I don't think he saw that coming. That frontside grind was just. He was just a little bit too on top, and when he turned to come in, the board just kind of stayed up there. He had to fight to get it off, and he lost his balance and kind of zinged out and snapped his head into the wall. But, he's tough. He's got a full helmet on. I don't think he's going to be too worse for wear. But, ask me that question when I'm 50 years old and see what answer I give you. There's Eddie Elguera, 54 years old, going, where am I going to do my pivot to fakie this year?
Chris Miller had an 84.33, and Christian Asoy a 78.0. Top 7 are going to join Lance in the finals.
All right, Eddie El Gato Elguera, and if you don't know Eddie Elguera, he was kind of in the transition between the 70s and the 80s, and then he kind of disappeared and came back in the late 80s and kind of was pro into the early 90s.
I remember when I was first looking at all the mags and videos, he was part of the H Street team in the late 80s, and he had turned into a mini ramp champ.
That's right.
He kind of helped he really helped the careers of Eric Cofton and some of the guys that
San
came
Bernardino
up,
kids.
riding for H Street.
Yeah, in fact, he told me the story just a couple months ago about how he kind of quit in the early 80s and went and was a skier for a couple years, and then just called Tony Mag and said, hey, I want to be a pro skater again. And Tony said, of course, because again, Eddie Elguera was the guy that the legends all looked up to.
Yep.
Whether we're talking Tony Magnuson, Tony Hawk, he invented the frontside rock and roll. So what else can you say? Next up is going to be Eddie Radke, guy who I looked up to in the early 80s. Used to skate Del Mar. Eddie's just a true skateboarder. What else can you say?
He still is building skateboard ramps all over Southern California. Anytime I see Eddie, he's always building backyard bowls, building mini ramps for kids in the backyard.
Yeah.
Builds really good stuff. He's always been a solid builder. Built some of the coolest ramps in Southern California skateboarding the last couple decades.
So it looks like that's the first time Eddie made his way up to the coping. So I think Eddie's doing a little bit of a demo run this year, maybe. I'm not sure how competitive he's feeling. He looks like he's just stoked to be out there rolling with his legend brothers.
Yeah, Eddie rode for the Alva team for many years in the 80s when,
oh
my gosh.
That was one of Eddie's signature tricks.
Yeah, that was an Eddie signature trick. I do not think he's done that one in the Combi in a minute.
It looks sketchy. Looking at that truck and that coping, that close-up.
I'm kind of scared to see Eddie try that his next couple runs.
So right now we got Chris Miller sitting in first place with a 84.33, followed by Eddie Elguera with an 82. Christian Asoy with a 78, Radke with a 74, and coming in next, the one, the only.
I can guarantee we're going to see some middle fingers. We were talking about how angry the youth were
definite
earlier.
Possibility.
I think Grosso invented middle fingers on skateboards.
All right.
I am so stoked to see Grosso skate after having to be on the sidelines for a couple years with a back injury.
Yep, and you know what Grosso's got? He's got long board slides and long 50-50s. And
suicide drop! Gosh.
He knew halfway into that he was going to roll out, and he knew that he was going to have to roll in on the peninsula, and nobody in their right mind looks forward to rolling in on the peninsula.
Oh my gosh, that is so hairballed.
I mean, if Ben hadn't been taken out, we probably would have watched him take the same slam at some point.
I love he's getting coached from Lance. That's so awesome.
Yeah. You got to remember, Jeff's packing some weight, and when you're doing that 50-50, that upper body weight just pulls you back onto the deck.
Look at that 50-50 to
Look at
fakie. Gate twist over the hip. Yes, that's the Grosso we know and love. Let's see.
Well, no middle fingers.
Did Grosso win yet? That's what the signs say. I love it. I've loved watching the social media battle between Lance and Grosso and Chris Miller.
Yeah.
These guys have been having so much fun doing the eBay boards. The boards
changing
with
the names
eBay
on the banners.
graphics. It's been so rad just to see how much fun these guys have.
For sure. There's Steve Caballero, and I'll tell you, we'll get to Steve in a little bit, but right now Lester Kasai, he's another new dad at the ripe young age of 50.
He said he has not been sleeping the last couple weeks with a brand new baby.
Yeah, so Lester's out here today. He's actually looking pretty good right now. He's attacking the bowl. Got some speed. He looks smooth. He doesn't look like he's holding back.
Maybe
but
like having a new baby could like take your mind off skateboarding stress. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you
Grosso and all these guys are
you can tend to overthink
every day
it.
and stressing, and Lester's trying to like, he's got a brand new baby,
Yeah,
man.
he's like,
Skateboarding's the least of your worries.
Honey, take this thing for a minute. I got to go, skate in a contest. Yep, so Lester's back in for the second half of that run. Little frontside air over the hip. And we'll probably see, some grinds and maybe an invert or two from Lester. Ooh, nice stale fish. Yeah, Lester. He's looking lean, man. He's looking like...
Lester's looking good, man. I skated with him before he had his baby a few times over at the Huntington Beach Vans Park.
Nice. Well,
he kills that little clover.
If you're not old enough to remember Lester in the 80s, Lester was one of the most exciting guys to watch in a bowl. He was kind of a boomer bust, go big every chance you get guy, but stoked to see him. And then taking it back to another sort of 70s to 80s transitional guy, Lonnie Hiramoto, one of my favorites from Lomita, California, 52 years old. And again, just like Beaver Fleming, this guy's always on a good trip.
Yeah, and he is just the nicest guy, man. He's been skating here at the Combi Bowl since it opened. I mean, he skated the original Combi Bowl, but he's someone that just, never quit. He's had every injury that you could have, and he still keeps coming back for more.
Yep, a throwback to the days when pro skaters had names like Lonnie.
Yeah.
So awesome. So we're going to take it back to the top of the order after Lonnie finishes the rest of his run here. And Lonnie's got a really stylish frontside air. He's got some good hand plants. And he knows how to skate the bowl, which helps. Whoa. Back foot getting a little squirreled on that one, though.
Lonnie always jokes about his backside airs. He said his back foot would always come off on backside airs, so he had to force himself to learn fast plants. So he's like, my back foot always just floated off, so I just had to learn fast plants.
Man, my back foot floats off all the time, but that doesn't seem to make fast plants any easier for me. Chris Miller getting here. He's on the peninsula. That's a tough word to get out. And he's back in the bowl with a lip slide around the square, almost over-amping. And look at that right there. That backside air onto the middle of the peninsula is so insanely difficult.
He's our current leader with an 84, so looking like he's in that back-to-back-to-back combo is so hard.
Yep, he's got the smoothness, he's got the pump, everything about it looks good. And when he turns it on, nobody can beat him. Look at that blunt slide. McGill's been working on those. He's had those in his bag for a few years, so we'll see if McGill throws one out. But Chris Miller now going, all right, that was all right, but that wasn't everything.
Yeah, right now Chris Miller's just trying to, feel it out for, he's looking good to make it in the final, so trying to get a couple of those hard tricks like that blunt slide down.
Yep. I saw him trying the alley-oop cab 5-0 in practice, and so we'll hopefully see that. Looks like Christian has arisen from his little slam he took there. Put a little scratch on his nice new helmet. But I want to see Chris skate good. I want to see Christian skate good, man, because when Christian skates good and he's on, it's just the best.
Pink flamingos on the shorts. I love it, man.
He's saying, oh yeah, the shorts are great. Again, that shirt's got to be safety pinned. There's no way it's just hanging there. There's no way it's tucked in. He's thought out his kit long before he came to the Combi.
I love it. That's why we love him, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think about it. He wore spandex in the 80s.
He did. He had hair extensions.
And he could get away with it, man, because he was Christian.
He could do no wrong.
No one else could
80s.
do it, but he could do it.
Yep. He was the second best skater's favorite skater.
Yeah.
All right, so Christian putting it together right now, making his way to the round bowl. We didn't really get to see any round bowl action from him last time. Again, I'd just be happy to watch him do layback grinds the whole time, but he's hanging on. And look, he's even got a little split at the back of his board in case he decides to do a tail block or an air to tap. A little, what do they call that, a swallowtail on a surfboard?
Love that. Christian Asoy.
Full pull for Christian.
Solid 40 seconds.
Yep. Grosso seems to be in a much better mood now that he's actually out there skating with these guys.
We should have Grosso mic'd up for this whole heat, man.
Well, hopefully Narako will get a chance to sit down with him and share some of
no
those
matter
the
who
insights.
wins this heat, we need a Grasso interview.
Exactly.
Grasso needs to spend some time on the hot seat with Narako for sure.
Okay, Eddie, they call him El Gato. He invented some seriously gnarly tricks, Neil. The El Gariel. I mean, who thought, oh yeah, I'll just go backwards and do an invert and flip it over. And then he started doing it to revert. And I think even at some point he might have even reverted the revert. So Eddie Elguera in there right now, just trying to get some tricks under his belt. Good chance he'll throw out a nose blunt or pivot to fakie if he has a good run. But I think those are some of his more, you know, if it's feeling right, do those tricks.
Currently in third place with an 82.
Ooh, look at that, 5-0 to fakie through the corner. That's the first time I've seen anybody do that this contest.
Wow, that is the textbook front rock.
Yep.
Fully decked.
They say he invented it. All right, so Eddie getting some speed, heading to the bowl. And he's just a few seconds away from popping out on a full pull. And there we go. Eddie Radigi feeling good, getting some love from his friends. Everybody loves Eddie. He's just the nicest guy out there.
Does an event called the El Gato Classic out in Palm Springs. Celebrate the history of skateboarding, all the generations.
Yep. And Eddie kind of has an alternate personality out there that goes by the name of Dwayne Peters, but we just haven't seen him in a couple years. I miss him. We want you back, Dwayne.
Yeah, man. We would love to see Dwayne Peters out here. Pool Party 2018. Hope we see you out here, Dwayne.
All right, but right now, Eddie Radigi in the bowl, throwing some Smith grinds. So I take back everything I said about avoiding the coping because Eddie went right for it on this run. And we'll see if he gets that blunt.
Oh my gosh, I'm scared to see that blunt.
Well, it's backside. He used to do it frontside too. But we'll see if he gets the backside right.
Oh my gosh, he made it! Are you kidding me?
Eddie Radigi. All you kids,
mute on the blunt.
All you kids who do your nose blunts and your ollie blunts, Eddie Radigi with the mute blunt. Kevin Staub used to do it to fakie. I think one of those two guys probably takes the credit for inventing that trick. Yeah, look at they followed him all the way into the room.
Do you want to take credit for inventing that trick? Just kidding. That's
well,
stoked to see Eddie Radigi.
It's morphed into
still doing
some pretty
it at
interesting
49
tricks.
years old.
It might morph into the winning trick for Corey Janot. You never know. So Jeff Grasso getting ready to drop in right now, looking for a full pull.
The Insulters. I want to hear the backstory behind the T-shirt.
Yeah, it looks like a presidential, you know, like ones you put in your lawn. All right, so Jeff Grasso. What's going through his mind?
I love
it. He's probably insulting himself and saying a bunch of stuff, and probably just helps him stay on.
Stay on, Grasso.
Yep.
Yes.
So I got the 50-50. There's the board slide.
Yes.
Pretty sure Jeff's the title holder for the longest board slide in the Combi.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
Oh, the backside air comes off. Even 20 seconds of Grasso run.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Is fun to watch, man.
Yeah, and just, again, to explain, you got to hit that shallow end, which is a 4-foot high wall with maybe 6 inches of vert, and then you got to hit 2 waterfalls going at a weird angle up to that flat wall in the square. And
I'll tell you what is worth explaining. He had like really gnarly back surgery.
Yeah.
And from someone like myself that had a hurt lower back for a while and looked at having that surgery, it is gnarly that he's still skating at that level.
Yep, heard that. And right now we got Lester Kasai in there. Yeah, back injuries have taken out a couple guys, and to come back from that is no joke. But Lester Kasai having a good run right now. I think we saw him with a broken leg a few years back, but looks like he's made a full recovery. And a little frontside air.
Yeah, Lester currently in 5th place with a 75, so needs a little help to be guaranteed in that top 7 to meet Lance later in the Legends final.
That's right. We got another heat coming up after this that's also packed with some of the top guys, McGill and Guerrero and NoHo. So those guys are all notorious for making the finals. And so we'll see what happens.
New Skateboarding Hall of Fame inductee, Mike McGill. Congratulations, Mike McGill, on being in the Hall of Fame, along with Eric Dressen, ton of other rippers.
And you know what, with Cab living down in San Diego right now, I feel like we're getting McGill out skating a lot more. I've been seeing him a lot more around, and it's awesome. But right now, Lonnie Hiramoto Lives right up here in the Orange County vicinity. And there he goes, 50-50 and over the hip into the round bowl. Nice board slide. Lonnie attacking.
Lonnie's still got the flyaway going.
Yep.
Lonnie's never going to lose the flyaway. I love it.
Yeah, so nice long frontside grind. Lonnie feeling good. The alley-oop 50-50. Not too many 53-year-olds doing that in this bowl. Nice frontside 5-0.
Frontside grind through the corner, getting away from him.
All right, so it's going to be back to the top of the order for the final run here in our Legends division. So that's going to be Chris Miller, and I think there's a little bit of pressure on Chris Miller because he knows, well, no, we have a final after this, right? Yeah, okay.
How rad is that? It's Mofo and Chris Ortiz heckling Chris Miller, just like it's 1986.
Exactly.
Mofo used to be the head photographer for Thrasher.
Yeah.
While Ortiz was a Transworld guy back then in the early days.
Yep. And so Miller's showing his textbook lean air right there, and quite honestly, I'd give him first place just for that one trick, but I'm not a judge, and that's probably a good thing. So Miller tail sliding right up into a rock on the peninsula.
Miller always has such good lines through those shallow corners.
Oh,
Whoa.
He lost his pump there, but he managed to hang on. Saved himself. That could have been the end for run number 3 right there. But Miller says, all right, now what am I going to do? I'd say a couple back lips, maybe some airs in the corners, and there's the alley-oop cab 5-0.
Alley-oop cab 5-0. First try. We saw him trying those in practice earlier today. Took him a few tries. That is amazing.
Yeah, nice. Giving Mark Waters a little high five right there. So Miller feeling good. He was already sitting in first place. And so that most likely may have increased his score. Looks like it did not. He had an 82.3, an 83.3, and an 84.3. So Miller is definitely on his way.
Yeah, he's
unless
got
the entire other heat manages to.
He's got the 3 highest scores of the Legends contest so far, all 3 of his runs.
So Soy's sitting right behind him. He's in a comfortable spot. It's really the guys like Lester Kasai and Eddie Radigi. Or excuse me, Radigi might be the cutoff. Kasai might be the cutoff. We'll see. Grasso's got a 75, so depending on how the next heat rolls, he might find himself in the finals. But right now, Christian Soy basically kind of taking a victory lap. I mean, second place is a pretty good standing to make your way into the finals.
These guys are going to meet Lance Mountain. We're not going to see Lance in the semifinal round.
Ooh,
so Lance has the free pass.
That's right.
Love that body jar going up straight in the middle of the corner.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, the stand-up grind from Christian, just looking so stylish.
5-0 to tail slide on that one.
Again, that little frontside grind right there might have been one of the toughest tricks in his line. Body jar on the peninsula. You don't see too many guys doing that besides Christian. And again, you're wondering why has he got this shirt hanging out of his pants? And the answer is Christian always felt like it gave him a little bit of a flare, kind of like a waist cape.
Cape, man. It's why does Superman have his cape?
That's right.
Why has Christian got the T-shirt?
If there's stuff moving around behind him, it seems like it makes the action
There's
more
Eric
exciting.
Dressen in the background. Eric Dressen, new Skateboarding Hall of Fame inductee. Congratulations, Eric Dressen.
That's right. Eric Dressen making his way in, finally getting some getting noticed by the Hall of Fame. And next up, Eddie El Gato Elguera, run number 3, final run. Currently, Eddie sitting in third place with an 82. Needs an 88.43 to lead, but I don't think that's on his mind right now. I think he just wants to stay on his board, mixing it up with that 5-0 to fakie and a Elguerial.
Yeah, that was the Elguerial. Hand right on the tile.
Cab kind of stole that one from him and made it his as well. You see Cab always throwing Elguerials and Miller flips. But again, just a crazy trick to even get into. And Eddie Elguera throwing a frontside grind. Again, probably just looking for a full pull, get a couple good tricks under his belt, and look forward to skating in the finals.
Tricky corner lines, using all the corners in the square pool.
Yeah, nice work for Eddie. Picking it apart. Look at Gail Webb. She was probably...
Talk about someone that should be in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Gail Webb is an absolute legend in skateboarding. She's been doing rad programs for kids, getting kids on skateboards, helping kids out since over 30 years.
Helped launch Danny Way's career.
Yeah, really did.
Okay,
Omar
so Eddie
Hassan.
Radigi, third and final right here. Let's see what he's got. We saw the blunt in his last run. We saw some nice grinds. See if Eddie tries to get airborne in this one.
Yeah, man. Eddie's like borderline potentially making this Legends final.
Yeah. He's sitting in 4th place with a 79.33.
Lost the bandana, man. That would never happen to Hosoi.
His mini cape fell off. Is he going to bother picking it up? Nope. Nice board slide.
Daggers don't care, man. Daggers are fine with.
Well, Hosoi was a dagger, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah, he was like one of the main daggers.
Daggers don't wear spandex, bro.
He made fun of.
He might have been a dagger, but
made fun
still,
of the breakdancers.
Lester was a breakdancer.
Yep, but not in that movie. All right, so Eddie Radigi picking up that dirty rag and using it to towel off some sweat.
We need to see Grosso make a run.
Yep.
Right now, Grosso's in 6th place. We need Grosso to stay in the top 7. We need more Grosso in the finals. You know why? Because if he's not in the finals, they might put him up here with us. Which is just as fun also.
There's another middle finger. T-Mag's sporting it. All right, Grosso, let's see what he's got. I feel like at the very least he's going to sit down with Narotko and spill his guts. T-Mag trying to hype him up a little bit. All right, Jeff Grosso dropping in on the hip, making his way into the square corner. Interesting line, getting speed for the shallow.
Oh, that's such a burly hip transfer.
Everything sketchy about that, but Grosso making it look smooth.
Yes, big lean to tail.
Man, body jar.
Body jar almost hanging up. You heard that truck click just a little bit.
Alley-oop 50.
Yeah, Grosso's on one right now. Are you kidding me?
So once again, a 50-50 in the shallow end. Something that you would assume is like, something you learn your first year of skateboarding. Just took out a 30-year veteran because that is one of the hardest shallow ends to skate. And I think Grosso might have just given himself a black eye. Those didn't look like, fake punches to me. What do you think, Neil?
Did Grosso win yet?
All right, so Jeff Grosso a little disappointed on that last run, but what are you going to do?
He did bump up one spot past Lester. He's in 5th place, so depending on how the next heat goes, Grosso still has a chance to make that top 7.
All right, Lester Kasai, one of the original Upland locals, Sadlands local as well. Lester Kasai dropping into that invert, just like you would have seen at Sadlands in the 80s.
Yeah, I think Lester probably did some of the highest airs in the original Combi Bowl back in Upland.
That's right. Don't forget the Benihana. All you kids out there that started skating in 2004, and the first trick you learned was the Benihana. This guy invented it.
Yep.
Only I think he invented it going backwards.
Did he?
Yeah, it was a fakie ollie, tail grab 1
that.
foot. I don't think he ever did the front side tail grab 1 foot, because we didn't really see anybody do that till the mid 80s or late 80s. But Lester Kasai, like I said, just an awesome legend of skateboarding. And it's just so cool to look at these deck shots and just see who's up there. Pat Noho, Lonnie Hiramoto. That's Nicky Guerrero over there in the background. We see Rhino. All right, Lonnie Hiramoto in for his final run here, currently in 7th place with a score of 74. Lonnie's going to need about 10 points to make the finals, or excuse me, to move into 1st. So at this point, Lonnie's just going to hope to add a couple points to his score and hopefully make his way into the finals.
Love that alley-oop 50-50, just got away from him.
Yeah, and Lonnie don't care. He just came out here to hang with the bros and have a good time. And
But he is still here a few times a week, man.
It's true. It's true. All right, so coming up in our next heat, heat number 2, that's the end of heat number 1 right there. So you might see heat number 2 guys warming up. Well, first is going to be Mike McGill, followed by Nicky Guerrero from Copenhagen, Denmark. Coming from Venice, California, we got Pat Noho, followed by Upland legend Steve Alba. And along with Steve Caballero, Steve Stedham, and Tony Magnuson.
But first, we're going to go to a quick commercial, be back with some replays and interviews. Can't wait to see heat number 2. Give these guys a couple minutes of warm up. Be back in a minute. Welcome back. We're midway through the Legends semifinals, figuring out the top 7 that are going to meet Lance Mountain in the finals later today.
And so Neil, one thing I love about skateboarding is the extended family. So in the rare or maybe common occasion that I say something wrong, we just got a text from Tommy Guerrero clarifying.
Lester did do the frontside Benihana.
Glad that somebody was there to see
Guerrero
it.
saw it with his own eyes.
Nice. As a kid, I just had the VHS tapes of those Upland contests. So.
All right, we're going to send it down to Narocco. Who you got, Chris?
You know who I got. I got Chris Miller down here. This is a unique position for you. You've never won one of these things before. What does this feel like right now?
You know what? It feels different every time, and every time I come here, I'm totally nervous and freaked out. So it's always a challenge. I mean, people are like, oh, you've won that. Like, it doesn't matter, but it's still scary.
Soy was hot on your heels. Were you getting a little nervous there?
I was completely nervous. I was the first to go. He's like, oh, it's terrible going after you. Being the first was like, I was like, what? So I'm just stoked I made a couple runs and live to skate another session.
In the off season, are you training?
I mean, look, I skate. I surf probably more nowadays than I even skate, but I'm always doing stuff. I love being active in my life, and skateboarding's part of that, yeah.
You surf more than you skate, so you just show up and just win these things. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm just trying to say that I skate, I surf, I do yoga occasionally, although my wife will say that I haven't been going lately. I've been slacking on the yoga, so I'm in trouble.
Well, I know that Steve Caballero's been training, and he's looking better than ever. Are you nervous about that?
Yeah, sure. I'm not really nervous about anybody because I want everybody to have their day and to just rip, and whatever the judges decide is good with me. But Cab's shredding, and he's like the most consistent guy. So I feel like he's always the guy to beat, really.
I think some people might debate that. If something were to happen to you between now and finals, who do you think would win this thing?
Who looks really good this year is McGill. Looks amazing, and Cab is always there for it, so you never know.
How sick was it that McGill was inducted in the Hall of Fame last night?
It's really cool. I'm super stoked for him, and it's kind of one of those things like I went, isn't McGill already in there? But it's good he finally got his due. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I'm stoked for him. Well, best of luck today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Can't wait to see more of Miller in the finals. We're going to take a look at some replays from heat number 1 while these guys get some last practice for heat number 2.
All right, so you can see right there, Christian Asoy, nice lean air. Eddie Alguera with a backside layback around the corner.
Oh,
Look at that.
That was so scary
that was
there.
The bail.
Eddie came back and made that the next run.
But look at that.
There
it is. See, Eddie, it's just a kick turn. And Grasso.
Grasso putting on the Grasso show, taking one to the shoulder in the shallow. Say that 5 times really fast. 50-50.
Yeah. Fakie, that's no joke.
I mean, the hardest thing about the 50-50 to fakie is what do you do with all that speed going backwards?
Heading towards the shallow, exactly. So Miller with a super styly lean air. And look at this right here. Wham.
Probably the hardest trick that we saw in the first heat.
Without a doubt. All right, so let's check the results. Chris Miller, shockingly, winning that one, first place, going into the finals. Christian Asoy in second, Eddie Alguera taking up third. And look at Eddie Radegui squeezing in there in fourth place, followed by Jeff Grasso, Lester Kasai in sixth, and Lonnie Hiramoto rounding it out in seventh place. But we still have a whole nother heat of 7 riders to come. So none of those spots, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think Miller, Christian, and Eddie are looking pretty good, but the other guys are going to have to sweat it out because this heat is pretty stacked. We got McGill, Nicky Guerrero, Noho, Steve Alba, Caballero. I mean, you look at those, Caballero is pretty much a lock.
Right.
I think Noho is generally always a lock. He's so consistent.
Yeah.
I think McGill has been skating so good in practice. I think McGill is a lock. So there's 3 guys right there that I can't imagine not making it through to the finals.
I agree. And so here you see McGill, Nicky Guerrero, Pat Noho, Steve Alba, Steve Caballero, Steve Stedham, and Tony Mag. And like you said, Caballero's in there. Nicky Guerrero probably in there. Pat Noho, man, there's just something about Pat that he could always kill these contests. I don't know what it is.
The dude does not age, and he's really, really consistent. You see
Yeah.
some guys just always suffer from the contest jitters, you know?
Yeah.
And Noho just seems like...
He always impresses me. I always
he's got, like...
exceeds my expectations.
Ice water in his
Yeah.
veins, man.
And then Tony Magnuson, he's been skating really good lately. You know, he's always kind of had his issue with the judges. We'll see if they score him. But, and then McGill, you know, McGill's got to stay on. As good as he's been doing, I've seen McGill in great shape, doing great tricks, and then, you know, the contest comes around, it just doesn't come together. So obviously they all have that challenge. Hopefully McGill will get out there and lay down a solid first run. But what I'm saying is he's got some hard tricks, some like really hard tricks that could take him out. We'll see. I'm rooting for him. I'm not sure if that was his drop in or if he's just warming up, but he very well could be in the midst of his first run right now. Either way, this is Mike McGill in the bowl.
No, I think...
Still warming up?
We're still warm-up mode right now. Well, I'm looking over and the judges aren't watching, so I think that's a pretty good sign that McGill's still warming up.
Yeah, that was just a short run, but just looking at that run, that's probably going to be enough.
Yeah, I saw some of McGill's runs early morning practice today, and he was ripping.
And Nicky
Looks
Guerrero,
like,
man, still
Nicky
skates
Guerrero,
like a kid.
Yeah, fast plant to fakie in the square.
Yep.
What a legend.
Yep.
Love that, you know, we got the whole world of big deep bowl skateboarding represented, and Nicky Guerrero's here holding the flag for the Euros.
I was going to say, he's the only European rider in the entire event. What's up with that? That's an entire continent of people. Why can't we get some more of them to come over and skate with us?
Yeah, we need some more. There's a whole new generation of young bowl rippers over in Europe, so hopefully get some of those guys over. I've seen, you know, the whole Marseille and France crew. Those guys are ripping the concrete. So Giorgio Zattoni's been over here a couple times, and
good point.
We've seen Ivan Federico from Italy was over here in past years. This year he's kind of focusing more on Vans Park Series stuff, so Ivan didn't make the trip this year, but there's some bowl rippers in Europe for sure.
Well, here we got Mike McGill, like I said, looking like he's ready to make it his year. I think in the back of Mike's head, he's just like, come on, man.
Hey, man, last year he wasn't in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. This year he is. He got inducted last night into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Huge accolade. So congratulations, Mike McGill. And
he's been riding a lot. He's ready. This didn't sneak up on him. Oh, except Noho just snaked him. Look at Mike. He's awesome. The raddest thing about Mike is that if you ever want to go, you know, have him sign your poster. He's always hanging out at the shop down in Encinitas, California. You can always find him, or he's out there skating. But he's pretty much a local Encinitas guy. Used to have a skate park out there. I grew up riding his skate park, so special place in my heart for Mike McGill. All right, here we go. Mike McGill dropping in, 52 years old, from Encinitas, California. And as Chris Miller said, he's looking pretty good out there. All right, there he was putting those bones rails to use on a nice long board slide.
yeah, looking like he's going to need to be up in the 80s to advance in the top 7 right now. We got 3 skaters up in the 80s.
And look at that little tucked up frontside air. Sketchy spot to do that. You kind of wonder, you know, is the 540 something Mike, or it's called a McTwist. Is the McTwist something Mike thinks he wants to throw down?
I remember him doing it a couple years ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is, to be perfectly honest. We'll see how he holds on. There he goes.
That
He's
was
holding
about
on.
6 seconds to go with that fall.
Yeah. Solid first run. Definitely going to put him probably somewhere in the top 10. Although a full pull is really going to be what he needs to get up where he wants to be.
Nicky Guerrero up next. Like we mentioned, the pride of Copenhagen, Denmark, and he mentioned he always comes to this contest with Rune. This is the first year that Rune Glifberg hasn't skated pool party.
Yeah,
so
what's up?
Rune, we're missing you over here this year.
What's up that Nicky's here and Rune isn't?
Yeah, Rune, I believe Rune just said he didn't have, he's been so busy with designing skate parks. He's been healthy, he's been skating a lot. He skated Vertitac a couple weeks ago, but hadn't been able to spend enough time in Combi to really justify the trip. So.
Well, Nicky looks like he's making it up for it. Look at that alley body jar right there. Again, Nicky just looks like a younger guy. He's light on his feet. He's, he's fit. He's just got all his tricks still. I love watching Nicky ride a vert ramp. He gets a lot more technical. But again, in this combi, it's just, you just got to hang on. There's a fakie thruster, first one of those we've seen today.
Yeah,
stoked to see that trick.
Nicky's got some concrete at Fallaparken out in Copenhagen, Denmark. That whole crew skates, and they are some of the most hardcore guys, man. I see those guys out in giant hoodies and jackets skating the concrete in December, January. Some really cold months up in Scandinavia. Those guys keep the flame lit.
All right, Neil, so we got just a second before we drop Pat Noho, so I got a question for you. If you could pluck one legend out of obscurity and drop him here today, who would it be?
Man, Jeff Phillips.
Jeff Phillips, all right.
Still alive.
Can't argue with that one.
It would be amazing to see Jeff Phillips here.
All right, look at Pat Noho, board sliding into the shallow. Nice frontside air, still rocking that asymmetrical custom grip tape board. Actually looks like he's gone symmetrical on us.
And his board's always like 36 inches long.
A little bit long board.
It's seriously like, I ride a really long board for like a vert skater, and his board is like 2 inches longer than mine.
But Pat is a tall, skinny guy with a high center of gravity, and so a little wider wheelbase probably makes it easier. But notice, he looks like he's riding with his foot right over that front truck. And I love that layback revert.
Wow, that is so awesome. What a rad dude, Pat Noho.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Pat got famous at 40.
Yeah.
Like he was always around, and I'd see him, but I never knew much about him. He rode for Z-Roller.
Yeah, he was a Z-Roller guy back in the 80s.
Who was he? And then when this happened, it was like, oh, Pat Noho, ruler. Where's he been?
Wow, he bumped out Miller into first place.
Okay.
85.
I'm going to take a few seconds to let my brain process that because it needs to. But congratulations to Pat Noho. Like I said, man.
We're not the judges.
He
we're
always
just the
impresses
commentators,
us.
Man.
That's right. And that means that there was a high score they had to cut out. So, wow. The judge is really impressed. And again, if you're bean picking or bean counting, maybe that's how it plays out. But right now, Steve Alba.
I saw Bob Burnquist just shaking his head. He doesn't agree.
No, he might not. And that's not a knock against Pat. That's just about Chris Miller being Chris Miller. But
Pat Noho rules.
Yeah, Steve Alba still out here. Just a soldier, just ready to go to war.
Dude, he's got a pocket knife on his hip, man.
Oh, yeah. He's got.
That's the coolest thing in this contest.
A fresh set of zebra stripe Pro Designs. I mean, if you've never owned a pair of Pro Design knee pads, you owe it to yourself to have one pair at least once in your life, because it's like strapping a pillow to your knee. But Alba putting it together, getting the backside air off the peninsula.
Yeah, it's Alba. For those of you that don't know, this guy's skated more backyard pools than anyone on the planet. He's still finding them, still skating them, still ruling them.
Steve Alba is a master of calculus when it comes to a backyard pool, man. He can put lines together. He might not have the tricks, but he's got the lines that will leave you confused. And we're stoked to see him here. And now we got Steve Caballero. He just dropped a little video for 187 last week that was getting some attention. And he's been seeing his chiropractor. He's got a couple inches of stretch now that he didn't have a couple months ago. So he's more flexible than ever. He's stoked, he's driven, and I think we're going to see some really good skating from Cab this year.
He's got some neon pads, man. You
can't
miss him.
That sort of earth tone yellow and that fluorescent yellow is an interesting mix. But Cab's always been one to put a little style into his kit.
I love it.
Look at, he's just hauling ass right now, flying around the bowl.
When you can do it for 40-plus years like these guys have had, you can wear anything you want, and I'll think you're awesome.
Oh,
man.
What happened there?
Same thing that happened to Christian in his first run.
Just got pushed up onto the deck a little bit too much.
Over the deck on the frontside 5-0 around the corner.
All right, so Cab, and you can see, let's see, how many walls does it take for him to get his speed back? Oh, Caballero after just 2.
Might be able to bump into the finals even with a fall just from this heat. We got Noho slotting into first. Nicky Guerrero ended up being in 4th. And right now, Grosso just got bumped by Steve Caballero. Even with the fall, Steve Caballero slotted into 7th place. Grosso, unfortunately, not going to be in the finals.
That's right. So of these 14 riders, we're only taking 7. We're going to have an 8-man final. And let's see, the bubble is 78.67 right now. And looks like Eddie Radke. Wow, that's interesting. Eddie Radke's sitting almost, he's sitting two-thirds of a point above Cab right now. So Cab knows he's got to improve those numbers. But right now we got Steve Stedham in the bowl. Steve Stedham, man, what can you say? He rode for Powell back in the days. He was a local at the original Upland Combi and had some lines that he probably has fallen back on for this event too. But Stedham's got some moves, so we'll see what he puts
had
together.
more signature product than anyone. he's had his name on
quite
boards
possibly
and shoes and wheels and sunglasses and helmets and skateboard contests, and that is a backside boneless, ladies and gentlemen. That is how it's done.
That looked good. And somebody, T-Mag's board,
T-Mag.
Interference.
Into the penalty box, T-Mag.
Stedham's like, hey man, the clock's running. But again, you know, most guys don't roll around the deck quite as much as Stedham. So
and the crowd is booing T-Mag.
They're not booing him. They're saying, oh, they might be booing him. I don't know.
Scott, they're booing T-Mag.
Trying to keep it
just because he's
here.
your boy, you can admit the crowd is booing T-Mag.
You're overstating the situation.
Hey, I'm buddies with T-Mag's freaking awesome, but the crowd's booing him.
All right, so they're probably going to throw a couple extra seconds at Stedham. Or not. Duncan just called time on him right there. Hey, man, it's skateboarding. Stuff happens. They'll figure out a way to make it right.
Just keep going, Stedham.
That's what I'd say. They kept calling interferences during the, to the point where it became a joke during the qualifying. And maybe they'll give him an extra run for interference. Although he managed to eke out an 80, even with T-Mag.
Yeah, so that bumped Caballero out. So Cab was had a 78.67. So Cab is going to have to put another run together. He did have that fall, but was able to come back and do that Caballero. But yeah, another middle finger.
Yeah. Well, technically that's a Godoy's middle finger, not a Tony Mag middle finger.
Does Tony Mag have a middle finger?
Well, you look, you tell me. He's got one. I don't know if it's fully developed, or if it's still there. All right, so T-Mag's in there right now. And again, T-Mag's, he's a competitive guy. He puts his time in. He's been practicing. He wants to do well, and he's got some good tricks.
Yeah, man, I remember
54 years old.
Doing a frontside 540 in this contest either last year or 2015.
He's been working on putting out one final video part, and I think the crown move he's going for might be a 5 McTwist. But a couple injuries set him back a little bit.
Wow, floaty frontside ollie into the round bowl.
I'll tell you, he's been killing the vert ramp lately, and it looks like a lot of that's translating to the Combi. And so Tony Mag's in there right now. Whoa, backside ollie.
This is going to be a finals-making run for sure.
For sure. Staying on, hitting that many tricks.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that is probably going to bump Eddie Radke. Eddie Radke held on to that finals position for a really long time.
He did.
Waiting to see Mag score 84. He's into third place. Hit the showers, Eddie Radke.
Yeah, bumping Hosoi down into fourth and Mag into third. That's pretty impressive right there.
So now the one guy from the first heat that needs to sweat is Eddie Elguera, who's in sixth. But McGill is still down in 11th place with that early fall from his first run. So
that's right, and any of these guys could bump Stedham out as well. So nobody is comfortable until this heat is done. But McGill just wanting to hang on right now. And there's that frontside air over the peninsula. I love McGill's tuck knee eggplants. He gets maximum flex on that one. And there you go, little frontside invert. And it's funny because McGill's always had a really unique style of a frontside grind. And it looks a little odd on a vert ramp, but it looks perfect at the Combi.
It does. It's kind of slash
He's just
style.
slash it, yeah. Oh, just
fully hung up.
Not
that
enough
was
speed.
With literally 1 second to go. I looked up at the clock when he fell, and it said 39. So I think McGill's going to be okay in a qualifying position from that run.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. And in comparison to Stedham's run, who is currently in 7th, there you go. McGill pushing Stedham down to 8th because Stedham basically missed out on 30 seconds of his run.
Yeah, he didn't. McGill didn't give himself any breathing room.
Nope, I think that was just a full pull, and then he'll try to step it up on his last run here. But Nicky Guerrero, who is currently sitting in 5th place, needs an 85.43 to unseat Pat Noho, but it's not going to happen in this run. So Nicky just saying, let me get a couple walls in, keep my legs loose.
Yeah, Nicky is in 5th place, looking okay. There's still only a couple guys that can bump him out.
Man, and I'll tell you, when you kind of reach this age, those muscles tighten up real quick after you're done skating. Oh, wow, Nicky throwing a gate twist. Yeah.
Solid ending for Nicky Guerrero.
Yeah, Nicky putting in a good one. Again, not getting scored much past those first couple tricks, but just showing what he's got for the finals. And Nicky looks like he's going to hang on to his first run score. It's got him in 5th place, and currently our leader, who, you know, could kind of sit back and cruise right now. Again, he could be unseated, but is he going to get pushed all the way down to 8th? Probably not. But Pat Noho going to use these runs to maybe work on some harder tricks for the finals.
And just show us how freaking awesome he is.
Dude, look at that. That was solid right there, and that's not an easy landing.
Where does one find blue grip tape these days is what I want to know.
Beats me.
Fast plant for NoHo.
I feel like the rocks in that grip tape were always like 5 times the size of regular grip tape. And look at that.
Frontside 5-0 to fakie in the shallow.
Awesome.
Yeah, NoHo.
So that's where the ability to put together a line and really kind of find a unique way to link the bowls is going to give you a lot of extra points. And so Pat didn't have to one-up himself, but it's kind of looking like he did.
Miller flip. Dude is in his 50s and he's still learning new tricks.
Pat NoHo, man, give it up.
That is what style on a skateboard looks like.
Yep. So we're gonna have Steve Alba in next, and again, Steve Alba is just the man. Look at Grasso's gonna make his way over.
I love like
just
the characters of that skateboarding generation. You know,
That's right.
Lance was always the funny guy.
Yep.
Salva's the backyard pool gnarler.
Yep. Yeah, it's easy when there's only like 30 guys. Now we got, we're well into the hundreds, and you got street skating and mini ramp skating. But right now we got none of that matters because we got Salva in the bowl. And when Salva's in the bowl, just take a step back and let him get his run.
He is the mayor of the Badlands.
That's right. Salva used to have this nasty trick where he would drop in those corner square bowls. So if you were duking it out in the shallow end with 20 other guys, you drop in and you realize Salva's already been in the bowl for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then he will run you over if you don't get out.
I've seen Salva run many a young buck over.
Yeah, look at that, man. He got that little nose pick to disaster, and it just it stoked him out, I guess.
High five from his Santa Cruz skateboarding teammate, Eric Dressen.
That's right. Yeah, Dressen, another child of the 70s skate scene. Started early when he was really young, turned pro at, I think, 12 or 13, and managed to last until the mid-90s and is still skating today. All right, so Steve Caballero, definitely one thing on his mind, and that is a full pull.
Yeah, he has been bumped all the way down to 11th place right now.
Yeah.
Had that early fall. Still was able to get back up and do some tricks, but like you said, needs 40 seconds on his skateboard.
And really, you guys like Cab and Lance and Miller are probably going the highest in this bowl. Cab's so sort of nonchalant, but man, he gets around the 4-foot mark, no problem. And let's see what he's got. Right now, it's all looking good. Frontside 5-0 off the hip. Again, that's not just a hip. That's a hip and 2 waterfalls.
10 seconds to go for Cab. Few more tricks, and he is chilling in the finals.
Yeah, he's kind of putting together a little bit of a safety run here. Again, not too safe, but we didn't see the Miller flip or the Algarial.
Yeah, Cab is chilling. That is 40 seconds of solid skateboarding. I think that's going to be in the 80s.
I think you're right. And so the sad news is that Mike McGill is now going to have to work his way back into the final heat.
Cab's up to 3rd place. He just bumped his buddy Mike McGill, Bones Brigade teammate.
Yep. So McGill, who was kind of the pick of Miller.
Yeah, McGill's only going to have one last run to try and bump his way back in.
He's one run away from a long car ride home. All right, so Steve Stedham's saying, hey, just let me have the entire 45 seconds to myself. Yeah. Keep your boards out of the bowl.
Out of the way, T-Mag.
And I'll probably roll out a few times, so look out for it. All right, so Stedham just getting some speed. There's rollout number 1.
Have you seen Stedham's bus?
Yes, I have.
Stedham's bus is so rad.
Well, he's also a musician, so I guess he can get double duty out of that bus.
Wow, backside air for Stedham.
Yep, rolling back in, got that nice long board slide. There's that boneless. Oh, too many hops. Pretty much, I think.
That is an extended backside boneless.
It is 3 hops, and you just got to put it away. All right, Steve Stedham.
You're throwing a penalty flag on the backside boneless.
Exactly. There's a hop max. All right. T-Mag saying, come on, you got to forgive me. All right, so coming up next is going to be none other than Swedish-born American citizen Tony Magnusson, who says, look, judges, I'm trying really hard this year. Take notice. And so
currently in 4th place, so he's looking good.
Yeah, one of the highest frontside airs we've seen in the Legends. And yeah, like you said, pretty slim chance of him getting knocked out at this point. It's also worth mentioning he's bringing back sort of his alma mater company, H Street.
Yeah, man. I've been seeing some of the H Street stuff, some of the reissue and new stuff.
Yeah, so doing some parties, doing some shows. Matt Hensley, Sal Barbier, all those guys were around. So
Danny Way, that's so
pretty
rad.
Awesome if you were around in the late 80s.
H Street was so awesome in the late 80s.
It changed everything, there's no doubt. It was the first sort of...
I feel like H Street pushed technical skateboarding videos, you know? Of course, like what the Powell guys did with all the Bones Brigade movies were awesome storylines, but when the H Street videos started coming out, it just pushed the progression of skateboarding.
Well, when you basically give cameras to a bunch of young kids as they go film each other, you know, we're not worried about production quality. It definitely gives them a lot more time. But right now, Mike McGill, this guy's got all the pressure in the world on his shoulders.
Last run for McGill, and he is on the outside looking in. 8th place right now, only 7. And man, that was a scary looking board slide to start it off.
Mike McGill should be sitting like in 3rd place right now, thinking about his line for the finals, but instead he's having to fight his way out of 8th place just to get into the finals.
Just did board slides in like 5 different tricky spots, and the eggplant gets away from him. Hit the showers, new Hall of Fame member Mike McGill. Chris Miller's pick to win this thing is not going to make the finals.
And, you know, I hate to say it, Mike's one of the best out there. He's got the tricks, but it's just a matter of can you put together that 45 seconds, and it's difficult in this bowl. And, you know, and so you either come up here and you practice 4 or 5 times a week for the 2 months leading up to the event, or you cross your fingers. But right now we got Nicky Guerrero, who's always seeming to be at least somewhere near the top. And
Nicky's currently in 6th place. He would have to have Steve Alba and Stedham both bump past him to get bumped out of the finals. So I think Nicky's looking pretty good. He's trying to up his score with this last run as well.
Yeah, so basically, you know, the idea of being higher up is going to help you because you just get to see a little bit more of how hard everyone else is pushing it.
It totally helps just in the whole contest strategy. You want to go last.
Exactly. See what's going on, see how people are getting judged, and you know, take that into account. Nicky Guerrero with a frontside nose grind.
I think that's going to be his highest score.
Yeah, the only guy in the Legends doing frontside nose grinds. That's awesome.
Yeah, Nicky had an 82.67. He's going to bump it up to an 83.33, bumps it up to 5th, past Krishna Soy.
Neil, if you'd told me that that Pat Noho was going to be in 1st and McGill wasn't going to make the finals, I might have asked you to clarify. But we've seen how it's gone down here, and as you can tell, Pat Noho.
Wow, cab pivot in the shallow.
That was one of his mini ramp tricks way back in the 80s. So we figured he'd take a little cruise through the shallow. But again, Pat Noho sitting in 1st place, so he's got nothing to worry about. So we've got just a few guys left to go here. Let's see, Steve Alba, Steve Caballero, Steve Stedham, and Tony Magnusson are going to be our last riders.
And the only guys that are on the outside looking in are Salba and Stedham.
That's right. Kind of surprising that they didn't give Stedham an extra run after that, but I guess it happens, so you got to roll with it. So Salba, again, Salba's just stoked to be here, stoked to be skating with everybody. There was a couple years where his brother Mickey Alba came out and rode with him, and that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, Mickey's been skating some. We were hearing that Mickey was going to skate today, but looks like he was a late scratch. So shout out to Mickey Alba for being back on board recently. Stoked to see that.
Definitely.
Now we just got to get Dwayne back.
And keep Ben healthy for the entire event. It's been a long time since we've seen Ben out here, man, and I miss him. Okay. So they got to pan up to the crowd so you can see all the Salba stickers going on out there. It says light it up, Salba. All right, Steve Caballero in here right now, currently in 4th place with a score of 84.33. Just to let you know, NoHo's got 85.33, so pretty good chance that Cab could up his score and take over 1st place.
Did you see that board slide over the hip through the round?
I did. I don't get it. That's risky in a contest in my book.
That I could watch this dude skate all day in the Combi Bowl.
So first feeble grind we saw around the corner, back disaster on the peninsula.
Yeah, Cab's looking way more confident than he was even just in that first run
for
in the semis.
For sure. So we saw Miller flip right there. Almost lost it, but managed to negotiate the tight shallow. And look at that 5-0, smooth, nice backside ollie, and Cab. Oh, stepping off at 1 second, or maybe it was 0. I don't know. Either way, we're going to see Cab in the finals. I think he might have improved his score on that one. We might see him bump up into 3rd place. Although, yeah, him and Miller. Yep, there we go. Bumped into 3rd. Miller in 4th. We got Pat Noho in 1st, Tony Mag in 2nd, Steve Caballero in 3rd, Chris Miller in 4th, Nicky Guerrero in 5th, Hosoi in 6th, and Eddie Elguera in 7th. And of course, don't forget Lance Mountain. We still got 2 more guys to go. So Stedham might be able to bump his way up into there. We'll see.
This is the last guy that could shake up the leaderboard for the finals. Right now, Eddie Elguera is on the bubble. It's either going to be Elguera or Stedham.
That's right. And so Stedham really only,
and it's going to be Elguera.
Yeah. He only needed an 82.33, but as you saw, stepping off on that backside air, that's going to be it for
Still have one
Stedham.
more skater this heat, Tony Mag, but he, like you mentioned, is in 2nd place, can't be bumped, so.
Tony Mag, wow, in 2nd, ahead of Miller, ahead of Caballero. So I take back anything I said about about getting judged. And we'll see how this all plays out in the finals. I'm curious to see. I don't think Tony Mag's ever made the top 3, but maybe this is his year. And actually, now that I think about it, I think he's gotten a 2nd or 3rd in there somewhere.
Tony Mag, last run.
Yep. Nice late grab on the Indy.
Hey, remember when we were saying Nicky Guerrero is the only skater in this contest from Europe?
Oh,
what about
yeah.
T-Mag?
Well, T-Mag technically is an American citizen, and I believe when you become an American citizen from Sweden, you actually have to burn your passport or your social security card, and no longer, you can't be a dual citizen. I could be wrong, so if you're in Sweden and you're watching this and I'm wrong, don't go crazy, but I feel like T-Mag has been naturalized.
He's Swedish.
Of course he's Swedish.
He's ripping.
He still calls himself a meatball. Yeah, he does. And look at this frontside invert right here. T-Mag throwing it down. Not enough speed to hit the other wall, but again.
40 seconds right there. And that is the Legends semifinals. Eddie Elguera lives to skate another day.
That man is gassed right there. Look at him. All right, let's see if the score changes at all. But that's going to be it for our Legends finals. That was awesome, man. I really think they've done a good job of sort of breaking up the Masters into this Masters and Legends. It makes for 2 way more exciting finals, and you're not having to sort of watch Lincoln, competing against Salba. And so that worked great.
Yeah, congratulations, Caballero. You are in the finals. What a rad little family. Yep. Caballero has 3rd place qualifier.
That's right. So the crowd's going nuts out here, finding out that Cab's in. And just again, to go through it one last time, 1st place is Pat Noho.
All right, we're going to toss it to commercial. Be back in a minute.
All right, welcome back to the Vans pool party here in Orange, California at the Vans Skatepark. That was an exciting Legends qualifier right there. And so we're going to take a minute and throw it down to Chris Narotko, who's got the first place qualifier, Pat Noho, standing by his side. So Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm down here with Pat Noho, one of the stylish guys, most stylish guys in the contest. It's no surprise to any of us that you're in first place, but are you a little surprised?
Yeah, this is kind of new territory for me, but we've been having some really good sessions, and just when I got there, I kind of felt like, you know, all the practices that we've had with Salba and Hosoi and Lance, just relaxing and having a good time.
You look like a little kid out there.
That's what skateboarding does to you.
That's it, it's fountain of youth. Who else is looking good? Who are you liking today?
Well, come on, this is the Legends, and every single one of those guys had been a champion or close to it at one point of their careers, so it's the best of the best, so everyone looks good.
We spoke about it earlier, but Mike McGill was inducted to the Hall of Fame last night. How do you feel about that?
Mike McGill, Eric Dressen, and so many greats, and just to be skating with them and all of us riding is amazing. And, you know, especially to Mike, I mean, he's such a trooper. He's always been strong through his whole career and gave the world a 540, you know, just an amazing skateboarder.
If you can weigh in on the pros, who you like in it?
You know, that's just, anything can happen there. Tom is looking great, Corey, look at Clay, I mean, geez, it's just, and Tristan, they're all just amazing. You never know what they're going to give you.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck to you today. Back to you guys up in the booth.
We're going to take a little look at a recap from the Legends qualifier there. We'll see what we got here. Right now you can see the bowl is just sitting there because we got some stuff coming up here. But again, we'll take a quick look at the Legends qualifier. And so let's take a look at a recap right here. All right, so Steve Caballero, nice long backside 50-50 into a feeble. Again, Cab was just looking spry out there today. He made that Caballero after bailing, did a couple kick turns and got right into it. And there's T-Mac skating strong and ending up in second place. And McGill, if that eggplant got him right there, if he'd made that in his final run, he might have made the qualifiers. There's Nicky Guerrero, Steve Stedham with a longboard slide, and Salba just doing a rock and roll on the peninsula. Look at that nose pick disaster. He was super stoked to ride away from that. You can see right there. Salba with a little lip trickery. And Cab, 100-mile-an-hour board slide into the round, followed up by a Miller flip. All right, and so that was our recap. And now we'll take a look at the guys headed to the finals. So in 10th place, Steve Stedham. In 9th place, Steve Caballero. In 8th place, Mike McGill. 7th is Eddie Elguera. Christian Hosoi in 6th. Nicky in 5th. Miller in 4th. Cab in 3rd. T-Mag in 2nd. And Noho in 1st. But don't forget, only the top 7 advance to the finals. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing McGill, Alba, or Stedham. But we will be seeing Lance Mountain, last year's Legends champion. So we're all looking forward to that out here today. Again, surprising to see Pat Noho and T-Mag in top 2 spots, but hey, they skated great, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got in the finals here. We've got Neil down on the deck, and we're going to go check in with him in just a little bit, but right now, you can see they're doing a little bit of pageantry down there, and we might send Neil down there to see if he can get a little input on what's happening. But so far today, just another great pool party. Legends was great. We still have the finals to look forward to in just a little bit. We had the Masters finals starting us off, which was awesome. Andy McDonald taking first in the Masters, and Pat Noho qualifying first in the Legends. And now if we take a look, coming up next is going to be the Pro Finals. And so we'll let you know who's made their way into the Pro Finals in just a little bit. Right now, I think we're getting Neil hooked up so we can throw down to him. But you see Chris Miller and Bucky Lassick having a little conversation down there on the corner. I think those guys skate a lot alike in the end, especially when it comes to riding that huge bowl Bucky built. All right, but right now we're going to throw it down to Chris Neratko. What you got for us, Chris?
Thanks a lot. I'm down here with Steve Van Dorn and Mike Rogers.
Well, thank you very much. Hey, let's hear for the skating out here today, okay? Let's get a little fired up here. This is the 4th year at the Vans Pool Party. We want to present a check to Mike Rogers here for $1,300 to help him on his way for helping cancer, where he has done a great job. We're working together all the time here, and it's come a little bit close to home as this particular year. My daughter on Monday's going in to have surgery. That's Christy and stuff. So I just wanted to have a little mention out there. Hey, love you, Christy. All right. So we're all thinking of you guys out here. But Mike, thank you so much for looking after others, and want to take it over here.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Vans, for all your support over the years. I've been working with Steve Van Dorn since 1995 when we first started the Warped Tour. This year, we're starting a Grind for Life series. It's going to be national. So July 1st, we're going to be at the Vans Skatepark in Huntington doing the first ever Grind for Life event. Our Grind for Life series is national now. Now we have a national skateboard series that helps people with cancer. So can't thank Vans enough for all their support. And we're also working on the Grind for Life Wellness House in Cocoa Beach for people after treatment can come there and get the wellness and support they need after treatment. So thank you, everybody who are always entering our contests and always showing their support, and all the pro skateboarders here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, so there's Mike Rogers. We see him on screen. I'm looking right at him. The man from Grind for Life, 2-time cancer survivor. But the one question I have is, where's Neil?
Hey, can you hear me,
All right,
Scott?
Neil. We're going to throw it down to Neil on the sidelines. Neil, what do you got for us?
I'm ready to watch these girls rip, man. We got Jordan Barrett and Zoe Safanda from Northern California. Hey, thanks, Mike Rogers. Yeah, the top-ranked girls for World Cup skateboarding are going to give us a little demo right now. Jordan Barrett from Encinitas, California in the bowl right now. Eggplant jumping off. You able to see this, Scott? Yeah, gotcha.
Barrett, Encinitas local.
I like this, man. We're able to dual commentate from different parts of the park.
That's right. I'm up here in the booth watching on the monitor. Neil's down there on the side of the bowl. And who's in the Neil?
Yeah, Zoe Safanda from Northern California, just jumping off the backside air. The girls are going to put on a little show right now for a few minutes. We actually did the Girls Combi Pool Classic in January this year. The best female bowl skaters in the world came out, and taking a look up at the banner to see who won. There's a long history of some of the ripping female bowl skaters that have won. I know Lizzie Armanto won the very first year. Alicia Brigado won. I believe Jordan Barrett won this year. Poppy Starr won in 2016. So amazing how far female bull riding has come. This is Mike Rogers. You just met him from Grind for Life. They're doing a big Grind for Life AM contest out here at the Vans Skatepark in Huntington Beach later this summer. Cool to see the Grind for Life contest series go around the country. They started just in their home state of Florida.
Yeah, that's right. If you're not familiar with Mike Rogers, he's actually a 2-time brain cancer survivor. He had it, beat it, and then it came back and he had to beat it a second time. So Mike's been a huge influence in skateboarding and been really active in trying to raise funds for people who are dealing with cancer. And so right now, we got the girls back in the bowl. And like you were saying, Neil, yeah, we've had some great girls combis events here, and it's just amazing to see the level of skating and how much these girls have progressed. And then I'm not sure who this girl is.
Check this out, Wally Inoue.
Oh, nice.
One of the original pool rippers.
That's right, Wally's Pool Service.
He's been designing a bunch of pools think he's living up in the Pacific Northwest now.
You know, I spent some time in Portland, and I think Wally had a pizza place or something like that up there, or some kind of business. But yeah, he was up in Oregon for a long time.
I watched the qualifiers with Wally a couple days ago. Still passionate, lifelong skateboarder.
Oh yeah. And right now we got Jordan Barrett in here, and like you said, she was the winner of the Girls Combi Classic, and Jordan has just been on fire for the last couple years now. Really looking to kind of establish herself as one of the top 5 girls out there. And so right now she's just making her way around the bowl. You see her at a lot of sessions down in Encinitas, skating with the guys, and essentially just pushing it.
Yeah, Jordan has got so much better the last couple of years. She did really well in Vans Park Series last year. She's looking forward to the big event in Huntington Beach later this summer.
Nice. Well, there's Zoe Safanda stepping off a little feeble grind around the corner. But there's Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers always gets in there and takes a couple of runs during the demo just to let the world know that cancer didn't slow him down.
You know what's cool about beating cancer? Beating cancer twice.
Yeah.
Mike Rogers beat cancer 2 times.
Yeah. When it comes back that second time, that's usually a bad sign. And
Yeah,
for Mike to be able to beat that is great. We're glad he's here, and he's sort of dedicated his life to helping other people in his situation.
And
so.
as cool as what he's doing, it's even cooler just what he's done to help other people.
Exactly. And there's Jordan Barrett with a frontside invert. Again, Jordan's kind of like a blonde-haired surfer girl, but when she put her on a skateboard in a bowl, and she just attacks it. And it looks like a nice backside air
Jordan.
there. Yeah, there's Neil down there. You see him on camera. And they're following Jordan around here. 18 years old, folks. That is definitely one of the faces you'll see in the future of women's skateboarding.
All right, Scott, we are going to grab Amelia Brodka right now.
Nice, let's bring Amelia down.
Yeah, Amelia has done so much for women's skateboarding over the last few years. Did a really cool documentary about women's skateboarding. Tell us about the state of female skateboarding right now.
It is so amazing to see the level of progression and the amount of change that has happened in women's skateboarding just in the past few years. I mean, since the documentary came out, it's almost strange to watch it because so much has changed. There's so many more opportunities. There's so many more girls skating at a really high level. There are girls like Jordan, and Zoe, and they're just blowing up and they're getting really, really good.
I know that you always tell me, just from being one of the leaders of the female skateboarding movement, you're always being contacted from girls around the world, from the Middle East, from Africa. Where do you see women's skateboarding going in the next few years?
Oh my gosh, it's going to be really exciting. There's going to be, I think, events all over the world, and girls and women really coming up from the woodwork from all over the place. I mean, in Combi Classic this year, seeing some of those younger girls from Japan, like that no one's ever heard of, and they're doing nose blunts on the peninsula, and it's just blowing everyone away. So I think we're definitely going to see a lot more of that.
All right, let's bring it back to the Combi pool. You've spent a ton of time here. You've skated the women's contest here every year. What do you think about the event today?
Oh, it's so phenomenal to see. Just seeing at the level, every year it blows my mind. And still, my mind continues to be blown. And I'm just excited to see, hopefully, Clay Kreiner transfer that thing today.
So I heard a rumor. Is it true that you met your boyfriend, Alec, here at the Combi pool?
Yes, I did. Actually, he was standing right there, and I was standing right there, and our eyes met across the shallow end.
So the Combi pool is like really special to you.
He actually made this necklace out of these tiles, so.
Is he here today?
Yeah, he's here. He's right.
I see him over there. Hi, Alec. How cute. A little Combi bowl romance, Alec and Amelia.
We actually celebrate our anniversary. The day we met at Vans. We come here every year.
What's the anniversary?
It's November 20th.
So sweet. Alec, why don't you come over and talk to us? We'll interview Alec next. All right, we got a special guest with a special gift for you guys. Custom Vans for the day. All right, we're going to go to commercial. 10 minutes warm up for Legends Finals. Congratulations. How about a hand for Alec and Amelia? We're going to go to commercial, back in a few minutes.
All right, how cool was that? Alec Beck and Amelia Brodka popping the question at the Vans pool party here at the Vans Skatepark in Orange County, California, also known as Orange, California. So there you go. Also two very talented skaters. I think I've known Alec since he was about 12 years old. He's working for the Tony Hawk Foundation, and there is the ring. I'm glad it wasn't an empty bearing, you know. All right, let's take a minute and welcome everybody watching from Facebook. If you weren't aware already, we are broadcasting live at Vans.com as well as live on YouTube, and we are going to show the finals on Facebook tonight. So you got three choices of where to watch this program from. There's a happy girl right there. So again, I'd like to just take a minute and welcome all our friends watching on Facebook, YouTube, or at Vans.com. I'd like to welcome all of our parties out there, because I know you folks like to get together and watch this as a crew, and we are stoked that you do. And so we are getting ready for the Legends Finals. We just had the semis, cut it down to 8 riders. We're going to talk about the format here. We'll have it up on the screen in just a second. And so right now, Chris Miller going, what's going on, man? I'm not used to being in 3rd or 4th place. So again, it's going to be like this. The top 7 skaters from the semis meet the 2016 champ, which in this case is Lance Mountain. They're going to get 3 runs each. Best run counts. And that is about it. So it shouldn't take too long, but it should be pretty exciting. Hoping judging criteria for this type of event is usually a mix. The scores range from 0 to 100, but we have a panel of 5 judges. The highest and lowest scores are dropped, and the 3 remaining scores are averaged, and only the best run counts. So it's not about consistency. A lot of these guys want to get in there and put down a solid first run, and that usually frees them up to try to do that one best run. But if things go south, they want to have a solid run to fall back on. And there you see right there, Lance Mountain holding up the sign, letting everybody know how stoked they are to see Lance coming in here as last year's returning champion. And everybody knows they got their work cut out for him. I haven't seen Lance riding the Combi much this year, so this will be exciting. And we'll take a look at the heat sheet here in just a second. There we go. Coming in 8th place, Eddie O'Gara, Christian Asoy in 7th, Nikki in 6th, Chris Miller in 5th, Steve Caballero in 4th, Tony Mag sitting in, well, technically 3rd now. Pat Noho was our first place qualifier, and that puts 50-year-old Lance Mountain from Pasadena, California, in 1st place going into the Legends Finals. So stick around, because we're not going anywhere, and we're going to watch this finals and hopefully crown a new Legends champion out here tonight at the Combi Bowl at Vans Skatepark. And look at, we got a little traffic on the peninsula, but cab. And I got my buddy Neil back up here in the booth with me.
Did I miss anything? That was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you see that Alec and Amelia just got married? Did you notice?
Yeah, that was so cool. I was more nervous going through that than I was for anything around this entire event.
I know. I was watching Alec going, this is fun, watching him sweat.
He was sweating, man. I thought he was going to fall dropping in. He's like a really ripping skater.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I hope he doesn't fall dropping in.
That would have been funny. But I guess the knee slide was part of the whole deal. So the only thing wanted someone to tell Amelia to stand up. You got to make it traditional. He's got to be on his knee. But again, that's sort of more of a partnership anyways. So awesome to see Alec and Amelia looking at bright future.
And now this is the real business. This is the finals, man. The Legends final and Pro final. We've been through all the different rounds of qualifying, even the rounds the last few days that were not even broadcast. This is where we write the big checks. $126,000 going to be given out later today.
That's right, and let's get it started. We got Eddie Elguera. He's going to be our first rider in. Again, he was the last place qualifier, but again, he had to work hard just to get that last place qualifying spot because we saw Jeff Grosso, Mike McGill, both getting shut out of the finals.
McGill was the one that I really expected to be in there,
right.
and Grosso as well, for that matter.
So we got Eddie Elguera. He's got his 103 The Gato shirt.
I love it.
It's probably a radio station in Palm Springs.
We're in. This is the finals.
Yep, this is it. We're going to give out some money tonight. This is not a low-stakes contest right here.
I'm excited because this is going to be the first chance we have to see Lance Mountain, last year's defending champ.
Have you seen him even riding this year?
I have. I saw, oh man, Eddie washed out that really tricky line going frontside corner carve to backside corner carve.
I stand by my statement, man. That shallow end is one of the most challenging parts of this whole bowl.
You know, it does seem like, you know, they do a really good job of cleaning this bowl this whole week, but when it gets skated and knee slid on a ton on a day like this, it does get a little bit slicker as the day goes on.
Yeah, and we're not far from the freeway in Southern California, so there's a lot of dust blowing around in this area, and it's tough to fight it.
We were talking about taking a break to try and mop the bowl, but the mall here has us on a curfew. We got a hard curfew, so we got to power through and get the contest done. No time to mop the bowl. Luckily, it's not too bad. These guys are all able to deal with it. They've skated this thing a million times.
All right, well, Christian Asoy getting ready to take his first run of the finals here. This is going to be some good stuff. Digging the full face helmet.
He might be feeling some whiplash from that semifinal slam tomorrow, but he's good to go right now.
Or a little hipper. It looks like he caught a little bit on his hip. So he's moving some people around. I wonder if he's going to roll out, or maybe he's just clearing some people off the deck.
He's Christian, man. He's just doing Christian things.
Out. Look, he's going right for that shallow end, man. Oh, there it was. And now he's heading. Oh, nice backside air. Got enough time to style that one out. Nice lean air. So he's stepping it up.
Yeah, this is way better already than even his semifinals runs. There's the front 5-0 through the corner that gave him grief in the semifinals.
Yep, judo air and a frigid air. He did a little, what did he do? I missed something I was going to say. Right now he's in there, frontside 5-0, frontside lip slide, and back into that tight shallow. And look at, oh man, figure eighting it.
Yeah, that's the line that Eddie just fell on, and that's going to be time. 40 seconds for Hosoi.
Yeah.
That's a solid run to put on the board.
Yeah, I love seeing Hosoi in good shape, and that was exactly what I like seeing. So hope you guys are enjoying it out there at home. Next up is going to be Nikki Guerrero, our only, we had this discussion earlier.
Yeah. Does Mag count or not? Mag doesn't count.
I'm trying to think if he's still got a little hint of an accent. I think if he's got an accent, he counts.
Yeah, he does.
All right, so Nikki Guerrero started off with a little Smith vert right there, a little ode to Mike Smith, and a variation he invented. And there's an alley-oop body jar. That was sick. And
I know the boys in Copenhagen are up in the middle of the night.
That's right.
Cheering their boy on.
The Shredders Lodge crew.
Yeah, those guys have such a rad community.
Yep, they were just out here enjoying some sun in California. Oh, Nikki missing the grab on the finger flip lean to tail. That would have been a good one for the judges. But Nikki's got 2 more runs coming up. In fact, it looks like he might even rebate and try that one again or try something else. So Nikki in the round bowl right now. Back Smith. Unfortunately, a photographer got in the way. And that little satellite dish you keep seeing is actually a microphone to pick up the sounds of these guys skating to make it a full experience. And Nikki feeling good about that run, just wishing he could have added that finger flip lean to tail. And there's Miller. And what did Miller say? He said, it's always hard, it's always a challenge, it never gets easy, and I never expect to win. Well, I expect him to win.
This dude makes it look so easy. It is so fun to watch, man.
Yeah.
This guy is poetry in motion on a skateboard, and that is an early fall. He's going to be able to jump back on.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he was really kind of taking it easy on that one, like not trying to spring into anything.
Sometimes when you have, just the super adrenaline rush, you have to force yourself to just be calm.
And I think that's what he's doing, and he was super calm around that tight corner, and he didn't have the spring to get over that hip on the peninsula. But we'll see if he goes back for it again. No, he's going to switch it up, take it into the round bowl. Look at the blunt slide.
Blunt slide. Man. That is so gnarly.
Ooh, and he takes it far. He takes it to where the round bowl starts to curve in on itself a little bit, which should kind of pitch him back in. But
such a tricky section to land on.
It starts
that's like a 10-foot long blunt slide, and just with the curve of the bowl, it's so easy just to wash out onto the deck.
And it starts round and kind of straightens out by the time he was ready to come in. So, but there's Cab with his family. He got his little daughter and his wife over there. They seem like they're digging life in Southern California. So Cab currently living in Carlsbad, 52 years old. I think he's ridden for the same company his entire career. And look at that board slide.
Man.
Oh, he was thinking, how do I get out? It's not going to work. His front wheel started to drag a little bit, and he was thinking, can I pop out onto the deck? But not when you're going that fast.
Yeah, uncharacteristic couple early falls. See the Caballero fam back there. I think that's little Clover.
Yep.
Clover Caballero cheering him on.
And he's going for redemption. There you go.
Beautiful wife.
Kept those wheels off the deck and was able to come in no problem. And there's nice backside air. Back to back, taking it into the round, or the square.
The round part of the square.
The round part of the square, the round portion. And look at the boneless around the corner. I don't think Cab even did those. He probably did do them at the original Upland. Cab had a mean frontside boneless in the 80s.
So right now in the final, Krishna Soy currently in the lead, 83.33. Nick Guerrero in second. Cab's going to slot into third with a 78.33.
And after that run that Hosoi put down, I don't think Noho's going to have such an easy time knocking him out of first. But it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes down. Right now, Tony Mag, second place qualifier. And he's starting off in the shallow, getting some speed to carry into the round wall. And look at that, nice big frontside air. And again, now he's heading over to the square. You do one trick in each bowl, it's going to take a lot of energy to get around.
Little bottom landing on that backside air.
Yep.
Lucky to keep his speed.
Ooh, nice corner air. Definitely a bottom landing.
We've talked about it before. It's so hard to get your speed back and get your rhythm if you have a tricky landing and come off your line in this bowl.
Yeah, I mean, if you could just power up and do an axle stall and kind of catch your breath, but you really can't. You have to just keep pumping. And, you know, even regular runs, the amount of pumping you have to do in this bowl is not like a vert ramp.
The Combi does not let you take a breather.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, there's no do an axle stall and catch your breath. It is start pumping as hard as you can from the beginning and keep it going right until the end.
Our surprise first place qualifier, but well-deserved, man. Noho killed it.
For sure.
He always kills it.
For sure. So Noho, 53 years old, out of Venice, California. Just, starting off with his board backwards. What's he thinking, Neil?
I have no idea.
I've never seen Noho. Oh, he's dropping him backwards. Whoa, what? Why? I wonder. Just to do a tail stall?
Yeah, he's 53 years old and he's still learning new stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. That put a little bit of suspense into Pat's runs because you expect Pat to be so consistent.
Oh yeah.
Yep, little
that's
step
a contest
off.
make.
Step off rock.
You know
and
what
roll?
I love is Pat's from Venice. He's one of those, Dogtown era guys, and he's really relished traveling the world for skateboarding.
Oh yeah.
There were a lot of guys in that Venice area that was, they were the big dogs in Venice and Santa Monica, and they never left. And Pat has just embraced his worldwide skateboarding community.
I love watching all the different bowl qualifiers or bowl events down in Australia because he's at every one of them.
Yeah.
It's like Some guys will just go to Bondi, but Pat will make the trek out
He
to
loves
each
it,
one
man.
of them.
He's turned Australia into his second home.
Yeah.
Always spends a few weeks there every year.
Oh, I got to take a second and just admire that flyaway. That is a sweet custom paint job right there.
I saw Lance earlier, and I touched his shirt, and I feel like his shirt is made out of paper. Couldn't figure it out.
Weird.
But Lance Mountain's always on the cutting edge of fashion.
All right, so here we have him. First time we've seen him all day. He's the champion from last year, and he's got a title to defend. And so far, it looks like he's he's up to the task.
Oh, it was such a cool moment when he won this contest last year.
Yeah.
Coming back from injuries and, you know, oh my gosh, he fully washed out going up the wall.
That might be where the term dive bomb Indy came from right there. Just hanging on.
How did he hang on to that?
All right, Lance.
Under 10 seconds to go. Couple more tricks for Lance.
The full pull looks like it's in his future here, and there you go.
Might have had a couple seconds on the clock when he popped out, but look at Grasso.
There you go,
The
Grasso.
relationship between those guys is so rad. First place, 85.33, Lance Mountain.
And there you have it. You see why he was our champion last year. Everybody's got their work cut out for him this year. I don't mind seeing him win again, but I sure hope to see Miller at least make one full pull just to see what could have been. And now we got Eddie O'Gara in there, the Gato, coming out of Palm Springs. Eddie O'Gara tearing it up right now, basically working the lip in the round bowl. And Eddie knows he's got to bump it up a little bit. I think everybody knows that.
Eddie's another guy that has really just thrived on pushing the progression as he got older and older and older. And it was so cool just to see Eddie still learning tricks in his 40s.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Eddie was the guy that invented, you know, the standard tricks we do today. And in the early 90s, he was still pushing the kind of the mini ramp scene and all the blunt variations. So super awesome to see Eddie out here in 2017 throwing 5 out of fakies around the corner.
If you played any role in bringing Eric Costin into the skateboarding world, then I'm backing you.
Exactly.
And Eddie O'Gara did.
Absolutely.
And so that's pretty cool.
All right, so we're back up to Christian Asoy here. And let's see if Christian can improve upon his first score. He got an 83.33, needs an 85.43 to take the lead.
I think Asoy's got a little bit more juice.
I think so too. I think he could always go a foot higher if he really wanted to and just take it kind of to the next level. Again, I think every one of those judges loves his layback grinds as much as I do. I don't know why he's not ending off his runs with that layback Smith. But there you go. You can see on the deck, he's got some fans.
Everyone's Hosoi fans.
I know.
Is there anyone that's not a Hosoi fan?
Nope. All right, so see Grasso looking on.
You know what Grasso's saying? Drop in already.
Yeah, seriously, enough showboating. All right, so Hosoi, again, bizarre, goes right for a 5-0 around the shallow corner, but seems to work for him. And then he rolled into that backside air. Really sort of unusual.
But you know, that was higher than he's been going his previous runs. So.
Yep, and he's always said he thinks he can go higher in a bowl than he can in a vert ramp. So hopefully we'll see him put that to the test. All right, so next up is going to be Nicky Guerrero coming from Denmark.
Yeah, currently in 5th place with a 78.67.
And just a local at the Combi when it comes to Vans Pool Party. He's been out here every year, I think, since it started. And it's just so awesome to see a guy like Nicky get a kind of a second chance to come out here and show everybody what he's got.
Want to give a quick shout out to everyone watching us on Facebook, on the Vans Facebook. Just tuning in for the finals over there. So thanks, everyone. We're running a few different platforms today. Appreciate everyone tuning in from around the world.
That's right. Hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. Nicky Guerrero in there right now. Let's see if we can get that finger flip lean to tail squeezed into this run. Oh!
Wow, backside air on the peninsula.
It's slippery and it's round. That's all you need to know. Nice crail slide, and that's going to do it for Nicky. So he's saving the finger flip for his last run.
The good thing is the judges are looking right down on that peninsula, so they can see, and all the judges have skated this bowl, but they can see how tricky it is just landing on that wall that falls away from you.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning they made that modification when they re-cemented it, because the original one had about a 12-inch flat spot. But enough of that. Let's talk about Chris Miller as he drops in here for his second run, and look at that lean air.
Crossbone.
That's how to do a lean air right there, folks. Any kids watching at home?
Yeah, seriously.
Pause that, go back.
It's still the best, the way that he does that trick.
And look at that.
Looked like he was carving a little bit too much on that rock.
And if you miss, that tail slide into that is gnarly. Nice frontside ollie into the corner, actually. And I talked to Chris, and he said, landing in the corners is actually easier because it's kind of like a big catcher's mitt.
Look, there's the dive bomb ending.
Yep.
Is he going to go for the blunt slide?
Oh, why did that happen?
He came off just with like 5 seconds to go. Definitely the gnarliest run we've seen, but an early fall. What are the judges going to say about Chris Miller's run?
Well, let's see. He's currently sitting in 8th place. Needs an 85.43 to take the lead. I'd hope that would at least put him in the top 4, but we'll see. Right now, NoHo's in 4th place. Miller bumping to 6th.
Wow. Look at, I don't think Clover wants Daddy to take his run.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they say little girls and daddies. And there we go. Cab's in there. Second run. And look at that board slide.
Oh, no, he washed out again.
Yeah, the problem with that trick is you got to get off it while it's still feeling good. Cab says, I'm not going to scratch my new helmet, but I am frustrated that I didn't.
Listen to the crowd. That's the bro rebate.
Yep, that is absolutely the rebate.
Even though the Vans guys right now are saying we're about to get kicked out of the mall if we go over the curfew time.
Yeah, I heard that discussion.
A little bit more Steve Caballero never hurt.
But when Steve Caballero says, I'm taking a rebate, I don't want to be the guy to have to tell him he's not. And so there he goes, and that one looked sketchy. He slid up to a board slide, but he was going so fast, it just carried him right through it. And look at the height. Keeping it right around the 3-4 foot mark, feeble around the corner. Another backside air. And look at that boneless.
Oh, man, another heavy slam. That was really similar to Hossoi's slam in the semis.
Yeah, that one sat him down in a hurry. And he'll be all right, but man, that's going to hurt tomorrow. He tried to jump just a little bit too far, and that put him in the back seat. And I'm sure as soon as he set his wheels down, he knew something was wrong. But T-Mag up next. He's had a wardrobe change, put on a clean shirt, one less middle finger to add to our collection.
Yeah, the legends haven't had as many middle fingers as the pros. What's up with that?
I think some of them might have a religious opposition to it, and
gotcha.
The rest of them are probably just used to the frustration and disappointment at this point.
Kids are just mad.
Yep. So T-Mag dropping in.
Or maybe the kids are just trying to act mad.
That
maybe they're
could
not
be
really
it.
mad.
Yeah, they got a little somewhere to prove, maybe. I don't know. Justify why they just slipped out on a frontside grind. But right now, T-Mag's in there, and he's working his way up to the flat wall for a nice big backside air. T-Mag was always most comfortable up in the air. And again, the Combi is just not a place for big air riders. It's way too intricate, but Tony can adapt. And there he goes.
Yeah, way smoother on this run. Didn't have the bottom landings that he had his first run, so this is looking solid.
Backside disaster. I'm trying to think, what have I seen T-Mag throw down lately that would impress us? He's been doing some really cool late ollie tails, smashing the tail on the way down. Some backside lip slides, things like that we might see throw down.
Pretty similar run to his first run, but just cleaned up a little bit, little smoother, little.
Look at Cab. It's good to be Steve Caballero.
Yeah, getting worked on by the medical crew and the daughter.
That's right.
Yeah, T-Mag looks like got another 84, so still in second place.
That's right, and our next rider in is going to be Pat NoHo. So let's see if Pat can bump Mag and maybe even Lance and take that first place spot back. Look at that board slide, man. That is intense right there. Oh!
Wow, that was such a killer backside air transfer over the hip.
Not a lot of transition on the landing, but it didn't seem to affect him.
Totally different angle than most guys do that trick. Lip slide through the shallow corner.
I think those couple extra inches of board helped right there.
Yeah, NoHo with a couple tricks we haven't seen him do yet today. Look at that layback revert.
Yeah, they love the layback revert out there. They're screaming their heads off. And you know what?
I love it.
Yeah, I love it too. Pat never slows down. He just keeps it, gets it up, and holds it there the whole time. Wow.
That was a rat. We saw the judges really dug NoHo in the semifinals. Lance has an 85.33. Is that a threat for the top spot?
Not if I'm judging, but I'm not judging, so we'll see what they say.
4th place, 80. Wait, that's where he was before. 84.
There
he
we
bumped
go.
into 3rd.
Pat NoHo just took the spot away from Christian Hosoi. That's amazing. And congratulations to Pat, man. That was an awesome run. Everybody's digging it. This has got, well, with the exception of Lance, this is a really unusual top 5. So we'll see how this plays out. Lance back in there, sitting in first place by 1 whole point.
I love that. Grosso and Navarrete.
Yeah.
Cheering him on as he drops in.
Yep, and I think Lance even kind of has a trick or two he could pull out of his sleeve to bump that score up.
The thing about Lance, he might be in the lead right now, but he knows Miller can put down a big score.
Hosoi, Miller, Guerrero, NoHo, even T-Mag, any one of those guys, if they catch a really good run and get, the confidence to try something tough, could absolutely bump him. And so, setting up for the alley-oop backside air.
Wow.
Showed his hand early. And he's just hanging on, bouncing around the corners.
He's saying,
he wants him to mop
pool.
it. He says it's getting slippery and I don't want to slam.
Yeah, this thing is pretty slick.
So that raises the question, when Lance Mountain tells you got to mop the pool, what do you do? Do you stop and mop it and wait for it to dry? Or does somebody have to go tell Lance Mountain to suck it up? Which I'm sure they'll say.
Yeah, once again, we mopped this thing super good right before the contest started, but we got a hard curfew from the fire marshal here at the mall, so we're trying to hammer through these events. It's funny, I'm used to doing the Vans Park series when we got like a rainstorm coming or something. We're indoors here, but we still got the fire marshal that wants to shut us down.
We got management. Yeah, so it looks like they're not going to take any time to mop. So we got Eddie Elguera back in the bowl. Currently sitting on a 78.33, needs an 85.43 to take the lead. So Eddie's got his work cut out for him, but look at that 5-0 to fakie. That does not look like a 54-year-old skateboarder.
It's amazing, man.
Right into an Elgarial.
I'm like amazed when a 34-year-old skateboarder can still do a 5-0 to fakie in a deep vert bowl.
And that right there, pivot to fakie on the peninsula. That was amazing. And so we'll see what else Eddie's got for this run here. He's got about, is that clock right, 30 seconds still?
No, it's counting up to 40, so 5 seconds to go.
Whoa, a little Hackett slash thrown in there, a little Smith style. And that's going to do it right there. For the one and only Eddie Elguera. All right, so coming in next is going to be Christian Hosoi. And Hosoi is currently sitting on an 83.33 in 4th place. What's he got here? What's he going? He's going for the nose blunt or an ollie blunt. Hopefully we'll see that in his 3rd run. And so, excuse me, that was his 3rd run.
That was his 3rd run. This is last runs for everyone. This is going to be the last run for Christian Hosoi. He's like, give me some dance jams, man. I want to move my hips.
He said, I know there's a Madonna song on that playlist somewhere.
I got some pink flamingos on my shorts. I need to dance.
Those are pretty sweet shorts. Look at that.
Oh, man, I'm not going to say anything right now. It's Hosoi, man. He can do whatever he wants, and I love it.
He's got one requirement. He's like, yeah, I'll skate, I'll go high. You guys can see all that. But before I do, I'm going to take a second and just look at me while I do some stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do some stuff, and I want your attention. All right, Hosoi.
If the fire marshal shuts this contest down because Hosoi took too long to drop in, I'm going to be pissed.
Why is he still so far away from his skateboard? It's been like a minute. 2 minutes.
Dude.
Oh, stop.
Dude.
All right.
You know what? The fire marshal should shut this down.
Yeah.
Because he was about to do a striptease on the deck of the bowl.
All right. So Christian Hosoi He's mentally prepared now. He's going to drop in. He's got the right level of psych in his brain. And look at, there it is again, 5-0.
He really is playing Madonna.
I think I called it, Neil. Lucky Star coming out loud and clear.
Oh, he made the big backside air. Keep it going, Christian.
Oh, no one-footed judo for Christian.
He felt it for a minute, man.
He did. He made the roll in, got the setup air. And, hey, just like Christian always wants to do, he got a good landing, wanted to go bigger, but drifted just a little bit towards. Look at Cab's daughter.
He wants a rebate.
Cab's daughter's like, why don't they always play Madonna at skate contests? Yeah, give him a rebate. Let him roll out. Let's see that lean frigid.
Yes. Oh, it's so hard after you take a run and you run out of the bowl just to still, like, your legs are super tired to pump a backside air.
And your brain is just like, yeah, you made it. You don't have to do any more. And then you're like, what? Oh, you do have to do a little more.
And all your boys just saw you dance on the coping.
I don't think that was a bad thing.
He likes it?
I think he liked that. I think he did it for a reason. He knew they were watching. All right, so next in, Nicky Guerrero. Again, just an awesome guy, awesome skateboarder. He's got some big tricks that he could throw in. The only guy in the Legends doing a nose grind in the Combi. And there's a judo to start it off.
Solid sad plant. Nicky Guerrero looking to bump up out of the 5th place position.
Ooh.
That was a pretty rad camera angle. The frontside invert getting
Tucked
tight
up
in there.
I think Nicky looked right into the lens at one point. All right, so Nicky in the shallow. He's going to head back into the square, and I know he's going to try to throw at least one thing that we haven't seen before, and I think it's going to be this finger flip lean to tail. Oh, bad call, eggplant.
Couple more tricks for Nicky. Frontside air, over the hip.
Yep, and he's got, well, let's see how much more time he's got left here. Couldn't be more than a few seconds. Back Smith.
Wow.
And hanging on, full pull.
Yeah, that is 40 seconds for sure. Fast plant the fakie. That is time.
Oh, and the nose grind
for Nicky Guerrero.
That looked more like a Scott Oster G-turn. All right, give it up for Nicky Guerrero.
I think that was Nicky's best run of the day.
Hands
from
down.
Semis and finals.
Agreed. That was the run he was after, and that was also his final run. So
bumps up to 3rd, bumps NoHo off the podium. Right now, top 3 is Lance, T-Mag, and Nicky Guerrero.
And I just kind of want to hold my breath at this point.
Yeah, this honestly, the contest comes down to this run.
Yeah.
We know that Miller is capable of a 90. If he puts it all together with the run that we know Miller can do.
Yep, you're right. So Chris Miller getting ready to drop right now. He's got his trademark spot on the peninsula. And there's the run, goes right into that tight corner, opens it up, gets a ton of speed. And look at that.
Wow.
Taking a page out of Zach's book. The only guy in the finals to really go big.
Sugarcane in the round.
Yeah,
those first 3 hits
sugar.
is the best skating we've seen in the Legends division.
Exactly. And let's see, can he hang on? Look at that ollie to pivot.
Miller is on fire.
Man. All
this
right,
is
Miller.
Eye the Tiger Miller.
So he's
Alley-oop cab 5-0. There it is.
Oh, and he falls on a rock and roll.
Gosh, are you kidding me?
Is that enough? Is it enough, Neil?
There's no way.
You don't think it's enough?
He still had like 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it can't be enough. You gotta.
I mean, that was the best skateboarding of the day.
Agreed.
Hands down.
Agreed.
30 seconds of Miller beats 40 seconds of anyone else in this contest, but the judges won't give it to him. 82.67. He's in 6th. I'm not a judge, I'm just a commentator.
Right.
I wouldn't have Miller in 6th, even with the fall.
Oh,
But,
man.
I don't think.
The level of intensity, the attack, the difficulty of tricks, all of those things, you know, Chris Miller knocks it up a few notches. 6th place seems a bit odd, but right now Steve Caballero, who could easily end up in 1st place.
Caballero is in last. That's never happened in the history of skateboarding. He is in last place.
Yeah, so Steve looking like he's got to do a little work here to impress these judges. Again, you know he's got it. It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it was
Steve
really
Caballero's in
the
last
board
place.
slide over the hip that was giving him so much grief.
Yep.
He's well past that and looking super solid this run.
Oh, he took the slam on the boneless, but he committed to this one. Rides away, so let's see what he got here. Fakey lip around the corner.
This is the best run we've seen out of Cab. The boys are turning it up on the last run.
And there's the Miller flip.
Oh, his hand slid and he still made it. That is time.
And now he's going to try to eke out the Caballero.
After time, that's not going to
clock.
hurt him, but that is going to be really close. Does Cab bump out Lance Mountain?
Yeah, we'll let the judges let us know whether he does or not. I think that was
no idea where the judges'
pretty darn
heads are
good
at.
run from Steve Caballero right there.
Just a couple riders left.
And
New
look at that.
leader.
No, it looks like he's tied.
They tied, and
But-
it looks like Cab wins the tiebreaker.
Yep.
Once again, the tiebreaker. In this contest, there's 5 judges.
That's right.
Every run, they drop the high and the low. If there's a tie, they add the high and the low back in. So they got this all set up in the computerized ISX scoring system.
He's like, I just slammed on a boneless. Cut me some slack.
Got to be a dad first.
I know.
Look at the pros getting ready. Tom Schaar,
Yeah.
Kiko, Tristan, Clay Kreiner.
So
Can't
there's
wait to see these
Still
guys.
a handful of guys. I mean, if T-Mac decided to throw something crazy.
T-Mac's got to do a frontside 540 if he wants to win.
Agreed. Because I don't know. He's got a good alley-oop Les twist. Ooh, that was a big frontside air. Probably
That
the biggest
was.
one we've seen. And but we'll see. Again, knocking Steve Caballero off the top of the rung is
It is
no
gonna be
easy
hard.
challenge.
I love this
Skating
frontside
good.
air into the corner.
I know.
Yeah, Mag's killing it right now.
Good redirection on that. So T-Mag is having a solid run. He's definitely going to end up in the top couple of guys, but whether or not he'll end up in first place, we'll just have to wait and find out.
Yeah, after this, Noho's the only guy left that can bump him off the podium.
That's right. And we saw Noho in first place qualifier in the semis. T-Mag definitely putting together a good run there, but coming off on a lean to tail, which just isn't going to give him what he needs.
T-Mac's last score is a 79.67, his lowest score of the day. But yeah, he's on the podium. Pat Noho dropping in right now is going to be the last guy to try and bump him off.
In all honesty, let's see, Pat Noho's gotten an 84 so far. Whether or not Pat's capable of getting an 85.3, we'll have to see. Look at this manual. Oh, Pat, gnarly.
That is gnarly.
Manual roll
Every
into
one of
this
Pat's
bowl.
runs has been different. That's pretty sick, man.
Yeah.
That these guys at this age.
Ooh, and you don't see Pat going that big, but he's going pretty big today.
Pat is killing it right now.
And look at that board slide around the tight square corner. Ooh, and nice style into that. That's a tight landing, and he landed perfect. Okay, Pat. Oh, this is his old move from the heyday. Look at this.
Oh my gosh, that is so hairy.
Wah!
Death drop.
With no speed, no momentum, just your shoulder.
Yeah, just way
your
back.
shoulder to pull you in.
A foot off the coping.
Yeah.
That is so gnarly.
Yeah, Pat Noho. Not the run he was looking for, but again, still an awesome run from Pat.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to bump back onto the podium. Pat currently in 5th. His last run is at 81.33.
All right, so it looks like we've got one last run, and it's going to be an important run because Lance Mountain needs to beat Steve Caballero by at least 1/3 of a point.
And they are tied. And so the tiebreak is best run is recalculated with all 5 judges' scores added in. The high and the low is not dropped. So that's how Steve Caballero was able to bump past Lance Mountain.
I'm not sure if he's got some certain music he wants to hear, or whether or not he's just trying to figure out what he has to do to beat Cab in the tie. All right, so Lance getting some crucial information.
Lance said, "What's a tiebreaker?"
Yep.
And they said, "You got to have a higher score than Steve Caballero."
Basically, yeah. We're not going to do it retroactively, so you better go break the tie. I guess he needs Pat Noho to help break the tie, maybe. I don't know what's going on there, but he just told Pat Noho to put his helmet back on. Okay, so we can only guess.
I'm just watching, man.
At this point, what the heck is going on? Oh, a little catamaran, maybe?
I love it.
Lance says, you know, let's see if we can do this.
Steve Caballero wins.
Yep.
This is Lance's last run.
All right, kids, here's your new trick for the day. Go grab a buddy and give this a shot. Can they carve the corner in tandem? Nope.
Wah, wah, wah.
Rebate. Oh, what an interesting choice. Lance Mountain's just showing everybody out there that, you know
Does
what?
he still get a run? I still want to.
I think he's waving it off. And this kind of seems like it was something he thought of ahead of time, which makes it even more sort of odd, or at least unique of a choice.
Big slam
Oh, no.
on the other side. Just as Lance was getting ready to go,
Yeah.
Eddie Elguera just took a huge slam.
Eddie Elguera down on the ground right now, doesn't appear to be moving. Oh, I think I just saw an arm. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get the camera down there, or we'll just keep.
Yeah, I
abreast.
saw it out of the corner of my eye as Lance and Pat were getting ready to go down. I think Eddie Elguera was still just trying that blunt to
Yep,
fakie
that would
that he
make
was
sense.
trying early, and I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, just a monster slam. And I was watching Lance and Pat, so didn't fully see it, but I just saw everyone jump down into the square pool to check on Eddie Elguera.
He's moving. I see him moving his legs. Looks like they're rolling him over. So hopefully everything's okay with Eddie.
Hey, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to check on Eddie Elguera. Luckily, we got an awesome medical crew. Back in a couple minutes. Welcome back. We can breathe again. Eddie Elguera is helping himself out of the bowl. Just took a monster slam just here at the end of the Legends final. We had Lance Mountain and Pat Noho were trying to catamaran into the round, and Eddie Elguera just was trying to drop in and try a trick that he had been trying all day. Cameras weren't even on him because we were filming Lance's last run. And I just saw out of the corner of my eye, Eddie Elguera just took a monster slam. Looked like he maybe was just seeing stars for a couple minutes. So everyone jumped down and luckily helped Eddie out of the bowl. So I saw Eddie climb out under his own power. So luckily, looks like Eddie's going to be okay. He's getting checked out by medical right now. So we will keep you updated when we have an official medical update on Eddie Elguera. But it looks like Steve Caballero is the winner of the Vans Pool Party Legends Division. Wins the tiebreaker with Lance Mountain, followed by Tony Magnuson, Nicky Guerrero, Pat Noho, Krishna Soy, and Chris Miller. Chris Miller definitely had the best 30 seconds of skateboarding in the Legends final, but unfortunately for Miller, the runs are 40 seconds long, and those early falls really hurt. So even the alley-oop cab 5-0 and all the gnarly tricks that Chris Miller did were not enough to be higher than ended up in 7th place. So congratulations to Steve Caballero. Steve's last win here was 2012. So I'm just looking at the banners over my shoulder. Caballero won the Legends division in 2012 and 2010. So this is going to be Caballero's 3rd win in the Legends division. So congratulations, Steve Caballero, coming back after that gnarly slam on the boneless through the corner. With got the help from little Clover Caballero.
Yeah, I think it was that massage, working out that knot in his shoulder. Made all the difference. Okay, so right now we got Corey Juneau looking like he's getting ready to go here. Ready for the finals?
We got warm up for the pros, just getting ready to start right now. Kind of a inauspicious ending to the Legends contest right there.
Did I miss anything? I had to step out for just a second.
Yeah, Eddie's okay.
Good.
Looked like he, I mean, I don't want to say he's okay. He was able to get out of the bowl. So we got results right now for the Legends final. Steve Caballero, I believe it's his third pool party win, wins on the tiebreaker. Once again, we have 5 judges. In the normal contest, the high and the low score is dropped. If there's a tie, the high and the low are added back in.
That's right, and so Steve Caballero in first place, Lance in second, T-Mag third place. Nikki Guerrero just missing the podium by basically that tiebreaker that you just discussed. And Pat Noho, same deal, just a third of a point away from getting into that top 3 action. Christian Asoy a little bit further out, and wow, Chris Miller in 7th place. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, it's worth explaining a little bit on the tiebreaker. Like I mentioned, the tiebreaker is all 5 scores count.
Right.
If there's still a tie, which sometimes happen, it goes to your second best run. And
Sure.
your second best run, if it's still a tie, then all those 5 scores are added in. So they have the whole tiebreaker system broken down to 3 or 4 ways to break these ties, because it's happened forever in skateboard contests since we've been doing it. So it's funny just for Lance to Lance is like, how do you break the tie? And he's like, I'm going to catamaran with NoHo. So
Yeah.
it's funny. That's kind of Lance Mountain at its finest. Lance
Yeah,
has
for
always
sure.
been like the dorky, funny guy that's always just, even back from the old Powell videos, the dumb skits that they used to do, and like that's Lance Mountain. We're going to take it down to Chris Naratko on the deck of the bowl.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm here with Steve Caballero. What a crazy finish right there. Most importantly, you just saw Eddie, and he's all right, right?
Yes, man. It got really scary right there watching him fall on his head and get knocked out. And I'm glad to see him up, and he's doing good. So thank God for that.
How amazing is Lance Mountain with that finish?
Lance Mountain is amazing. I mean, he is so passionate about skating, and Lance is amazing. Everyone that skated in the finals is incredible. Pat Noho, I got to give it to Pat Noho, because every time Pat skates, every contest, I see him getting better and better. He's the best description of fine wine. I mean, he's getting older and he's getting better. I mean, that's a dream for anybody.
But you are as well.
Yeah, but I've known Pat since around 1978, and it's just so cool that we're still skating and competing. We were competing when we were amateurs. I mean, close to 40 years ago. So, like I said, hats off to Pat Noho, because I was feeling he was going to take this one for sure.
Well, I saw you earlier today, and you were hunched over. You were telling me you were banged up, your back was hurt, and here you are, victorious. How did that happen?
Well, you know what? A month ago, I was on fire. I was cross-training. I was stretching with my PT at level 4 PT in Carlsbad. I was getting really in shape. I wanted to have a good outcome, for this contest. And then it just went downhill a month ago. I slammed on my shoulder. I compressed my dirt bike riding, so I was hunched over. My back's super sore. I swore like I'm not going to skate for about 3 weeks to a month after this contest, because I just want to heal, when the contest is going, the adrenaline is going on, and sometimes the pain just kind of goes away, so I'm sure I'll feel it tomorrow.
Well, I'm super stoked. Congratulations. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Chris Naratko, and congratulations, Steve Caballero. He has always been such a master at powering through any challenges. And congratulations, the third time we're going to see Steve Caballero's name up on the banners. And as you can see in the background, we have a pro final that's getting ready to go down. The best deep bowl skaters in the world. We're going to check out a recap right now of the Legends final. Roll the highlights, boys.
All right, so taking a look at the Legends finals here. We see Hosoi, look at that lean air. Classic Hosoi style. Cab went down a couple times on that board slide. T-Mag might have had the biggest frontside air of the day. And Lance Mountain making a really unusual decision to not take his last run.
Yeah, that was interesting. He kind of just gifted that one to Cab on a platter.
Now, I mean, we all love sort of the skateboard lore and sort of the friendship, but let's just take a second and look at the monetary difference there.
Yeah.
Basically, Lance just handed away $6,000. Not to say that he would have necessarily won, but at least
first place for Legends is $15,000 and second place is $9,000.
Yeah.
And this was Lance Mountain's last run.
That's a $6,000 catamaran right there.
But Lance Mountain probably had more fun than anyone.
You know, I'd like to think that, but I wonder. I think the stress never goes away. I think the nerves and the want to excel is you take it to your grave.
Old guys, you guys rule, but we're turning it over to the pros right now.
That's
and let
right.
me tell you about what's going to happen. The only thing that's going to change for this pro final, these guys are going to get 4 runs.
Nice.
It's been 3 runs all day for the semifinals and the final. The pros are going to have 4 runs, and it's best run count. The top 10 skaters from the semis, 4 runs, best run counts, $28,000 US for the winner.
Okay, top 10 skaters from the semifinals are going to make their way into the finals. They'll get 4 runs each, and best run will count. Scores ranging from 0 to 100. We got a panel of 5 judges, and the highest and lowest scores are dropped. And the 3 remaining scores are averaged out, and the best run counts. Now, in the event, as Neil said, of a tiebreaker, we bring back those 2 scores that were dropped. So, Neil, talking about old guys, I'm looking at the breakdown for our top 10 here, and Bucky is more than twice as old as his closest competitor.
Yeah, the last few years, this pool party contest was kind of a battle between the old guard and the new guys.
Yep.
And Bucky is kind of the last man standing. The last few years, we still had Rune Glifberg, Omar, those guys.
Yep.
Andy
Mack was still doing it. Lincoln, Sandro, those guys were still.
And Bucky is the last man standing, so it's pretty amazing just to see that Bucky can still hang with the kids. But want to give a quick shout out to those guys that just barely missed the final. In 11th place was Heymana Reynolds, Trey Wood, Willie Lara, and Jeremy Green. But these are the guys in the pro final. We're going to start it off with Colin Graham. Then taking it down to Iago Magalhães from Curitiba, Brazil. Stoked that we do have a Brazilian here in the finals. Asher Bradshaw, Bucky Lassick, Tristan Rennie, who won a Vans pool party before, Corey Junot. He's been second, he's been third, he's been fourth. He's never won the pool party. Chris Russell, he's been second, he's never won a pool party. Tom Shar won in 2015. Kiko Francisco and Clay Kreiner.
Why don't we give him a quick rundown of who won and what years they won, Neil? Because it looks like in 2006, Omar took it. 2007 was Rune Glifberg. 2008 was Rune Glifberg. 2009 was Bucky Lassick. That was 8 years ago. In 2010 was Bucky Lassick. 2011 brought Pedro Barros to the scene. He took it in 2011 and 2012. Bucky came back to win it in 2013, and Tristan Rennie got it in 2014. Now, last year would have been Tom Shar took it in 2015, and last year Pedro Barros with his insane jump over the peninsula. Again, that was after the contest, but Pedro Barros took it last year. And Pedro Barros is absent this year. So one of the guys who's essentially won this contest 3
just
times.
In the background. Sorry to interrupt you, but Corey Juno just did a chest-high frontside flip and completely hung up and made it.
Oh, gosh, I wish I'd seen
That's
it.
the best trick I've ever seen in the Combi Bowl, and it was in practice.
Hopefully we'll get the replay on that one.
Yeah, we are ready to go.
Colin Graham looks like he's ready to go. He's got his Taco Dude sticker. And Colin Graham's going to be our first guy in, coming from Virginia Beach, 20 years old.
So one of the big stories, is Clay Kreiner going to try the Grand Canyon in his run?
I'm saying, in his run. Yeah, I think he is. I think Clay's going to do everything he can to put down a solid run.
If you don't know what we're talking about, look at the new Thrasher. Yeah. Clay Kreiner did a transfer here that no one else has even looked at, did a gap over the whole mouth of the round bowl.
That's right. You may not realize it, but there is a gap in that round bowl.
It's not even like, I never even looked at that and thought it was.
I feel like Andy Mack may have messed around with it, but nobody's touched it.
I remember, there's the gap that we're talking about. I remember Grayson Fletcher doing it about 3/4 of the way up. And it was super rad, but I remember us even at the time saying, hey, that'd be insane if someone could do it like at Coping, and Clay Kreiner just went mega blast.
And the best part about watching Clay do it is he doesn't grab till he's like at least halfway through the gap. It's just amazing.
And the big secret that Clay was trying to keep under the covers is he actually landed feet on a heel flip frontside air over that gap.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's been trying to film that one the last few weeks. So sorry to give out your secrets, Clay, but the world needs to know that you're a gnarly beast.
Well, here we see Corey Janot getting ready, and there is Colin Graham. He's going to be our first rider in, and it does say skating now.
Yeah, we're...
I feel like we're still waiting for the contest to start. Even though Colin's not in there. They're still taking just another minute of practice. You can tell because Bucky's about to drop in on him.
So you got any predictions?
Ooh, I feel like that would be... I mean, again, I definitely am feeling the Corey Janot effect this year. But I spent the last 2 years filming Bucky Lassick every weekend and sometimes 3 or 4 days a week. So I know what he's got. Whether or not we're going to see it today, I don't know. It's tough. So predictions. I think Clay Kreiner is going to be in the top 5. I think Corey Janot is going to be in the top 3. And that's really all I'm going to say.
Hey, I think Tristan could be top 3. Tristan has been killing
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. I got to be honest. Tristan's could be in there. I'm surprised to see Asher making it in, but I'm glad he's here.
It's been a long day. I am so freaking excited. This is the pro final. Let's do this. These dudes get 3 runs. Look how small Asher Bradshaw. Sorry, they get 4 runs. Look at that. He's like a little kid. He's in the freaking pro finals.
I know. It's amazing. And there's Colin Graham. It's all in this, Colin. Just a kid from Virginia Beach making his way out to the West Coast and lucky enough to qualify in one of the toughest qualifiers he'll probably ever skate in his life and making it in. And here we go. So lean varial.
Wow.
Whoa, tiptoeing it.
Yeah, he was really over his toes on that one. Oh, the nose grind got away from him.
The pressure. The pressure.
Hey, and that's, I mean, these guys, you're going to see a lot of falls because these guys are going to try really hard runs.
Yeah.
You got to try and do the run of your life to be on the podium here.
When you know you're facing at least a couple previous champions. Oh, that could have got ugly. A couple previous champions, you can't hold anything back. Nice tail grab fakie. And that's going to do it for Colin Graham right there. So we'll see what the judges say. Solid first run, but he had a fall. And he definitely is going to want to improve on that second run. But 4 runs is really helpful.
Yeah.
That means they can have 1 run where they bail, 1 run where they maybe hold back a bit, 2nd run where they really let it go, and then a 4th run where they just...
mental lose your freaking face run. Check this out.
All right, here's Iago. See if you can get that rolling back tail.
That is so gnarly. That was full speed.
Yeah.
There is no first wall rebate here.
Nope.
He's going to jump back on there, but that is...
I don't think they're going to let him.
That is really gnarly way to start into full speed back tail.
Interesting. All right, they're going to let him. I know we're on a time
backwards, half cab,
that's pretty
board
cool.
slide fakie.
Little redirection over the center there by the peninsula. Look at the tail grab 1 foot. I love that trick.
Hey, quick shout out to Brazil. We want to see more of you freaks up here next year for pool party.
That's right.
Brazil's got way too many bowl rippers to only have Iago in the finals.
So I don't think I've ever seen anybody do a 540 over that hip. And look at that alley-oop frontside air going back in. That's badass. So Iago getting some redemption, but he's going to have to do everything he just did in his next run because none of that counted.
Stoked that everyone is watching us both on YouTube and Facebook. Hope everyone was able to check the Heartlines contest on Red Bull TV earlier. Congratulations, Nigel Houston.
Look at the look on Asher's face. Oh man, he looked like his head was going to explode. Or like he was just going to fall asleep. Look at that style in that backside air right into a huge backside 540.
You can tell when you see the arm set up, he's about to spin.
Oh yeah, he shows his hand every time. You see that shoulder start to dip as he crosses the flat bottom.
13 years old, Sailfish 540 like nothing.
Oh, is he going to go right into the 7 on his first run?
Gosh, that is so gnarly.
Now, Neil, would that have been something to maybe save for run number 2 and try to incrementally work your way
I
up?
think in the finals, you can't hold anything.
Okay, so
the
concept of a safe run goes out the window.
There's no safety dance in the finals.
Full pull doesn't mean anything. You either give it your best or nothing.
You do a safety run, you're going to get 9th. What's the big deal? Go for it.
Exactly. So Bucky Lasek probably won't be doing any safety runs. I feel like Bucky's going to not throw everything he's got at his first run, but we'll see.
When you're Bucky Lasek, you have 500 tricks to choose from.
Exactly. Let's see. It's going to start off with that heel flip, though.
That is not safe at all. First wall, even a backsmith in the shallow is pretty gnarly.
So this is where it gets good right here. The method to fakie around the corner into the switch backside air, which he bailed, I think, every time. And there's going for the frontside gate twist.
Frontside cab, stale grab.
Yeah.
Think about how hard the first few walls of that run is. That's like...
I'm just trying to think about how to land solid on a switch backside air to set up for that. That means you got to land with your foot kind of on the nose.
Doing an air to fakie around the corner to set up for a switch backside air. It's impossible.
Yeah, and that's why Bucky's name is on those banners, because he puts together lines that nobody else can even think of. But right now, Tristan Rennie could definitely think of some of those lines.
Check this kid out. He absolutely dominated this contest in qualifying a couple days ago and won it in 2014. He's got speed wobbles out of the Madonna disaster about every time. Probably the loosest trucks in the bowl today.
Oh my gosh, that backside air disaster.
Look at that. That's an impossible spot to do backside ollie the back lip.
Come right back out of that hip. There's Tristan Rennie, nice big frontside air.
He's got 10 seconds to go. This is a super solid run.
All right, so making his way back into the shallow.
Do the nose grind?
I kind of think he is, and there it is.
Oh, there it was. He washed out. I love that nose grind. Fully stood up on the deck.
Yeah, if that one goes wrong, you're going to get the hipper of the week.
That's just a fully committed. I mean, it's just like, it's almost like a nose manual on the platform, just grinding.
Absolutely.
He's so fully stood up and committed.
Yep, and here we see Corey Janot out of National City, 17 years old. This kid's been placing top 4 or 5 in contests for like 4 years now.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. He's got a second, a third, and a fourth.
That's right, and he's got the line to definitely get on the podium, but he's got a couple bonus tricks that if he can do those, a victory is not out of his sight. And look at that backside 5 out of an alley-oop frontside air.
Yeah, alley-oop frontside air into the round.
Yeah.
And that's probably the easiest trick that he's going to do, and it's so hard.
Okay, so a 50-50 setting up to an alley-oop heel flip. And then we got the face wall here. Oh, little frontside board around the square.
That, again, is so deceivingly difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Floaty frontside ollie.
It's looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, there's the nose grind. Oh, the frontside flip did not flip. It's all going to come down to that trick for Corey. That is going to be the make or break it, and he looks fully committed like he's going to try that every run.
Yeah. You know he's got that in the frontside nose blunt. And he's got to feel good knowing he's got 2 tricks that nobody else can do.
So right now we haven't seen a full run, but Tristan Rennie's first, Corey Janot second.
And Chris Russell in right now.
Whip slide reverse.
Look
first
at that
wall.
fakie 50 to fakie. Little fakie crooked grind, and nice front board. And look at that, Chris Russell looking solid, looking way better than he did in practice.
I love how these guys are always able to step it up in the finals. Chris Russell was not this on fire in semis.
I just don't see how his board doesn't break, man.
I know.
I get how Tristan Rennie's board doesn't break, but I don't see how Chris Russell's.
Tristan is so light-footed.
Exactly.
And like you said earlier, Russell is the sledgehammer, man.
Yeah.
Well, we saw his board break a couple years ago, the year that Pedro won.
That's right.
It came down to a battle between Russell and Pedro, and Russell unfortunately exploded his board and still had 1 run to go. Had to ride a loner board, and that never works.
Good luck winning on a loner in the Combi. All right, so Tom Schaar, one of our returning champions as well, 2015 champion, 17 years old. Like you said, he's a 1.5 feet taller. He lands high.
Ooh, one of the biggest 540s you will see. Pedro's not here, but Tom Schaar is.
I would never expect to see Tom Schaar do a backside boneless, but I'm pleasantly surprised that he did.
Gosh, and that backside ollie just pumping for speed.
And there's a kickflip Indy.
Wow. pulled the ripcord, landed a little straight leg.
Yep, but managed to get it back into that backside ollie. And that right there is so mental.
Backside ollie.
Right into a back tail, staying on.
Got about 7 seconds to go.
Now
Will
Tom's
this be the first full run?
Tom's got a pretty mean no comply tail slide. And that kind of seems like his sort of trademark trick right now. Looks like he's gonna end it with a nose grind.
That is gonna be the new leader.
With a Peter Blunt grind, or whatever you want to call it, alley frontside 5-0 fakie.
Yeah, but
he popped out.
into it and popped out.
out.
Yeah, I'm calling that Peter Blunt, and I'm calling that is going to be your new leader. I have not seen the scores. I'm not a judge.
I think so.
That's an 88.67.
There you go.
New leader by 5 points.
Yeah, so we've got Tom Shar with an 88.67, Tristan Rennie with an 83.67, Junot with an 82.33, and that
means we got 2 more guys.
Yeah, it means we got to get Kiko Francisco in here to see some of those backside ollies. And look at how hard he's pumping.
That is so
Smith
rad.
to lip.
To roll out.
Get around Swifto there and make your way back into the bowl. Whoa.
Wow.
Sort of a
one
hesitant Madonna.
Disaster, and the back tail washed out.
All right, Kiko's going to sprint back up to the top and see if he can't eke out a few more tricks.
Seen so many guys miss those back tails through the corner.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that trick was like, that was one of the hardest tricks to do around the corner, and now it's just another lip trick.
There are setup tricks in this final that used to win the pool party.
All right, so Kiko not able to kind of pull it back together for the second half of that first run, but remember, they get 4 runs each, unlike the earlier heats where they got 3. Next in.
How about this dude?
It's going to be this dude.
His first Vans pool party ever.
Yep.
He's from South Carolina, just moved out here a year ago.
There's no doubt Clay Kreiner is a powerhouse, and if we can get a good shot of this frontside stalefish he's going to do, you'll see what I mean. But until then, just watch what Clay does. He attacks.
Lines, man.
He's got a deep bag of tricks, and here we go.
As you said. Tweaking out the stalefish, folding it back.
You can't put any more style into a stalefish than that.
I love watching the legends, but once the pros come on, you can just tell, like, this is next level, man.
Yeah.
This is why these guys are the best in the world.
Absolutely. So Clay trying to get that kickflip body varial 5 in his very first run, and quite honestly, Clay's probably batting about 70% on that trick. I mean, he probably makes it more than he bails it, and so hopefully we'll see one of those. And if he could throw that in, along with the gap, along with all his other tricks.
So right now, after run number 1, Tom Shar, Tristan Rennie, Corey Junot, and Chris Russell.
Right, so from Virginia Beach, we got Colin Graham in right now, 20 years old. Again, this is sort of just to see Colin in the finals is awesome. Skated with this kid a bunch. He's just a great kid to have in the session.
Wow, he was fully tweaked out on that nose grind. That should have been a bail for sure.
Yeah, but again, what I was saying is I'm not sure if he's got the deep bag of tricks to make a run at first or second, but it doesn't matter because he's just out there killing it right now, and you never know. So Colin with a 50-50 revert into a half-K twist, and there's the fakie lip. He's just trying to get over that hip, basically make his way into the round
I
ball.
thought he was maybe going for the fakie Smith grind over that hip. He's going to have 2 more runs.
All right, so coming up next is going to be Iago Magalhães. And Iago has been rolling into a back tail. And when that doesn't work, he switches it up to a fakie board slide fakie.
Yeah, he's
so his board's forward, so it's probably safe to say that once the photographers get out of the way.
Nope.
Oh, he's going to go that way.
Oh my gosh, that was so gnarly.
Face hitting the bowl, chin not split open.
Yeah.
At least it ain't bleeding yet if it is. Now,
you know, that's so, I've done that a million times when you just smack your face and you know it stings, but you look for blood, and that's when you know if it's bad or I'm all good. And when you don't see that blood, you're like, I'm good.
Yeah, you can still break that chin even without breaking the skin, but it looks like he made it out. Now, I guess the question I would think is, how much do you think the judges are really giving him for that half cab fakie board slide fakie? Like, it's crazy. Are they going to give him a rebate? Wow, they love this kid. Oh, no, I think he just got... Nope. Crowd wants a rebate. All
Crowd
right.
wants a rebate. We give him a rebate.
He's going backwards again. And this time he's got it.
So rad.
Yeah. And you know, that last slam could have totally just been due to the bowl getting a little slippery, so when he laid down his wheels, they just slipped out. But there's a front.
This is for the crowd.
That's
Judges
right.
already put their scores in.
That's right. So that front tail, just practice for his next run. But yeah, 2 different rolling tricks that we've never seen before.
Honestly, I like the back tail. Even though he fell on that a couple times, I think it's just full on just to go that fast into a back tail.
And so we got Asher Bradshaw in here right now, 13 years old. And check out the style on that backside air as he blasts his way into the round.
Man, I was impressed with Asher's lip tricks through the corner in the semis. I know he's got the spins, he's got the 540 variations, he's got the 7s, but I was impressed with the nose grind lip slide through the corner.
Totally. Yeah, any of those sort of combo tricks are a rarity, and there's the 720 right there. I love watching him set up the spin.
That's insane.
He does this crazy hand movement.
Yeah, see if he's going to do the nose grind lip slide right here. Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Just slapping a quick decker after the
disaster.
nose grind.
And a little alley-oop eggplant.
Little baby egg. That's a baby egg. He'll grow up.
Blunt slide around the corner.
He'll grow up into a full-size eggplant.
That's right. He'll look like Ben Schroeder someday.
Wow, what a run for Asher.
Super psyched for that little man right there, putting it together. Oh, just throwing out the hand to high-five anybody. And, yeah, getting a lot of support from the crowd. All right, so now let's get this next guy in here, Bucky Lassick. Again, 3-time winner.
Yeah. And he's
1, 2, 3.
a million years older than anyone else in the pro contest.
More than twice as old.
And he still does some of the gnarliest tricks that the teenagers can't even step to.
He's 120% older than anybody else.
This line right here, none of those kids are doing that.
Nope.
None of them. Oh, again, the frontside cab stalefish.
Again, you got to think, you got to land that switch backside air with all the pressure on your back foot, which would be your front if you're talking switch. And then he goes and does that and still.
Every trick in that run, you know, heel flip frontside air, back Smith and the tricky shallow.
You're shifting your weight.
Air to fakie through the corner. Every single thing about that run is so freaking hard.
Tristan Rennie in there right now, dropping in with a nice Indy air over the peninsula, right into that blunt slide that gave Miller so much trouble.
Yeah.
And look at
Tristan
that.
is currently in third, but we feel like if he makes a full 40 seconds, he could be a threat to win this thing.
It's definitely a possibility.
Indy decking out the rock. Front blunt to Smith smash.
All right, Tristan Rennie with a high-speed back tail. And again, there's a couple tricks we've seen Tristan do.
Oh, no.
First time we've seen him step off of 540 the entire day. And so that's not going to be the run Tristan was after, but it looks like he's concerned about maybe some board malfunction or maybe.
He's got the loosest trucks in the world, so it's just rattling all the time.
Yeah, if he was a little heavier, he'd probably know a lot more about wheel bite. But being so light, he can probably just glaze through. So Corey Janot coming in right now at a National City, 17 years old. This kid's been killing it since he was about 13. He was definitely one of those kids that just got good quick. And
the last couple years, he has just been next level, man. This is, you know, in the last couple weeks, everyone I've been talking to, the practice set, you saw he didn't grab good.
Yeah, the foot came off right away.
From that camera angle, he just didn't have a solid grab on his board. We knew we'd see a lot of falls here in the final because these guys are trying the hardest runs you have ever seen in bowl skateboarding.
All right, so Chris Russell coming in next. And I don't think Chris has had the run he's looking for yet either. So we'll see right now.
And that is not the run that Chris Russell wanted to
that's
see.
no good. So right now, Chris Russell sitting on an 80.67. Needs an 88 for the lead. He's currently sitting in 5th place, which isn't the worst place to be. But knowing Chris Russell, he wants a full pull and see if he can get himself up into that top 3. Next in is going to be
current leader.
Looks like they might be wanting to give Mr. Russell a rebate. But if not, Tom Shar is going to be our next rider in. It looks like Chris might just get in there for the show. Tom says, fine, I'll wait. I can wait another 40. Oh, maybe not. All right, so Tom Shar, Chris Russell not getting a rebate, unlike Iago. And Tom Shar, big backside 540, probably 8 feet out. You saw Chris Ortiz right behind him there, and he was almost standing straight up.
Yeah, and Ortiz
Look
is like
at that.
7 feet tall, right?
Yeah, at least. That frontside ollie on the peninsula is insane, okay? You have to go straight up and come straight back in where you came from.
Kickflip varial, adding a little difficulty into a body varial 540.
Tom mixing up his lines.
Yeah, he added some serious difficulty with those tricks. That alley-oop backside ollie over the hip in that spot makes no sense to me.
Dude, yeah, that's one of the, again, it's all about how you interpret the bowl, and Tom's interpretation is on a different level.
Wow. Tom Shar was already leading by like
that was ugly.
3.5 points, and he just really upped his score.
He did, but he looks like that took a weird fall right there. Let's see what he did.
It might not matter if he's in the 90s right now.
Good point. Yeah, so right now he's sitting almost 4.5 points ahead.
89.67. Bumps up by exactly a point. Was already in the lead. He extends it by a little bit.
Yeah, nice work for Tom Shar. So we'll get Kiko Francisco in here next. Check out Kiko.
I love it, man. Always throwing the horns.
For sure.
Yeah, I think that helps him, adds a little speed to that lip slide.
That lip slide is insane. That is so far to not just explode. And look at that backside.
It's just like a big kick turn.
Yeah. Big alley-oop backside ollie.
Barely looks like his feet move on that backside ollie. It makes no sense.
So Kiko, front feeble into the square. We saw that one-footed Japan air, and there's a little frontside air disaster. Yeah, Kiko can blast. There's a crail disaster. That's kind of cool. Little mix-up. And Kiko, backsmith over the peninsula. Not easy to get to that piece of coping right there.
Couple seconds to go.
Yep.
Last couple tricks.
Sick run
Probably
for Kiko.
one more here in the square. That's going to be timed. Solid run for Kiko. He was in 10th place at the bottom of the barrel. That's going to bump him way up.
Yeah, Corey Janot in there right now, sneaking a little bit of practice. Whoa, Corey just did a full-on nose grind lip slide. All right, completely by accident. All right, so our next rider, get Clay Kreiner back in here for his next run. This is going to be his second run right here. And we saw him go down on the kickflip body varial 5, so maybe he'll try to do that again.
He's got it this run. Look at that. Stand up 5-0 through half the bowl.
Yeah. That's a lot of blocks of coping.
Popping in on the Smith grind into the tricky shallow end.
All right, so there's going to be the big stale right there.
Gosh, get
super
that
styled
photo.
out.
Every photographer in the joint got that photo.
All right, so now he's going to make his way over and probably go for that kickflip body varial. Boom.
Oh, he
Look at
made
that.
it!
Clay
Kickflip
is a
body varial
machine.
540. Are you kidding me? In his run in the Vans pool party?
Yeah, but he's got a 722. We'll see if he breaks that one out. But even that fakey frontside grind over the hip is gnarly.
Wow.
And that's going to do it. So Clay got the run he wanted out of the way.
Where does that stack up to Tom Shar? Tom Shar already has an 89.67 on the board.
Ooh, I got him ahead of Kiko. I don't know if I got him ahead of Tom. I mean, he did a kickflip 540.
Check it out. Second place, Clay Kreiner, same score.
Oh,
Tom
tied.
wins the tiebreaker. Tom Shar first, Clay Kreiner second.
Yeah, you can't argue with the height of Tom's 540 that he dropped into. And even though Clay did a kickflip 540, Tom was able to sort of eke out more bigger tricks. And so now we've got Colin Graham back in here from VB, or excuse me, VB. Again, we'll have to check his shoulder and see if there's a fork scar.
You know, one of the things comparing Tom and Clay was Clay ended his run with just a board slide to fakie and then a little half gay twist, where Tom ended his run with some hammers.
Agreed.
Tom did that stand-up nose grind and then a front blunt. Front blunt in the square 40 seconds into your run is so hard.
And a lot of Clay's tricks were tail slides and 5-0s that are awesome, and they were super long, and you definitely get points for them, but they're just not going to get the difficulty level.
Yeah, I'm backing the judges on that one.
All right, so Yago mixing it up, says I'm done rolling in.
He knows how to drop in? I thought the whole time that he did that because he didn't know how to drop in.
That was a serious fakey Smith grind right there.
Gosh,
that was no joke.
Amazing.
He was on top of that.
I've literally never seen him drop in this whole week.
It's tough to get runs in here, man, during practice if you're not dropping in. You have to wait for him to let you roll in.
Hey, if you roll in 1,000 miles an hour, I bet they let you go. Gosh, he hit his face again.
It looked like it. but I think he might have just taken
the dudes are going for it when you smash your face 2 runs in a row.
Wow. Well, again, he's landing in the most unfriendly part of the entire bowl, basically the flat bottom of the peninsula, and there's just a little bit of tranny there. You can definitely pump going back into the round bowl and gain some of your speed back, but it ain't easy. So Asher Bradshaw now looking at run number 3. He's 13, and he's
or could be run number 13, and he could be 3.
Could be, but there's that 5, and
looked like he was spinning a little bit too slow on that one.
Yeah.
You know what the problem is? It's past his bedtime.
It could be, yeah. 13 years old, does that put you in 7th grade, 6th grade?
I don't know.
So anyways, Bucky's in here right now. He's currently sitting on an 85.3, needs an 89, basically
what was that?
A 90. Bucky was doing stale fishes over the tip of the peninsula, not over the whole thing like Pedro had, but basically clearing the whole thing, just catching a little bit of the tip on the takeoff, and really not much of it on the landing.
Dang it! I wanted to see the run. I wanted to see him make that frontside gate twist.
He might do it. Let's see. Boom! Just kind of more of a hip jump, but still, I'm sure if you're standing there, it's like hucking yourself into a void because you can't see the landing. And it's a rough tranny to take off on.
Tristan Rennie was on the podium a minute ago. Now he got bumped down to 5th.
That's right. Tristan Rennie with an 83.67 needs an 89.77
Tristan
to take
had
first.
An amazing run going and jumped off at 540.
Yeah. But it's looking pretty solid right here. I love that nose grind over the hip. He just bounces over. And he's trying to put it back together. Alley-oop Indy over the hip.
Oh, he missed his line. He was supposed to hit the peninsula right there.
But you know what? Look at how quickly he came back.
Gosh, if that was me, and I'd just be like, I'm done.
It would be like swirling down the toilet bowl till you hit the bottom. But Tristan was completely unfazed by completely
see that
having
stand-up nose grind, front blunt in the square corner.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Wow, couple seconds to go, and he fell right at the end again.
Well, he's got 2 more runs after this. Excuse me, he's got 1 more run after this. So we'll see if
times Tristan has had amazing runs and just fallen in the last few seconds.
Yeah, it's tough. And so now we got Corey Janot, another guy who is not sort of giving us the run we were hoping for.
Yeah, because he's trying the hardest run in the history of bowl skating.
Look at this. Alley-oop, frontside air, backside 5. Hopefully he works his way back in and we get to see that frontside kickflip.
I want to see the nose blunt
slide. The nose blunt slide, yeah.
I want to see the nose grind. I want to see all that stuff.
Equally impressive.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh, he almost died.
That didn't flip.
Can he still do the front board through the... Yeah, stay on that line.
All right, so now he's going to make his way into the round bowl. We might get to see some of that action.
This is what the contest comes down to.
Right here?
Corey Janot,
Right here?
Oh my gosh, he caught it. It looked like he caught it perfect. It sucked up to his feet.
It looked like it took a little too long to spin, and he just couldn't get the pressure to kind of slam it down.
The buzzer go off like a second after he bailed.
That would have brought the house down if he'd made that trick right there.
I'm claiming that would have been in the 90s for sure.
I think so. So we got Chris Russell in here right now. Chris has had 2 runs, so he's gone on his 3rd run right now.
I love the start of that run, man.
Straight out of Omar's handbook right there.
Yeah.
That fake
lip slide revert into a rewind 50-50.
Yep. I think that might have been one of Omar's lines. And so nice.
Exploding skateboards all over the place.
Yeah.
I heard
Look at
Chris
this.
has gnarly tricks in the new Creature video. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Gonna check it this week.
See, you hear that, Nabs? If you'd send us a copy, we could be talking about it right now.
Nabs, send us a copy, man. Creature. We could have been talking about the video this whole broadcast.
Oh, look at that hip hop with no channel to jump over.
Yeah,
it's still
front 50 revert.
Yeah, Russell having a good run.
That's going to be time. Russell is going to be bumped up. One-footed egger and a sweeper to death.
That was a sick run.
Look at the crowd, man. Everyone loves Chris Russell, the sledgehammer from the South Bay.
Yeah, full pull for Russell is always fun to watch.
Yeah,
I'm not sure it puts him in the same league as Clay or Tom, but it definitely gets the crowd psyched.
He's on the podium. He's been on the podium before, 88.67.
So
right now it's Tom Shar, Clay Kreiner, Chris Russell.
So Tom Schar's in there right now. Russell stoked, and look at Tom just taking it up a notch with what could only be like it had to be like an 8'5". Look at that frontside ollie.
Frontside ollie on the peninsula?
It's insane.
Every one of Tom Schar's runs has been better and better.
Yeah, he's definitely notching it up. There's a kickflip varial.
It's funny just that
body varial 5.
That Tom won this contest a couple years ago because he's so much better now.
I know.
It's insane that.
Now earlier, I saw a couple days ago, Tom going from the peninsula over kind of the gap into the shallow.
Yes,
There's that
no comply tail slide. Hold
Yeah.
that one for the replay for sure.
Now this could be the run that puts Tom in a comfortable first place spot right here. Look at that.
If that's not a 90, I quit, man. That had better be. Hey, judges,
I think I'm
that's in the 90s for sure.
I'm guessing 92.
Gosh.
Straight up. And I'd accept the 93 or a 94.
That
because
is the best run I've seen in any of the qualifying rounds, anything. 91.67.
There you go.
I don't have to quit. The judges
you
listen.
get to keep your job. Nice. Good. I don't think I could do it without you, Neil. All right, so Kiko Francisco sitting in 4th place and throwing the horns up, letting everybody know he's here for business. And look at that backside ollie. Oh, my God. That is so awesome. Kiko Francisco says, you know what? Come on, folks. Let me get a rebate on that. You know, says, why aren't you screaming for a rebate now? Give it to Kiko. He says, Dave says.
Duncan's like, do you want to go? He's like, sure, I'll go. I want to see it.
All right, so let's see this right here. What could only be about a 7-foot backside ollie, maybe? Let's see. Oh, definitely head high. God, how do you get out of that so smoothly?
You know how? He's 14 years old.
He's not a big guy.
If you or I did that, we'd be vaporized.
My helmet would have exploded. And so Clay Kreiner going, all right, that's cool. I still got a couple of tricks up my sleeve.
Clay does have a couple tricks up his sleeve.
He's got a 7. He's got the biggest gap that nobody's ever actually seen him do. I mean, hopefully we see him do live. But again, frontside 5-0, sick. Not going to get you a ton of points. Ollie tailside, sick. That Smith's pretty awesome. So right now, Clay is kind of just kicking it into gear. Again, just burns a lot of time. Whereas Tom Schar goes right into.
Oh my gosh, he went for the Grand Canyon in his run.
Well, that explains it. You kind of got to get that out of the way first because you have to set up for it.
Wow. That's the first time we've ever seen anyone try that at the Vans pool party, and we've been doing this for a lot of years. You might have seen it in the new Thrasher.
If you have
Clay Kreiner is the only person that has ever tried that gap like that.
Yeah, and so that means we got to see him land it first and then do the heel flip second, because I want to see the heel flip.
I just want to see the gap, man. In his run would be amazing.
I think I watched the gap in slow-mo enough times sitting at my desk at home.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, Colin Graham in right now with a nice frontside nose grind, currently sitting in 9th place.
How does he make those nose grinds? They look like his weight is so over his front foot.
Unfortunately, Colin's sitting on a 78.33, and he needs a 91.7 to take the lead. So, you know, Colin's hoping for podium spot right now, and
hey, he's ahead of
having
Bucky.
a good run. Yeah, that's a good point. Bucky Lassick currently sitting in 10th, and look at the alley-oop 50-50. That's a great trick.
Yeah, this is Colin's best run so far here in the finals.
For sure. Another couple years for Colin to really develop some. Oh, that one right there.
Wow.
The Stalefish Elgariel is one of the sickest things ever.
That is so rad.
Nice. Just as I was about to say.
I've seen him do that a couple times on vert ramps. I've never seen him do it here in the Combi pool.
Well, and to not even see him try it.
Elgariel.
And throw it out in his third qualifier, his third run of the finals.
And
excuse me, that was his last run of the finals. So that was it. That was his last shot, and he made it first try. That's awesome. Big ups to Colin Graham.
Bumps up to 5th place.
Nice.
Goes from
ahead of Asher.
To 5th.
All right, so Yago back to the roll-in. Steez looks like his board is backwards. And that probably means we're going to see that fakie, board slide fakie. And there it is. All right, so Yago got a bunch of tricks. I'd really like to see just see him skate the bowl and see him focus. Look at
I love that
style on that tail grab.
Fakey backward Smith that he did in the round.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier.
And then even that frontside feeble, I mean, that was like 6 blocks into the corner. A nice little frontside air, opting against the 540. Nice alley-oop tail grab. That's super sick right there.
That is such a tricky spot to do an alley-oop tail grab.
You get no look at the landing at all. And there's that Fakey Smith. Does that really well. So Iago, kickflip Indy into the shallow.
Man, that was with 2 seconds to go.
All right, next up is going to be Asher Bradshaw, who was sitting in the top 3 and now is working his way down to 6th. Currently, his best score is an 85.33, which means he's going to need a 91.7 if he wants to jump into the lead. And Asher's got a deep bag of tricks. And he's pretty darn consistent. So, man, it looks like somebody needs to get him a new set of wheels, though.
Element boys, send Asher some wheels.
Oh, look at that slow rotating backside 5, right into a back Smith, into a super difficult landing on the peninsula. And look at this, we're gonna see another stale 5.
Man, he had his arm set up in the shallow end.
Yep, and there's the 720. Asher's thinking to himself, he's like, what else can I do?
Yeah, I want to see that nose grind disaster right here.
Oh yeah, look at this right here.
Oh my gosh, how did he make that?
He fell out of it,
that
managed to stay on top of it.
A complete disaster of a trick, and he
totally slipped
fell
off his truck, yeah. Yeah, nice work for Asher Bradshaw.
Asher, this dude is gonna be around for years to come. He's shaking his head. Wasn't the run that he wanted to do.
I don't know what else he could have squeezed in there, but maybe he's got a couple tricks. All right, so back to the veteran. The man who should have, could have switched divisions a long time ago. Looked like Iago snuck in a little bonus there. That's what Bucky's clapping on. Charlie Blair putting a little voodoo hex on Bucky, maybe. I don't know what he's doing there. All right, Bucky, everybody wants to see you make this line, so do us a favor and show us what it looks like. So he's mixing it up. No heel flip frontside air.
Wow.
Going back to the stale. There it is. Not quite over the peninsula, but still a lot further than anybody else is going.
He's in 10th place right now. If anyone can go from the outhouse to the penthouse,
that's right.
It's Bucky Lassick.
Yep, throws in a McTwist. And let's see where he's going. Not a lot of speed, but he can get it back. There, he looks like he's going to go back to that air to Fakey. Whoa, and the switch backside air?
Nope.
Good buddy. All right, so Bucky, jump sweeper. And just a few seconds left. Nice tweaked out, stinky frontside invert. Smith, Bucky just saying, you know what, just give me a full pull.
Yeah,
and I'll come back.
Direct to Fakey.
I'll do it. Oh, there was a switch feeble right there you missed. But that's a pretty darn good run. High five from Corey Janot and pretty much everybody on the deck. Bucky's got their respect in one form or another. So Bucky delivering the full pull we were asking for.
What a beast, man. 44 years old.
I know.
Still killing it with the teenagers.
You know, he tried to sort of transition to being a race car driver, and it's like we just wouldn't let him go.
No.
So Bucky now sitting in 5th place, just behind Kiko Francisco, Chris Russell in 3rd, Clay Kreiner in 2nd, and Tom Schaar with a pretty solid hold on 1st place right now. But this kid, Tristan Rennie, could change all of that.
Yeah, look at that. Alley-oop backside air landing in the bottom.
But still, didn't slow him down a bit. Tristan knows.
Yeah, Tristan's got the eye of the tiger right now. Tail grab, nose bonk, didn't bonk.
Sketchy place to do that trick.
Yeah, can't wait to see him do that nose grind through the corner. In the air disaster. Yep. Tristan has had great runs every run, but just fallen at crucial times right at the end. He made that 5, even under-rotated a little bit.
Did it on a different wall. Just shows his flexibility and versatility in the bowl.
Yeah, look at this run, man. This could be top 3 for sure.
Yeah, alley-oop Indy air into the over the hip. He's gonna need something big.
Yeah.
Something really kind of leave a mark. That nose grind would have been great. Blunt Fakey ain't gonna do it. But still a great run.
I love that all of his runs, he just did different lines, different tricks.
Yeah, absolutely. Most guys might work out 2 or 3 runs that they can mix up, but Tristan can just go wherever he needs
bumped all the way up to 4th, 88.0.
Bucky down to 6th. All right, Corey Janot. Again, this is his last run of the night. Look at that frontside ollie over the hip. Like I said, everybody was betting their money on Corey. Look, there it is.
Wow!
Whoa.
He needed to do it at the beginning of his run when his legs were fresh, but he's got to stay on for 40 seconds. That's the gnarliest combination we've seen all day.
Do you think he'll go for the nose blunt? He's got a great nose blunt slide in that round bowl.
Look at that, straight up frontside invert. He's still got about 12 seconds to go. Front board slide through the corner.
All right, he's making his way back to the round. There's that alley-oop frontside air. He's going to go for a 5 or just try to hang on and post a good score.
Wow,
and that's going to be it right
what
there.
A run for Corey Juneau.
Corey Juneau
he totally switched his lineup. He had to do the really hard tricks at the beginning when his legs were still fresh. When he was trying the frontside flip, his first and second run, it was like deep into his run when his legs were tired. He had to do it at the beginning. Second place, 90.67. Shar survives.
All right, so the pressure is on Clay Kreiner here. He's going to have to bring up something big, but right now Chris Russell sitting in 4th place. Massive frontside air.
Wow.
Manages to get the ollie over the section there in the middle. I'll tell you, the funny thing, the first person I saw do that was actually Chris Brosh, Tim Brosh back in the day. But it's nice to see Chris Russell jump in that gap, but not the run he was looking for.
We're going to have 3 more skaters. Current leader Tom Shar is not going to be able to cruise because he's still got Kiko Francisco and Clay Kreiner after him.
That's right. That's right. Clay Kreiner could change everything if he decides to make that gap. But the problem is the amount of setup required for that gap might be too much. But Tom Shar in here right now, currently sitting on a score of a 91.67, which has him in first place. Oh my God.
540. Gosh,
wow.
That was all in. That was pushing the cards all in.
The amount of time he spent looking over his shoulder trying to spot that landing. And it might have also been what kind of stopped his spin early. But Tom Shar with an amazing showing here today. And now there's 2 guys left that could make his day just a little bit less amazing.
With all due respect to Kiko, there's no way Kiko can put a 92 on the board.
He's 14 years old.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of time. It ain't going to happen today, but look at that backside ollie.
Gosh, that is amazing. Little shakas on the landing.
Decked out front rock. Yeah, you're right. You know, Kiko's a young kid, but again, he's just like where Tom was when he was 14.
Yeah, he's
competing with the big dogs.
It's now, so rad to see.
Clay Kreiner's a whole nother story.
Hey, and Kiko in a couple years, Kiko will probably learn some transfers in this bowl that no one else can do.
No doubt about it.
But that backside ollie, he gets my eternal respect for that backside ollie.
Yeah, Kiko's a fun guy to watch.
Especially after taking a monster slam on it just a few minutes ago.
Twice, yeah, he went down on that one twice. So we are down to our final rider of the night.
It's all going to come down to if
And it could happen right here.
If he can make the Grand Canyon jump in his run.
He's going for it right here. Boom.
Oh, he went for it.
Oh, no.
Gosh.
If he'd started off his run like that and managed to get the kickflip 5, who knows what would have happened. But
wow.
Unfortunately, they'll probably give him a rebate. Hopefully we'll get to see it.
That is the contest. Tom Shar
that's right, folks.
Wins again. Corey Juneau second, and first time pool party. What's Iago trying? Is he going to try the Grand Canyon also?
Maybe.
You got to be kidding me.
Says, can I have a stab at it, Clay?
What?
Oh,
he tried to
stalefish.
stalefish the Grand Canyon. We got 2 guys in their first pool party ever.
That's pretty awesome.
Hey, production crew, we got to stay on this.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere.
Give us another few minutes.
Heel flip frontside air.
Oh, gosh. How does that heel flip not just rip the board away from you?
He said someone else is trying it? Okay, I'll heel flip it.
Yep.
The contest is over. Tom Shar won. Corey Juneau second. Clay Kreiner third. We still want to see these guys try this if they're still going to try it.
That's right. We're not done yet.
We've seen some special moments go down after time when Pedro Barros jumped the entire hip and Matt Boyster. Kind of a similar thing here with 2 guys trying it.
Yep. The only difference is we've actually seen Josh do it, but look at that. Oh,
you mean Clay?
Excuse me, Clay. Yeah. But we haven't seen him do it tonight, and I haven't seen him do it live. So let's see it. I want to see the
love
action.
that even all the dudes that were in the finals have have their cameras out.
Everybody's got
like, look at Colin Graham.
Take
He's
off
like,
your pads and get your camera. All right, so, oh, that board gets so far away from him. That's just the centrifugal force of going around that bowl. And I don't know, man.
Look at that gap, man. That's not even, the angles don't even work.
Even when you land, you explode on the landing. It's such a hard landing. You land low. You land on a bit of a knuckle, some weird knuckle that's sort of just there. But Iago looked like he had more than enough speed to get across. And that stale fish, oh my gosh. But setting it down is a whole nother story.
Yeah. And I know when Clay first did it, he had to get rocked a few times to roll away from it.
The problem is, you hold that stale fish out there so long, so tweaked, and then at the last second, you got to throw it under yourself and have your balance. And there's just so much pressure. So Clay Kreiner in here right now. Oh, come on, Clay. Oh, man.
Gosh, he cleared the knuckle that time.
What do you think? Go back for a regular frontside air or keep going for the heel?
Hey, someone else showed up to try and just do the game, if he was the only one doing it, it'd be cool just to see him make it, but.
All right, so let's see what Iago's got right here. Coming from Brazil. Says Clay Kreiner can do it. I could probably do it.
Oh my gosh, you see just the pressure of landing that. His board just blew out from underneath him.
But it looked pretty promising. It looked like maybe one or two more tries, and Iago's going to set that down. As far as Clay's concerned, I don't know if he can get that board back on his feet because it just gets sucked away from him. But these guys always exceed my expectations, so let's see what we got.
We need to just start doing a best trick contest at Pool Party.
It would be nice.
Hey, Vans, we're doing a best trick contest at Pool Party. Let's do it.
All right, so Iago looks like he ain't done yet.
These dudes have been skating all day for days, and they're still trying NBDs.
All right, so Iago's making his way around. He's got the grab. Oh, God.
Yeah, it looked like he was coming up a little bit short, so had to kick that one away. He didn't have the speed that he did the last couple tries.
Came right back at him. Yeah.
Think about it's pretty gnarly. Both these dudes, have never been in Vans Pool Party before and just showed up.
Yeah, and looking at our final results, Clay Kreiner made the podium here, so we'll get to the finals. And actually, I'm sorry, that's not the final results. That is just the qualifier.
Oh, my gosh, he put it down.
Yeah, feet were on that one. So,
Clay Kreiner did end up on the podium.
We'll get to the final results right after we're done with this. But we know just from the way things played out that Tom Schar is going to have a banner with his name on it.
Another one.
Another one, exactly. All right, so Iago is going for a stale fish across probably, what do you say, 16-foot gap?
It's not even the distance.
No, I know.
It's just the angles that make it so. It might as well be 1,600 feet.
Yeah.
It's just so gnarly.
So how many tries do you think these guys got before they can't get up and crawl out of the bowl?
I know.
I'd say about 10 max.
Yeah, the good thing is they're 19 and 20 years old.
Oh, Clay. Well, you can expect to see Clay back here next year, and I'm pretty sure we could say the same for Iago. We definitely had a changing of the guard this year. Like I said, Bucky Lassick coming in.
Ended up seventh place in the finals.
So still able to beat a couple of those guys. And if he'd had maybe a little more practice and a little more time, he might have been able to notch up a little bit higher. But it doesn't change the fact that there was nobody over the age of 20 except Bucky in the finals.
Look at that.
Which is great, because that means Vert is alive and kicking with the young kids. Bowl skating
that was amazing skating in the final. But
for sure.
Tom Schar, just to put that solid score on the board his first run, and then up at his second run, and then up at his third run.
And he had everything. He had the most difficult spins. He had the highest airs. He had some of the most difficult lip tricks. I mean, it was there. And now let's see if Clay can flip his board over that giant chasm.
Yeah, Clay has made the gap just grabbing frontside 3 times before. You saw it in Thrasher. He did it 2 more times this week. So trying to do heel flip frontside air over it.
Well, looks like we're going to give him a few more tries. I'm pretty sure we have a hard finish right around 9 o'clock here Pacific time, which is about 5 minutes away. So hopefully we don't see him kind of lining up right now like we did a few minutes ago. Where's Iago? Iago might have hung it up. Oh, there he is. Miller. Is that Chris Miller trying to get him hyped to go back in there? All right, Iago says, dude, I don't know, man. At least Clay's set it down before. Oh, there's BSPN with the middle finger for you, Neil.
Kids are angry.
Especially Brian Patch. Boom. Stalefish, nope.
Yeah, this party's over, man.
Yeah.
When you're going full in on something like that, pumping as hard as you can, you only got a few tries, man. You can't, you're not going to be able to do that 10 or 12 times and still have the energy in your legs.
And that's the point. You got to pump 2 separate bowls as hard as you can.
After you've skated a semifinal and a final, if you came here with fresh legs just to film that trick, you could maybe get 30 tries on it. But when you're skating all day and you have to be 100% in on that,
I think that is done, folks. Doesn't look like Iago's in the mood to get back up there and do that anymore unless he's just taking a quick break.
Look at that, man. He's shedding some blood.
Yeah.
Got to see blood on his arm. Our buddy Cristiano giving him a pep talk.
Like you said, Neil, it's one thing to, one thing you got to remember watching these guys is these guys have been training or practicing at least for probably, anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. They're all beat up. They're all broken. Nobody comes into this thing feeling 100%. And, so you got to take that into consideration when you're looking at what they're trying to do now at the end of the event.
This has turned into a Vans pool party tradition. MBDs after the bell.
I think he's...
Oh, my
man.
gosh, he was fully committed on that one.
And the worst part is even if you do land it, it's such a, that's a low, painful landing. You can just see it jars them. And if they mess up, the board bounces right back in their face. Ugh. Well, Clay actually looking pretty smooth right there. It looked like he had the speed and the gap, so it could be in the near future. The board didn't kind of.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there you go. That's what it was, Iago. The shirt was holding you back. A Brazilian's a Brazilian at heart.
Yep. I was going to let you say that.
All right, Iago says maybe I can cut down on my spin weight a little bit. And here, let's see if we got it. Oh, he went so high.
Gosh.
Man. Well, I take it all back. I thought these guys were gassed. I thought they were beat up. I thought they didn't have it in them. But these last couple tries are looking pretty promising. So hopefully we can get a few more tries and see a make here. Looks like Corey Janot just dropped in. Maybe he's giving him a little breathing room, show everybody what the nose blunt slide looks like. Nollie flip out of the...
nose grind, nollie flip. This just turned into a best trick contest.
It did. Bucky Lassick, get in there. Show him what you left off in that video. All right. So... is that Clay? No, that's Tristan. So Clay's in right now. And there he goes. And who knows? Maybe we'll see a heel flip. Nope.
Gosh. That is so gnarly. Hossoy's filming. Pat Black's filming.
RP Best is filming.
Yeah, RP from Protex filming.
Some filmers are filming. Big old Stalefish looks good.
Oh my gosh, it looks like if he just comes up a little bit short, like you said, he just catches that knuckle.
Yeah, you catch the round part of the hip, and you kind of get one wheel on one side of the hip and the other wheel's on the other, and You either just got to have good shock absorbers in your legs and just suck it up. But again, it's like you might be able to do that at 20 miles an hour, but at 35 miles an hour, it's going to be tough.
Clay Kreiner.
Yep.
Heel flip frontside air attempt.
As far as I'm concerned, Neil, this is all icing on the cake, man.
Yeah.
Today has been another one of those
and you want to see
amazing
that trick,
days.
You want to see the Grand Canyon Combi Gap? Check out the new Thrasher.
That's right.
Clay's got the photo, Dave Swift shot.
That's right, and I'm sure if you go check out Clay's Facebook page, you'll find the video footage as well. It was well circulated for about 5 days. And so Iago catching his breath. Let's see if Janot decides to do that nose grind nollie flip.
Steve Van Doren's filming. I see Steve Van Doren in the background.
I love Steve's hat.
I see all the executives from Vans on the phone with the fire marshal from the mall.
5 more minutes.
If we can go 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes,
Our buddy
please.
Mario there next to Steve Van Doren's on the phone with the fire marshal.
Trying to explain what a heel flip frontside air is.
Yeah. Man, the law's always trying to hold us down, man.
And here we go, Clay Kreiner. Come on, Clay. Got the grab, got the...
Oh,
okay,
God.
now we've entered new territory. What didn't seem possible 10 minutes ago now seems likely. So Clay figuring out how to get the board on his feet and committing to a landing, and it seems like you might just need about another 2 feet.
What do you think these dudes are going to be doing tomorrow for Mother's Day?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to get out of bed, but man, you remember, Neil, when we were 19, we were bulletproof. We could do this stuff all day long.
These guys are going to be in an ice bath for a week
Yeah, you
after
might be
today.
right.
One more try, we just heard.
All
Clay and Iago get one more try, and then we're going to give out some awards.
All right, so we saw Clay set it down. We saw him flip it, grab it, get it on his feet.
I think that's fair, man. We gave these guys a valiant effort. If you want
Agreed.
to see Clay do the gap, check out the new Thrasher. We want to see him heel flip it.
All right, you see Dave Swift leaning over there. There's the heel flip.
Oh,
Nope.
man, Clay is
Not going to happen tonight.
But I bet we'll be able to see that in a future video part. Clay is going to put that down
I
for
would
sure.
almost guarantee it. Clay is one of the most driven guys out there. He's got the skill, he's got the talent, so no doubt. And they just told Iago one last try. Go fast, suck it up, and try to endure the landing. All right, Dave Swift doesn't look, oh, there he is. He's gonna go get a shot of the stale. And here we go. Nope.
That's going to be it for the boys trying the Grand Canyon. Shout out to Clay Kreiner and Iago Magalhães from Curitiba, Brazil. Those dudes are warriors, man. Amazing just to see what is possible here in the Combi Bowl.
Oh, Clay says I got one last try.
Hey, I ain't going to shut them down.
Hey, who is? This could be it right here, folks. We could see some serious history. And maybe the biggest heel flip in a bowl ever. And it's not going to happen tonight. Which is a shame because he caught that one, got it on his feet, set it down, and was just a hair shy of the gap. But, you know,
But,
give it to him.
He's on the podium.
That's right.
3rd place in the pro final, his first pool party ever. And guess what? That comes with a check for $7,000.
Yeah, that'll
help.
That'll buy some new skate light on the B team ramp.
Yeah.
And
Clay's trying to get a new car, man. I talked to Clay. He needs I think $7,000 will go get you a good car.
Get you a nice used car for sure. And just to break it down, so basically right up till 10th place takes $1,500, so Iago's going to have enough money to afford a flight home. And then everybody from 11th down to 15th walks away with $500, which is nice, nice cash for your efforts. And it looks like Charlie Blair and I can't remember his name. They're having some fun in the bowl. And yeah, so just to break it down, first place 28,000, second place 14, third place 7, Fourth place, 3,500.
All right, we're going to take it down to the deck. Chris Narocco is with our winner, Tom Shar.
Oh, and maybe one last try.
Congratulations, Tom.
Oh.
Congratulations. Are we on? Hey, that's me. Is that you? That's us. Congratulations, Tom. Second time winning this thing. How you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I'm really stoked. Thanks. Yeah, that was a crazy contest. Everyone really killed it. It was a lot of fun.
How's it compared to 2015?
Same still. I'm just still really stoked about it. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Really happy.
Corey was coming in hot up the rear. Were you getting nervous for a second?
I thought he was going to beat me with his run. I was surprised he didn't get a higher score, but yeah, he was killing it. Everyone was killing it.
Congratulations again, buddy. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, congratulations, Tom Shar. We're going to run you through the final results right now, then go for a full award ceremony. But second time Tom Shar has won this. You already see his name on one of the banners behind us. And Corey Juneau, man, it was so close.
Yeah, Corey didn't get to show everybody what that nose blunt slide looked like. And had he, it might have been a different story.
Yeah, I feel like Corey had a couple more tricks he could have thrown in there. Like you said, that nose blunt slide. But Tom Shar comes out on top, 91.67. Corey Juneau, 90.67. Clay Kreiner, Chris Russell, Tristan Rennie, Kiko, Bucky Lassick, Colin Graham, Asher Bradshaw, and Iago.
That's right. So you can look at tonight as a changing of the guard, or you can look at it as a win for anybody born in the 70s. But in this case, Bucky Lassick, 7th place, and Tom Shar, 1st place again. Won it at 15, won it at 17.
All right, we're going to toss it down to the awards. Take it away, boys.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Okay, one more time. Let's hear for the winner, Andy McDonald. Number 2, Chad Shetler. 3, Lincoln UA. Make some noise for these guys. Steve Van Doren. Let's hear it one more time from Steve Van Doren. Here we go. All right. Hey, thank you everybody for staying around. Let's hear it for the great skateboarding here today. 2017 Vans Pool Party, year 13. All right, we're getting ready here for the Legends, I think next. Is that right? Here you go. Let's do it. Let's hear for Steve Van Doren. In 8th place, Elgato. 7, Chris Miller. 6, Christian Asoy. 5, Pat Noe. Number 4, let's hear it for Nicky Guerrero. Number 3, coming up, Tony Magnuson. He got 4th place last year. Bumped up to 3rd this year. Coming up, Tony. Let's hear it for Tony Mag. 3rd place. Next up, let's bring up the tie for 1st place. Lance Mountain and Steve Caballero. All right, let's hear it for Lance Mountain, Steve Caballero to come up here. I want everybody to know this is the Legends because these are the great skateboarders from our past and they're still skateboarding at the ages they are. Since I'm in charge of this event, I want you to know that there was a tie at 85-33 and I say these 2 legends are both going to get paid 1st place. Steve Caballero, Lance Mountain, come on up. You're both 1st place, 85-33. All right, let's hear it there for 2 champions here. Tied, 85.33 after skateboarding all day long.
Hey guys, I wanted to say thanks for coming out and having a little break, have fun, have a little show. I know there's lots of people who have crazy stuff going on in their lives, financial stuff, family stuff, crazy stuff. Even if we have a little bit of time here just to entertain you, I want us all just to really think and give a prayer for Christy Van Doren. She's going through some stuff. A lot of people are going through stuff. We're here for you. We'd love to just talk if you need it. Thank you, Steve Van Doren.
Lance beat me to it. I just want to say it's an amazing contest always. And like Lance said, we're all going through stuff. And just want to dedicate these runs and this contest to Christy Van Doren. And I want to dedicate it to all the mothers for Mother's Day. Especially Christy, she's a mother. My daughter Kayla, who's a mother. And my wife Rachel, who has a mother of 2. So I want to dedicate the wins, me and Lance, to mothers for tomorrow. I love you guys. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for legends Steve Caballero, Lance Mountain, and Tony Mag. Now on to the pros. 10th place, let's hear it for Yago, coming close on the Stalefish Gap. 9, Asher Bradshaw. 8, Colin Graham. 7, Bucky Lassick. 6, Kiko Francisco. 5, Tristan Rennie. 4, Chris Russell. Chris got 5th last year, 4th this year. Let's bring up number 3, Clay Kreiner. Clay Kreiner, come on up. Just like these skaters gave it all I had, I got no more voice because I gave it all I had. Screaming and yelling for these guys. Clay, come on in. Right here, Clay, come in. Come on in. Come on in. Let's hear for 3rd place. Hey, 3rd place, Clay Kreiner. Clay Kreiner right here, come on up. Let's hear for Clay Kreiner. Hey, 2nd place, let's hear for Corey. 2nd place, Corey Junot. Corey got 2nd place last year, and that means our champion, Tom Shar, 2017 Pool Party champion. Yeah, Tom. Let's hear it for 2017 Pool Party champions. Make some noise for these guys. That's a wrap for 2017. Congratulations, Tom Shar, number 1. Corey Janot, number 2. Clay Carney, number 3.
Yeah, thanks to everyone that came out. You guys fucking rule. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Let's have for Tom Shar, your champion. Once again, thanks everybody. Have a good night. Party at Saddle Ranch.
Join us in a couple weeks. We're going to be back on Vans Park Series in Malmo, Sweden, 2 weeks from today. Congratulations, Tom Shar, Steve Caballero, and Lance Mountain, and Andy McDonald for the Masters win. Seems like a few hours ago. We're going to take it and end the day with some highlights of the entire day. Thanks everyone from around the world for joining us. Tune in exactly 2 weeks from today for Vans Park Series in Malmo.
That's right. Signing off. Had a great time. Shout out to my buddy Christian Cooper.